never make it this far. They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right. Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right.
Salute, ATP. What's really good. Salute, clap it up. One more time. Let's get the vibe going good, man. Let's get the vibe going. 3 days out, ladies and gentlemen. Salute to everybody who is in the building right now, man. It is what it is, man. Man, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This world is crazy, bro. Salute to everybody who's here, man. Of course, we're gonna talk about this boxing, but man, bro, the world is crazy, man. And I hate to bring politics into this because this is boxing, man. It's such a great week. So many great things kicking off. We're waiting on these media workouts to kick off. A matter of fact, they're about to kick off. Literally, they're kicking off right now. They just unalived this dude Charlie Kirk, bro, in front of everybody, bro. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. And I'm not like the big fan of Charlie Kirk like that, nothing like that, but man, bro, people just have to learn how to deal with their emotions, bro. People get so caught up. We are in such a crazy society right now. Oh, we in such a fallen state, bro. Broad daylight, bro. 31 years old, wife, kids, because he's running his mouth on the campus, bro. He's speaking his truth, how he feels. And they take this dude out, bro. They shoot this dude in front of everybody, bro. All kind of cameras in this social media space, in this world where everybody has a camera phone. Lord have mercy, man. Oh, man, bro. That stuff right there is just like, it's just unnecessary, right? It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Man. That's why I had to come on 15 minutes, 15 minutes later. It just took me, I've just been processing it, you know what I'm saying? That's just crazy, man. Anyway, that being said, rest in peace to Charlie Kirk, man. Prayers up for his family, man. You know what I mean? It's a crazy world we living in, man. We have to learn to get in control of our emotions, man. This internet world's crazy. The reality is whoever did that is probably somebody who he's never met before. He's never probably seen them before in real life. just an enemy on the internet. Just somebody who didn't like what he was saying. These cowards won't show their face. They won't be on camera the way Charlie is. They won't sit out in public and be there to be confronted on their thoughts, but they can sit behind some building or some high point somewhere inside of a crowd of people and take a random shot. And you know what I mean? Crazy world, man. Crazy world. It is what it is. Yeah, Kai. Yeah, Kai, man. His time, man. His time, man. He lived his truth, man. His time. Rest in peace. It is Boxing Week. We are 3 days out. Media workouts getting ready to kick off today. I'm not even sure if I missed the fights they were going to put on. They were going to put on a couple of fights. Don't know if I missed it. Been kind of tied up with all of this. Me and the wife just kind of like building on, believe it or not, caught up in this nonsense on the news and everything that's going on right now around this this assassination that just happened. I'm hoping it is. I'm watching it right now. I see Mike Coppinger, and I can't remember this guy's name. I can't think of this guy's name, but I know who he is, but I don't know his name. They seem to be ringside. So either they're out there commenting on the media workouts that's getting ready to come out or these fights. Either way, it is what it is. 3 days out from this fight. A lot of pundits commenting in this space right now. I've heard from Teddy Atlas. We've heard from Antonio Tarver. We've heard from you name it, damn near, who has spoken on this fight and opinions on this fight. And obviously, people are split down the middle, amazingly enough, which is just within itself. That's an amazing thing, because most people didn't give Terrence Crawford a shot in this fight. They didn't believe he believed in this fight, that he should even be in this fight, coming up 2-3 weight classes, however you want to look at it, whether you looking at it as him coming up from 147 or 154. Amazingly enough, a lot of pundits in the space who have translated and moved through eras of boxing, who have seen the amazing things that boxing can produce, who have watched Roberto Duran fight Tommy Hearns, or Duran fight Sugar Ray Leonard, or, obviously the Hagler Hearns, and, who've watched pretty interesting things happen in the sport. Manny Pacquiao going up multiple weight classes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Amazingly enough, these guys are dialed into this fight because they really believe that there's a lot of intangibles that people aren't taking into consideration. And as we're getting closer and closer to the actual moment of truth of this fight, what is fading away is the size difference. The fact that Canelo Alvarez is so much bigger than Terrence Crawford, the fact that Canelo Alvarez, that Terrence Crawford's out of his league, this is fading away. And this is becoming more of a competitive fight, more of a strategic fight. This is becoming more of, how does Canelo Alvarez win this fight? And on the other side of the conversation, how does Terrence Crawford win this fight? Yeah, it looks like they are going to kick off the fights. It looks like we're going to catch some free fights, as we do have a referee in the middle of the ring, interestingly enough. So there'll be some fights to call. Fun. Shout out to my brother, Blue Blood Sports TV. I don't see him on here right now, but he's out in Vegas right now. Had a very interesting conversation with Turkey Al-Sheikh. And guys, the people who are truly pushing this sport and wanting to see the sport get bigger, we are heard, right? We are heard, right? Amazingly enough and interestingly enough. So interesting conversations happening in Las Vegas right now. Blues out there in Vegas, getting in all the energy that's going on out there. And that's awesome, right? That is awesome. Let me see here. Kalia, salute to Thomas Hill. Salute to Eastside. Easy Thomas says, who got assassinated? Man, look it up, man. Tommy Kirk, man. They done took Tommy Kirk out. It's horrible. Claymore, did you feed Jermell Charlo? He looked great. Oh, did you see Jermell Charlo? He looked great. Hopefully he can get a fight soon. Yeah, hopefully. It looks like he's waiting on something. And me seeing Jermell Charlo and seeing Errol Spence in the space the way they are now, actually communicating and answering questions, it is starting to make me believe a little bit more that we can anticipate these guys showing up. And that being said, also making me question and wonder what's going on with the PBC, as far as, like, we know that there's deals in the air. We know Top Rank is negotiated deals, across the board with different networks and things of that nature. We don't know what the PBC is doing all the way. We heard that the PBC may be negotiating some new deals, but when you see things like that happen, as far as Jamel Charlo and Errol Spence and people like that starting to speak, it's safe to say that there's some boxes being checked for them at least. I don't know if they're conceding and they're choosing to take less, or if the PBC's actually found a way to facilitate these guys and put them in fights. But it is good to see these guys back in the space, and it is a little bit encouraging. You start to feel like, maybe there is some truth to it. Maybe the fight is, maybe not the fight, but maybe these guys are going to return into space. Maybe not necessarily against each other, but return is a return, right? It is what it is. It's definitely a fight kicking off right now. Let me put the volume. Hold on a second here. Danger. I'm trying to see who are these guys out here, man. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Kai Fly in the building. Salute to Go Get the Money. Fight Sports Talk in the building. Literary Pharaoh in the building. Joseph Johnson in the building. Woo! I ain't gonna lie. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so out of it, man, a little bit. I'm going to get it back, though. I'm going to get it back. But I'm not going to lie, man. My mind is on what I just saw on. Yeah, it's just crazy. But hopefully this fight gets me in the zone. I'm call this fight and see what's going on, man, in this fight. I apologize if I seem off. I'm going to get back on track. It's a lot. It's a lot, man. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Oh, I wonder what weight class these fights are happening at. I wonder what weight class these fights are happening at. We got some small guys in the ring now. Let's see here. That's something that Turkey's definitely bringing into the space, right? He's just bringing fights. He's bringing a lot of fights. Christian Robles, 9 wins, 3 losses, 0 draws, 4 KOs. Got something for my sister. Matthew Manhunt Walters in the building. Salute, man. Yeah, Matthew. It is an evil world, bro. It's a fallen state, man. Humanity's in a fallen state right now, man. Nello trying to stop, but yeah, I mean, that seems to be the game plan. That's what they're talking about, as Eddie Reynoso's commented and said that this is going to be the best Canelo we've seen in over 20 years. So what does it mean? It means that he's going to be dialing the clock back, right? He's trying to dial the clock back. So if this is truly indeed the best Canelo that we've seen in 20 years, then that means we should see a lot of adjustments, and we should anticipating seeing a Canelo we haven't seen in a long time. I told you guys yesterday, man, don't change your game in the 9th inning. That could be a very dangerous recipe for disaster, right? It is what it is. Kai Fly says many people get polarized with online stuff a lot, and I notice that the internet is a horrible. Sometimes the more time I spend away from it, the better I feel. Yeah, and that's why I think it's diabolical, Kai Fly, that people carry it the way they do on the internet, talking to each other the way they do, moving the way they do, sending a message they do over disagreements. You can never sleep on what these people are thinking out here. Let's go here. We're about to kick off the first fight here. I don't know what weight class these guys are fighting at. I didn't listen. Yeah, what's going on? He needs a referee to ring this bell. Let's go. Round 1. Talon and Robles. We got Talon in the gold and red shorts, and we have Robles in the blue and white shorts. These guys are right there in the middle of the ring, kicking it off. A 6-round fight right here. Both guys measuring each other, standing on that jab, trying to take that ring generalship. Robles attacking that body, seems to be working and attacking that body. That's what he wants to do, as Talon seems to want to keep him at the end of those jabs. Robles level changing, up high with the jab, back down to the body. Robles, Talon doubling up with his jab. Follows up with a right hand down the middle, but Robles is finding some success, landing some straight lefts right in the middle of this. He's doing a good job working it up and down, leveling up from the body, going up. Robles over the top with a big right hand, misses it, hitting nothing but air. Now Robles seems to be winning the war of the jab. Overhand right by Robles. Back on that jab. Decent little fight, man. Matthew Manhunt, where are you watching it? Ring Magazine. So if you go to YouTube, Ring Magazine, they're kicking off a fight right now. And these guys look like they might be like 122, maybe even 117. Salute, Sonny Augustine. What's good with you, family? Guys, remember as we're stepping in the room to go ahead and hit the like button. I'm just calling this fight right now, getting my head together before I start building on this boxing all the way, trying to get in the zone here. I apologize in advance for however boring it may seem. Nice. Caught him coming in with a nice right hook. Nice left hook to the body. There we go, man. Nice check left hook by Talon. We down to a minute in the first round. Robles is trying to do it. There we go. Check left hook by Talon. Nice. Straight right hand right over the top of that jab of Robles. Talon comes right over the top. There we go. There's a little bit of a clinch there. I'm assuming the referee's going to come in there and tell him to split him up. Robles trying to get some nice shots inside of that clinch. Refs asked them to stop, splitting them up. Salute to Joel in the building, man. Salute, Ken. What's good with you, family? There we go. Robles, nice body shot in that clinch. Robles playing a little bit dirty, holding him behind the head with that left glove and coming up the middle with those uppercuts. But if the ref ain't going to call it, listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, as I'm watching this whole entire thing develop, even with these shoulder injury accusations that's being put out there for Terrence Crawford, you know, I just, in my opinion, see a lot of people trying to put some information out there that's going to take away from the fight, right? It's going to make the fight not competitive, not worth watching. They're trying to build excuses. And it shows me that without a doubt, this fight in general, just Terrence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez has really exposed, allowed a lot of detractors who were in the bushes, who were in the dark, to come out and really show the world what the issue is with American boxing, right? And I think it's just interesting that this is coming out. And I think, you know, people are being exposed and voices are being exposed as toxic versus, you know, an asset to the space versus a liability to the space. And I think the powers that be are taking notice of what's really going on. Nice. They just shot a replay here of Talon catching Robles coming in with a nasty right hook, catching him right on the way in. That right hand seems to be finding Robles at will. Let me see. Kyle Fly says, any info on Alakel's and Riato's opponents? Yeah, I think that, hold on a second here. I think there is some information. I think we have opponents for them already. Hold on. If I'm correct, it should be on here. Right? So, yeah, Ryoto Susumi's fighting Martinez. I can't read his first name. And Alakel is fighting somebody with the last name Crawford right here. I can't see it, but it's right there in the thumbnail, right? Robles trying to rush in there and clear that range to get in that close range, but Talon doing a good job of measuring him and catching him coming in with straight right hands or check left hooks, or even, you know, walking into some clinches at times and staying on that jab. Robles fighting like the smaller guy in the ring, and Talon clearly fighting like the taller guy with the reach. Mikey Talon's finding this dude. Oh, there we go. Robles catches him with a jab. We down to a minute, 40 seconds left in the second round. Talon is operating well behind that jab and using that jab as a laser beam to guide that right hand right in as Robles comes in and tries to cross that range. You're seeing Talon find a lot of success with that right hand coming straight over the top, and even at times using that right hand to attack the body of Robles as Robles insists on, you know, risking or taking sacrifice to his own well-being to try to get some solid shots off to Talon. I don't think he's being that effective in it. No. No. There we go. Robles tries to take an opportunity to come over the top of the right hand. Talon controls that distance well and just catches him right down in the middle with a straight right hand of his own. Doing a good job of just maintaining that distance and really just outboxing Robles as Robles is trying to find a way into underneath and inside of the jab of Talon so he can do some work that body on the inside and work it up and try to end it with something powerful up top. Overhand right, probably. Yeah. Yup. There we go. Robles trying to feint, jab, and feint to the body. Nice actually from Robles. Feint to jab up top and come straight down the middle with straight right hand to the body. There goes Robles with a 3-punch combination. 2 shots to the body trying to end it up top. Talon able to back up out of that spot. We're down to 10 seconds left in the second round. Still Talon seems to be in control with that jab. Still using it to control what Robles is doing. End of the second round right there. If you ask me, I got a 2 rounds of zip. Joel says, hey Clay, I've been rocking with you for too long. I need my wrench, bro. Oh yeah, no doubt, bro. You're right. You right, man. You right. You all right, man. The reality is I'll be sleep at the wheel sometimes, brother. That's all it is. I'll be sleep at the wheel, bro. Literary Pharaoh says you might. I might what, Literary Pharaoh? I might what? Robles having a hard time, unable to bait Talon into a fight. He's feinting him. He's trying to catch him with these shots, but Talon's just doing a great job of using his feet to find those angles. That jab is just educated, and he's using that right hand like a laser beam as Robles continues to take risks to jump over the middle and try to close the space up. And there he goes, 1-2. There he goes again. Talon's just doing such a great job at taking advantage of this guy's height and honestly his IQ, to be honest with you. Literary Pharaoh, watching a fight on Ring Magazine to build up fight. Then we got Mikey Talon versus Christian Robles. This is just, I guess, some up and coming prospects that they're giving an opportunity to be on the big stage. 6-round fight right now. We're in round 3 right now. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in round 3. Watching the UK guy in the black and gold shorts put on a boxing clinic. To be honest with you, Robles looking for an opportunity to be exciting, but Talon's just doing a great job keeping him honest. Constantly resetting him, constantly just resetting him and just making him have to figure it back out as he tries to come in, pays the price, then he's back out there trying to figure out how to clear the space, trying to stay behind his jab, but them arms are just too short. And Talon's doing a great job of hitting him and standing in distance where he can't get hit. Wow, great work from Talon, catching him on the way out there. 2 3-punch combinations for every one shot that Robles is thrown at him. Robles tries to get under the jab, come over the top of the right hand. Talon's just gone before he even gets that hand away from his body. Yeah, beautiful, nice, man. What a left hook to the body by Mikey Talon. Woo! Knocks him on his ass. That was it. Straight right hand finally finds Robles and sits him on his pockets. Had to see that coming. Great shot right over the top. Robles seems to be okay. Ref giving him a 10 count. Looks like we're going to keep going on this one. Minute and 10 seconds left in this round. Ref says if you feel okay, we're going to go at it. Here we go. Back at it again. Man, Mikey Talon now finding a checking hook. Nice to the body. There we go. Straight right hand. Talon letting it go. Letting the hands go as Robles initiates a clinch right there. Talon doing such a great job of letting those hands go, finding this dude wherever he's at. This is a masterclass getting put on right here. Masterclass. Joel says, LOL, don't sleep at the wheel, literally, driver. That's all that matters, LOL, 100%. Man, Talon is just handing this dude his ass, man. There we go. Nice check left hook in the middle of that, right into the body. Turns him. We down to 12 seconds left in the third round. Talon staying on that jab. Robles looks like he's going to survive the round here, but still looks a little shaky, but looks like he's going to get through the round. Woo! Crazy overhand right by Talon. Misses him by inches. Yeah, they're going to get it together. Talon doing a great job. I can't imagine his corner saying anything else except for keep doing what you're doing, man. Working that jab, setting everything up behind that jab, and that straight right hand is there for you all night. Robles is taking, boom. What a nasty overhand right, straight down the middle, puts Robles right on his pockets. Boom, nice, the uppercut. Woo! Yeah, so Terrence Crawford debunks all of the shoulder injury narratives, sits out there and pretty much puts it out there that, yeah, both my shoulders, right? Money motivated. You watching that scrap? Good fight, right? Talon got them fundamentals, Kai, right? For sure. Literary Pharaoh, you can catch it on Ring Magazine on YouTube. Go on YouTube on Ring Magazine channel. You'll see the fight. Walaikum salam, freaking flyer. What's good, family? What's good? What's good, man? Good shooting, good spirits, man. Literally, but if I do that, I won't hear your commentary. You might have to watch it on your phone, man. You got to double it up between the phone and the computer. I know, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't know how else to watch it. Unless if you got the TV, I'm sure you could put it on the zone. I bet you the zone has it. I bet you the zone is playing it. Maybe even Netflix too. I don't know. No doubt, literary Pharaoh. There you go. There you go. There you go. Gotta be like MacGyver out here, bro. Gotta adapt and overcome. We down to 1:32 left in round 4 as Mikey Talon's putting on a boxing clinic in this fight here, really just showcasing his talents. His timing is beautiful. His jab, his footwork. He's got a beautiful jab, and he's laser guided missiles with that right hand coming over the top. Wherever that left hand touches, it's like a green dot. Allows Talon to follow that laser beam straight down the middle and just land right there. So much accuracy. And Robles is really trying to make this into a fight. Talon able to slow this down, keep him honest power, and hitting him with some pretty devastating shots. There goes Robles overextending again, trying to come over the top with these right hands. He got those short little T-Rex arms, doubling up, tripling up, and hitting nothing but air with those jabs. And Talon easily able to pick him off as he's coming in. No doubt Thomas Hill for sure. That's what I'm looking at. I'm definitely looking at that. There we go. Nice. Robles found his way inside with his own jab, double, tripled up on that jab, and was able to come in and execute a pretty decent body shot, but nothing that's really stopping or discouraging Talon to continue doing what he's doing, which is stay on that jab, hits him with a nice feint there, pulls in 2 jabs that hit nothing but air from Christian Robles. Back on that jab for Mikey Talon. Nice. Catches him coming in with a straight right hand as Robles tries to dip in and veer off to the left. Nice check left hook by Mikey Talon. Catches Robles right there. Robles trying to get back into that high guard. End of the 4th round. That's another round in the bag for Mikey Talon. Shut out as far as I'm concerned. Not to mention the 10-8 round in round 3 when he knocked him on his pockets. No doubt, Ray, for sure. Yeah, this is a decent little fight right here. Okay, that was it. Ooh. Woo-wee. is what it is, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing this media workout. I want to see what these guys are willing to show. Most of the time in these media workouts, you don't get to see a lot. These guys really just come out, show some face, and they go back in a fight like this. They probably don't want to showcase too much in the ring. If I see Canelo Alvarez really show a lot and really just, I'd expect him to come out and try to entertain his fans a little bit, give his fans what they're looking for. Him in rare form, doing some good work with good mitt work with Eddie Reynoso possibly. We'll get to see the physique maybe, right? Well, maybe we'll see him and see what, his body looks like. Pause. Pop Shop Talk. What is good, family? Salute, salute, salute. Salute, salute. We got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in round 5 as Robles continues to find something to try to make something happen. At this point, I'm pretty sure he understands he needs a knockout to win this fight. And he's sitting out in that distance trying to lean and feint Mikey Talent into a position where he can take advantage, but it's not working. Mikey Talent very comfortable from that outside, controlling the whole entire pace of this fight with his jab and his feints. Now having Robles try to come in and cross the middle, Mikey Talent comes right down the middle with straight right hand, catches him right there mid-range. Nice uppercut by Mikey Talent, hits gloves, but still, nice little setup. There we go. There we go. Doubles up the jab. Christian Robles doubles up that jab. Pop Shot Talk said, did you see Ron on the new Ring Insider giving nuggets? I definitely did, man. I think Ryan looked good up there. He did a good job, man. Really showed that he had that commentator in him, right? Like he could really speak on the sport. Ryan has his moments, right? He has his moments where he shows up and shows that maturity and shows his knowledge on the sport and shows that he belongs. That was definitely a moment for him, building with Max Kellerman and LaShawn McCoy up there for sure. And Mike Coppinger, of course. Ooh. God, I'm about to get up and make some coffee. One of those days. Today's such a crazy day, man. Such a crazy day. Pop Shop says that could be his new career. Boxing ain't it? LOL. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe Ryan can pull it out, man. Clay, I spoke offline to Angelo. I have a new respect for that brother. No doubt, Shelton. He's a good dude, man. Really into his boxing and really a warrior, right? I'm sure you talked to him about a lot about what he's kind of going through a little bit and what he's when he's up here on his channel, smiling and laughing with the whole space and building on his boxing. A lot of people in his same position wouldn't be so joyful, right, in that moment. But he's living every moment in a certain way. Gotta have respect for Angelo, man. Real warrior in his own right with the way he carries himself. People wouldn't even know that he's moving with that kind of energy, that he's dealing with that type of adversity. You know what I mean? Beth Anyal, salute, King. Hope everything's good, man. Good to see you in the building. Guys, remember, as we step in the building, let's hit that like button. Help the channel out in the algorithm. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and make sure you're subscribed to the channel as well. We're down. Is this round 5 or 6? This might be the championship round right here. No doubt, no doubt. Shout out to Angelo for sure, Kai. Chilling like a villain, Beth. That's what's up, man. Laid back in the cut. Hardly working. You know what I mean? Not working too hard. We are at the top of the 6th round. At this point, Christian Robles has to understand that he definitely needs a knockout to win this fight. Mikey Talent enjoying a very comfortable lead and also not feeling too threatened at all as his boxer. Woo, beautiful 1-2 right there. 1-3. What is that? 1-3, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Hit him with a left jab, caught him right up the middle with an uppercut right between the guard as he tried to jump in. Robles keeps on trying to jump in, and when he jumps in, Talon's able to time it out and catch him with uppercuts or straight right hands, meet him right halfway. He's able to take advantage of Robles, who's pretty much putting his chin in the air when he jumps forward trying to make something happen. Talon's able to take advantage of that. Shelton, you can actually catch this on YouTube on Ring Magazine, the channel, or I think Netflix might have it as well. You might want to check Netflix. Netflix might have it as well. Let me see if Netflix has it. Hold on. Let me see if Netflix got it. I don't see it on Netflix. Yeah, you definitely can catch it on Ring Magazine, the YouTube channel. We're at 1 minute and 20 seconds pretty much left in the 6th round. End of the round. Mikey Talon just protecting that lead, standing behind that jab. And if Robles tries to jump and get too excited, Mikey Talon has no problem humbling him and getting him back together. Nice feint down. We down to 1 minute left in the 6th round. Robles looks like he's pretty much ran out of any options. Doesn't really have anything that he can effectively put together. Just hopefully catching overconfident Mikey Talon able to do something with him, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Easy win for Mikey Talon as far as I'm concerned. Down to 30 seconds left here. Easy win. Easy win. Down to 20 seconds left here in the 6th round. Overhand right by Robles connects right there, but really grazes him, to be honest with you. Doubles up on the jab, comes right over with a right hand. Nice uppercut. Puts Robles down again. Catches Robles on the way in with a nice uppercut. About 10 seconds left in the round. The round's pretty much about done. Puts him down with that uppercut. He gets saved by the bell, in my opinion. Talon just able to find him and just connect with those shots. It's the end of the fight right now. Mikey Talon puts on a clinic masterclass against Christian Robles. Really shows and puts the whole entire boxing space on notice. Good boxer. Great boxer. On the zone as well, okay. Yep. That was a good little fight right there. Good little scrap. Put that boy down. Look like Bambi legs. Nice uppercut right up the middle. Good fight right down the middle. I'm going to put the link out there if anybody wants to come up. Really just came on today just to call the fights. Really just being patient and waiting for the media workouts and the press conference tomorrow to kind of find out where everybody's at. I think they had a couple of interviews today, though. Lester Martinez might have gotten interviewed as well. I'm expecting that fight to be a great fight with Christian and Billy. Let's see how Christian and Billy deals with an athletic puncher like himself, but also who brings a decent boxing IQ. Lester Martinez has a very decent boxing IQ, obviously coming out of that Bomac camp over there with Terrence Crawford and those guys. Christian and Billy's been known to be a little bit of a bully, heavy puncher. That condition is probably going to get tested. We'll see what kind of answers Christian and Billy has for a fighter like Lester Martinez. What up? No.
What's up, man? My bad. I had to come in here with an interest, man. I was trying to come in here on my Miguel Cotto look. You know what I mean? Pause.
I see you.
I wanted to come in here looking like I was getting in the ring.
No doubt, man. It was goody. Yeah. You watch this little fight right now?
I heard you talking about it. I definitely heard you. I was too busy finishing my how you say it? I'm trying to use the right phrase. my refresher name.
Okay. Salute Fight Sports. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, guys. Thanks for having me on, as always. It's great to be back.
No doubt, man. It's always a pleasure to have you, man. Are you catching any of these fights?
Which one, the undercards or?
Yeah, well, it's there's some fights going on right now on Ring Magazine on YouTube. Some free fights, I guess. You know what I mean? That they're putting together.
I haven't been watching them because it's morning here in New Zealand, so I'll have to be heading out soon. And because of the time difference, the way when these kind of fights pop up, I usually catch what I can in the evenings. But yeah, everybody's talking about Canelo Crawford. Suddenly we have Shouldergate. Just immediately thought of Pacquiao Mayweather, but I'll just say this: I don't buy it. I think that's pretty dubious thing to come out last minute.
Yeah, man. I think people are just talking, and people are just trying to. I dare I say it? I just feel like people just would rather see this event fail, right? Like they just want to see the event fail for whatever, which is just kind of crazy. I don't understand, man. But people are what they are. I mean, you just can't put no reason or rhyme to it. But people do kind of have this like instinctive want and need to see this fail, see this not succeed. I don't know. It is what it is. Ray, you heard about Charlie Kirk? Oh, okay, he got caught up. Fight Sports. So you heard about Charlie Kirk?
Oh, I did. I mean, again, just time difference. I wake up and I check. First thing I go to see YouTube when I got my coffee and it says Charlie Kirk shot. I'm like, what the flying hell? And yeah, you see the video. Yeah, you feared the worst, and oh god, it's just. And yeah, I'll make this very brief. But it happened after that monster stabbed that Ukrainian woman on the train. It's just horrible.
Exactly. It is, man. It's sad, man. It's a sad space, man. That's sad.
Yeah.
To watch that happen like that, that is extra sad, bro. Super unnecessary. Super unnecessary, man. Just fallen state, man. People just don't care, man. People don't care.
And well, yeah. I'm just I don't. Anytime a very heated political topic is brought up, it's very easy to go off. But this is not a political channel. But
exactly.
Yeah,
it's not. You know what I mean? But it is just the world. And I think for me, what it translates to is just a little bit of this social media space. People really just, you just don't know who's who when you're doing things like this, like what we do, right? You know what I mean? I'm on here talking on the internet. My face is over here, sharing opinions on whatever my truth is, however I feel about things. And you got a lot of people who take things really personally out there. And you thinking it's a fair play world where people could just respect opinion. No, but you got people who are really emotionally invested in these fighters in these moments. Their personal lives really aren't interesting enough for them to be more concerned about that. And they want to do something to you. They can, because you can see you. They can see you. You can't see them. The reality is, whoever hit Charlie Kirk, he probably never met him before, never seen him before, right? Has no idea who they are. Just somebody who didn't like how he represents himself on the internet.
And the biggest tragedy after the fact is, aside from what you just mentioned, is that the narratives that are going to be created after this.
100%.
I mean, just there's going to be people, certain people, and I followed you on Instagram, Clay. So I think actually we would probably agree on a lot of political things, but a lot of people on one side who are going to call for gun control. There are going to be a lot of people. I call these people the conspiratard brigade, who say that there's a conspiracy behind every corner, like certain people, and I mean, I won't go into that here, but
right.
There's going to be people who, and then there's going to be people who use this as reason to say, well, people on one side killed somebody who I liked, so I'm going to take it out on them. It's just the biggest tragedies after these kind of things is that people, it's more likely to cause more division. And it's just,
that's exactly what it's
there's nothing good that comes out of this.
Nah, not at all, man. We do a lot better without it. We do a lot better without it, man. It would have been a way better day if that wouldn't have happened, right? So we've got I don't know what weight class this fight's going to be at here. We got Skylar Lacey in the ring here. I missed his record, but these guys look like they're probably like middleweights, maybe even a little bigger than that, maybe super middleweights. Some big dudes. Skylar look like he don't give a damn about a damn.
Interesting. Is this are these guys like fringe contenders or?
Yeah, it looks like. Oh no, damn! This dude look like a damn heavyweight. What the hell kind of fight is this? This must be a heavyweight fight or something. This guy right here got some more cruiserweight. What? 3 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws, 3 knockouts. All right, so this guy from Havana, Cuba, is coming in to showcase something out here. So I'm assuming we're going to see this Yohandy Torek. Yohandy Torek's probably going to knock this dude clean out. That's probably what's expected here. You know how they make. You know how styles make fights. Shout out to Country Q. Said Clay, I had to disconnect from some folks who trying to trash the weekend of boxing, just negative energy. Yeah, you're right. They just are. They're programmed. There's something going on, and these people really find they find some need to trash the fight this weekend. I don't get it. Somebody's I think it's you, Ray. I can hear myself, or it's too loud or something.
Oh yeah. My bad. I got you on the phone.
Okay.
For some reason, my sound ain't coming in all the way on my YouTube. It just started popping up though. I think it's mine.
Yeah.
Yes, me. All right, finally started working. I don't know what happened.
I don't know if it was a heavyweight fight or a cruiserweight. Yeah, it's a heavyweight fight. Definitely a heavyweight fight. Okay.
Yeah, I kicked the plug, man. So, I did it to myself, bro.
Yeah.
I was sitting here. Boop. I was like, darn, man. So I had to re-plug everything back in.
So we've got Johan Torek and Skylar Lacey fighting in a heavyweight fight there. Skylar Lacey trying to stay on that front foot, on that jab. And Torek seems to have that patience, that poise, probably coming from that Cuban amateur background. So he's probably a very good boxer, good timing. Yeah, he seems to be taking this very one step at a time, using his jab and throwing hooks off that jab, just kind of peppering Sky a little bit as he sees fit, and just trying to get that timing down. Jabbing to the body, doubles up the jab to the top. Skylar trying to stay on his toes and stay on that jab, following up with some right hands. The Cuban Yohandy Torek doing a good job of just keeping his head off that line and making him pay. Doing a great job moving his head off that line when Skylar's throwing them jabs. Really just pity-patting with those jabs. I don't know if he's trying to find the distance and set him up with that right hand, but it's really not discouraging Yohandy at all. So Yohandy continues to walk him down, hitting him up with single and double jabs, and just stays in that high guard as he comes in, moving that head off the line. Keeping it very easy and simple, laid back. You watching the fight, Ray?
Yeah.
If I could just mention one thing, just because it's flying under the radar, obviously, because it's a Canelo fight week with Crawford, but that is Naoya Inoue versus Muradan Akhmadaliev.
Yes, sir. On Sunday.
Last year, one of the first videos I did that got attention was about Inoue. Huge fan. I like not just him as a fighter, but his legacy as well. I think he can truly. He's not quite there yet, but I think he's a guy who can go down as one of the greats of any weight division in any era. And I do believe this will be his toughest fight since he actually moved up to bantamweight, because Tapala's was. He's fought some French contenders. Tapala's was pretty easy for him. A lot of the mandatories weren't on his level, whereas Akhmadaliev, he's a very skilled boxer. He's an Olympian. His only loss was very, very controversial and close. And yeah, I think Inoue is going to be challenged in this fight, which doesn't normally happen. So I would definitely, anybody who has missed it because it's Canelo Crawford, check it out. I don't know what time it is because these Japanese cards are always on a bit of kind of crazy times, but definitely worth watching.
Yeah. No doubt. I agree with you. I think it's going to be an interesting fight. But I think he's just going to fall short because he's just shorter, got them short arms. He's going to have to. I think Inoue's going to get him.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this fight. I was going to say, think so.
No, not this fight.
But yeah. Yeah, anyway, MJ is going to be a great fight. I don't know, man. Short arms also pack good power, Clay.
100%.
So you know what I mean. It can, it has its pluses and minuses. This dude Lacey, man, need to learn how to move his head off the line, which you was referring to earlier about Turret, and he needs to learn how to double up on that feint then jab because he ain't really putting too much pressure on him, and you can see it. He's too stiff. I mean, you can see it coming.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna get hit right into the chest or into the lower part of the chin. Well, chin is the lower part of the head, but regardless, he gonna get hit right in the button, as they call it.
I'm gonna head off, guys, but I'll catch you later on this week before the fight.
And hey, Fight Sports Talk. I'm sorry I dropped off when you came in, man. My bad. How you doing? How's the weather?
Yeah,
I missed the question. So,
well, the weather's actually better now than it's been the last few days. We've had some, that the time when you're expecting spring summer weather and it gets rainy.
okay.
I actually noticed last night because I haven't used them for so long, one of my wiper blades needs replacing. So. Yeah, but now the weather's good today, and looking forward to it. But I'll catch you guys later on this week before the fights, and always great to be on.
All right,
guys.
Great to have you on. Yeah, man.
My bad. I was trying to get up here and save you, man. I was doing my best. I was like, Clay gets tired. He long.
You see me tired? Well, it threw me off just dude getting killed like that in front of on camera like that was crazy, man. Yeah. That was intense, bro. Did you see it?
No.
It was sad, bro. Yeah, you know who it is, right?
Where?
Charlie Kirk.
No.
He just assassinated that dude on camera, bro. At a one of those pep rally things he be doing at the college campuses, bro.
Oh man.
In front of everybody, bro. Crazy.
Stop.
Brother.
Damn, Clay.
That's crazy.
That will throw you off. I was sleeping. So, and I really stay away from a lot of media stuff, man. But
my boy sent it to me immediately when it happened. It happened like at 12 o'clock, and it was just like, yo, what is this? I can't believe it was crazy, bro. It just really it seemed like unnecessary, you know what I'm saying? Like it just seemed like man, the world's going crazy, you know what I'm saying? I just sent it to you.
Yeah.
Yo, this Yohandy Torak, yeah, man, he's not that impressive. I know he has 3 knockdowns, but
oh yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah.
Wow.
You see that?
Yeah, I know who he is, but he's very controversial, man, and people don't like that. You either tell the truth or you controversial. Creates problems with 2 different sides, man. It's like,
yeah, he spoke his truth, right? Like he wasn't always there to be agreed with on everything. Like,
I'm glad you said that. Yes, he's very into his beliefs and nothing else. But that wasn't worth it, man. Yeah, he goes around to all the colleges. He talks to the kids and welcomes the debates all the time.
That's what happens when you put yourself out there like that.
Yep.
And that's what I was saying. I was speaking on a little bit earlier just to say that, as influencers on social media and you're speaking your truth and you're being bold and, you're speaking your truth. But there's people out there, whoever did this to him, I promise you, somebody he doesn't know, he's never met. He's probably never even spoken to them before in any kind of way or capacity. And,
just said something they ain't like. Got no feelings about it. Hurt somebody's feelings,
Sad, bro.
And it's crazy because I was listening about the with the what's the name coming up, and I'm not going to say what I want to say, but they're doing a lot of protection around here in the tri-state, New York tri-state, New Jersey tri-state area, doing a lot of protection for the city, due to the fact that you got the this attack over there that just happened in Qatar, which I really don't understand, the reasoning behind it. They said what it was, but I'm not there to judge. I have my opinions, but I'm not there to judge on actions, political.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think that with all that violence, it creates more violence. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
one person speaking about it or giving their opinion against it or agreeing with it can turn into that situation.
Yeah.
It really can.
Salute, KD.
I mean, just to say it clearly, and for everybody listening, people have done worse to people for less.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so I mean, just keep your head on the swivel, man. Every day, enjoy your life and give it all your 100, man. Give it your all. What's
100%.
up, KD?
100%, family.
And salute to everybody that said what's up to me, man. Clay. I hit that thing. I got a button on the side of my thing. I hit the button, but I knocked the plug out the wall. I was trying to figure out what was going, so I hit the reset button. And I knocked the plug out, man. I was kind of mad, man. Yes, life should be cherished every moment. Absolutely.
Always.
Like people, that's why I was telling Clay, I read a book a long time ago, Don't Sweat the Small Stuff, man. And people will take something that happens in 2 seconds and they'll hold on to it for 5 days. Like they let it ruin their whole day and then they dwell on it and then they keep pondering and then they wonder what can make it better. Sometimes listen, we all human. We all have those things that happen, especially when we are the ones that create the circumstances, but we try to think what we could have done to make it better. I'm a victim of that myself. But we also have to understand that the small things in life are there to teach us. They're not there to, you know what I mean, make us regret or second guess.
Dragonfly. Yeah. But it's so funny because gratitude is something that's taken lightly. Because there's always when you got family, when you got people in good health, when you got a home, when you got food in your fridge, the small insignificant things that just seem like naturally they should be there. When big things happen, you forget about those things and you want to act like your world is over. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? But it's like, hold up, bro. You got clothes on your back. You could take a shower. You got electricity in your house. Your kids are all where you can see them and reach. You know what I mean? Being a pain in your ass, which is a good thing, which means that they're alive and well. You know what I'm saying? Right. You got somebody to love on, you know what I'm saying? You just got more than a lot of other people just don't have. And no matter how bad your situation is, perspective is key, man.
Right.
And your mind state makes a big difference on how quickly you can get through it or how long it's going to drag as far as that moment in time. And just remembering it's a moment in time, right? It's hours, a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks, whatever it is, it's temporary. Eventually, if you stand fast, you'll make it over that hill and see something. You get an opportunity because as long as you wake up, right?
Speedboat. In other words, it's a speedboat. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just some are 1 inch, some are 4 inches. Is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yes, absolutely. I'm glad you can join us. As a matter of fact, we're gonna stop using. I don't want to say using, but I want to call you guys the community, man. Because shout out to Showbiz, you are community. You know what I mean? You are people that come here with what's up, Ryan? You are people that come here with the greatness of your hearts and enjoy the space with us. You know what I mean? As a community. I'm not looking at you guys any different than anyone else out here. The power of the internet is ours together, and we share it. So, in this community that Clay has built and allowed me to come up here with him and share a little spotlight to my life, I'm glad I'm able to do it with y'all, man. I mean, if we can go as long as say we can say we family, but we use the word community because my wife will walk in and be like, I don't know these people, but sometimes women like that. Yeah. I hope she didn't hear me, but
it is what it is.
But yeah, man,
this dude working his jab. This fight, he's not gonna. Yeah, I'm not impressed with him.
No.
I mean, Torak. I mean, I know he's got an undefeated record, but first of all, he's fat. And secondly, he moves slow, just like I mean, nice jab.
He's landing. He's got to use the overhand right.
He's just one shot at a time. He doesn't have any type of a punch combinations that he's putting together. He's just going for straight shots. He's either going for that jab or he's ripping off to the body. And one thing that this guy Skylar Lacey is doing very well is he's doubling up on that jab. And he's following with right hands, and he's also moving off the line when he lets his hands go. So as sloppy as it looks, he's not that impressive. He's giving this dude Torak everything he can handle. Like, that dude can't do nothing. There he goes. He tries to double up on that jab, but Skylar able to just easily just get out of the distance and boom, catch him with a jab right on the chin right there.
We tell Skylar he's Tom and Jerry though. Like, is he keeping his space enough and moving way off the line, like everybody say? I've been noticing he backing up the whole time and he turning and moving.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Is he Tom and Jerry? He just got the range to actually keep him at bay. It's actually funny when I look at this. It looked like a big version of Gamboa.
Yeah, he does look like swole ass Gamboa. They both from Cuba too. Salute my brother Shelton Moore in the building. What's good, Shelton?
What's up, man?
Fellas, I just got bombarded with the Charlie Kirk thing. So,
isn't that crazy to see that happening to 2025? See that happen right on.
Look, bro. The guy's, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. The guy's an idiot. He's a moron. But he has the right to his opinion. You don't need to shoot him.
That's crazy.
Why would you? It makes no sense, man. Now you've made him. If he dies, he's a martyr. Somebody's gonna take up his cause and run with it. And if he lives, he's super famous, and now he's gonna run for office. You have this idiot somewhere.
He passed.
It's just crazy, man.
He passed. He ain't make it. He passed.
Oh, he passed.
He passed away.
Condolences to his family. Condolences to his family, bro. But that was. Did you see the video?
Yes, he wasn't gonna make it.
Yeah, he meant to do that. He meant to make sure he didn't make it. That was an ugly shot. He made sure.
He hit him right in the heart, bro. Right in the heart.
Yeah, you're gone.
That was head up right in the heart.
Condolences to his family, bro. That's so sad, man. Just your opinion, your mouth got you killed. That's crazy. Because he wasn't. It wasn't like he was a needle mover like that. He wasn't pushing the culture, and he wasn't doing anything. Man.
He was somewhat of a needle mover.
I don't think so.
He just talked a lot. He just talked a lot. He's like Candace Owens. Candace Owens don't move no needles. He just talks a lot.
Okay, then if you don't think Candace Owens is, then okay, fine.
Nah, nobody gives a shit about what she said.
He's not. He was trying to get to the level of Sean Hannity and all them. Right. He wasn't on that.
But like we said, bro. Hey, Ray, like we said, bro. Condolences to his family, bro.
Yeah. But it's not worth it, man.
31 years old, bro. 31 years old, bro. That dude was like a damn near a child, bro. Like in
exactly, bro.
Married, kids.
Yes. It's so sad, man. Over your opinion. That's why. Hey, look what just happened. Look what just happened, fellas. I think it was 2-3 months ago. The two YouTubers had a beef.
Oh yeah, and he caught the guy in Vegas right on the strip.
And the one YouTuber went to Vegas where the other YouTuber was. And the YouTuber that was beefing with him found out he was in Vegas and ran up on him and shot him and his wife and killed them both.
Crazy.
Over YouTube beef. Gotta be careful, man. This shit is wild. This age we live in, these people they can't control their emotions. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro.
It is. A lot of us gotta be like able to square things away, man. Let that stuff go. Nobody's life is worth that. And I was telling Clay,
boxing talk. Come on. But you know the era. We grew up in, fellas. We be in the barbershop testing each other out, right?
Yep. On the basketball court.
As soon as we walk out the door, that shit's over.
Period.
Yep. Fighting on the court. As soon as you leave the park, that shit's over.
Yep.
They could have been fighting on the court. Hands got put on each other, everything. When the game's over, it's done. They ain't kumbaya, but next week they'll be in that same damn court playing again, bro. Straight up.
We go, back in our day, we go grab some 40s, smoke a blunt, and we on our way home.
That's it.
We on our way home.
Right.
These people get in
Game over. But yeah, these guys right here, bro, I hope they're not saying that this is the future of the heavyweight division, bro. Please don't.
Oh no.
Nah, this fight right here is a fight I'm sure Turkey's looking at like, yeah. Go ahead and you ever see what's his name? Is it Keon Cole, the comedian?
Yeah.
His name?
Yeah.
And Keon has a
Keon Cole,
routine he does when he's on the mic and he's got the paper and he's reading the jokes and he's trying to figure out. He's like, I'm just gonna test some of my jokes out here, see which one I'm gonna keep. And he'll do a joke, and if the joke don't hit, you see him look at the paper and he'll be like, oh hell no, okay. He's like, that one ain't working at all. And this is one of them for Turkey. This is Turkey looking at the paper like Turkey, like not that.
You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna use these guys as like backups. Like these gonna be guys that's gonna be sitting. You know what I mean? He'll keep them busy on lower cards. You know
I don't think so. I don't think this guy. That dude is sucking air right now in that corner right now. They're trying to resuscitate this dude. Ice on his neck. They're trying to get this dude to breathe.
Let me ask you guys this. Since I got you both here, let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. Are these the type of guys we gonna see in that TKO league?
That was my next thing.
I think at the end of the day, and Dana spoke on this, right? Dana White actually spoke on it yesterday, I think, and kind of talked about what he planned on doing with the TKO league. And he spoke on the fact that it's going to be a lot. He's going to be building up stars and building up prospects into contenders. And the guys who make it through the gauntlet, find the best and do the great things. He said he's going to be taking them over to Turkey. You know what I mean? For Turkey to put on ring mag. So this is actually going to be like a contender series, like combine almost for up and coming fighters. So what they're doing is they're working a system through this TKO business model to build fighters up that they actually plan on dumping into the sanctioning body system. So they're still going to be accessing and using the WBC, WBA, WBO, IBF. You know what I'm saying? They're just building up fighters to put in.
Yeah, almost like that World Cup series for the WBC.
Yeah. So there's actually a purpose. They're actually working it together. They're not just replacing. They're not replacing. They're adding. They're building a combine, like a contender series, to build fighters up for the next generation of fighters.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like a B league.
Yeah, 100%. A legitimate B league, like a legitimate B league that on
farm system.
If you do well in it, you have access. You have a road. You have a path to the A league because there's a connection there.
As I said, farm system is a better word.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I like that farm system. Yeah. So it's gonna be good, man.
That little body shot was the weirdest jump hook I've ever seen in my life.
Did you see? You got to see the other fight though. The fight that came on before this one was a good fight. Mikey Talon versus Christian Robles. That was a good fight, bro.
Yeah,
good fight. Good boxing. We're at the 6th round. Thank God. Minute 40 seconds left in the 6th round. We can hurry up and get past this nonsense. Yeah, these guys are not it. Homeboy, you need to just go on a diet, man. You need to get
that Talon fight.
You liked it?
Talon versus Robles. That was a good fight, man. You missed a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one, right?
I heard you talking about it. Look, I got this button right here. I can just go right back to that fight.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it if you watch it. Talon put on a real clinic.
I mean, this ain't doing nothing for me, so I can go right back to it and be like, oh, okay.
Probably should go back to it.
Yeah, man.
That dude had his hands on his knees, bro. That dude is big for nothing, man.
Did you see Bud? Did you see Bud's interview today with Max Kellerman?
Yeah. No, I didn't see the one with Max Kellerman. I gotta watch that. I didn't see the one with Max. No, I didn't see that one.
Oh my God, you gotta check that one out, brother. The brother was so calm. I mean, he was just calm.
Listen, man, I love the way Bud carries himself because Bud is in a place where he's like, I done did everything. There's no one that's been turned. Like, I'm ready to fight, bro. I'm either gonna win or I'm not gonna win. And I'm going in here believing I'm gonna win. Like, I'm nice. Like, I think from his point of view, is Canelo going to have to be as nice as y'all say he is to beat me, bro? Like, he's not getting no easy wins over here, bro. I'm really not trying to hear none of that. So if your boy's about to show you he's the best fighter, your boy is about to show you he's the best fighter in the world if he beats me. That's what
you know. What's so funny about you saying that? You know what's so funny about you saying that, Quinn? Is because I thought I was the only person that thought he was saying that. I've been saying that for longer. I think Bud is saying, y'all think this dude is Superman. I don't see that. I don't see this dude as being all that.
Right.
I think I can beat this little motherfucker.
Yeah, he's saying he's gonna have to be Superman. He better be Superman. If he's anything less than Superman, I'm busting him to the white meat. He better be Superman. Like this dude better be everything y'all said he was.
I said this to Ray, I think 2 weeks ago. Somebody gonna have to show me they can beat Bud.
Period. That's it.
You have to show me you can beat him.
That's the only way. You ain't got to show me you can beat Canelo.
Now, if you can beat him, Canelo beat. See, I'm not like the rest of these dudes, right? I'm not like the rest of these dudes where if you beat him, now I'm gonna start saying snack and he's on drugs. No. If you can beat Bud, you can fucking beat him. I just don't think anybody can beat him.
Right.
Listen, I think if anybody can beat him, it would be somebody like Canelo.
100%.
That's it.
100%.
And I'm keeping that 100. And I'm not telling you that I think Canelo beats him, but it has to be somebody.
Now here's my counter.
Yeah. You probably gonna say what I was just about to elaborate.
Now here's my counter to that. Does this Canelo? Here's my counter. Does this Canelo that we have now beat him, or do we need the Canelo that fought Jacobs or Triple G the second time? Do we need that Canelo to beat him?
Well, here's the counter to that.
Because this guy ain't that guy.
Here's the counter to that one. Has Canelo fought anybody other that made him have to be in the spirit of wanting to try so hard to win and have to go to the level to defeat them where he need? Remember when Coach Calvin said, "I need somebody to go make him dig in his bag," talking about Javante. I need somebody to make him get in his
right.
Is Bud the guy that made Canelo get in his bag? Look at all the moves he's made. Look how that guy came in the ring, slim and trim. Like he's going in his bag, bro. Like I'm not telling you that I'm not defending Canelo. Absolutely not. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, we can't. Like I said, this could be like this guy. If anybody can do it, it's going to be this guy, right?
Is that Andre Berto right there?
In the ring with him? No.
Is that Andre Berto?
No, that guy's name is Fernando something. He's actually he used to be Francis Ngannou's trainer when Francis Ngannou was mixed martial arts.
He looks just like Berto. Am I lying? He looks just like Berto.
He looks. I'll be honest with you. He look like Berto's. Rest in peace, bro. He look like Berto's dad, bro. To me.
Yeah. He does.
He look like Berto's dad, man. He look like Berto's dad, man.
A split draw.
A split draw? Yeah, that works for me. I don't think either one of them dudes anything special.
That's funny.
Let them both go on. I don't know if anybody deserves a victory, bro. They both deserve losses, to be honest with you. So I'm good with the split draw.
Yeah.
I'm good with the split draw.
Get out of here.
Yeah, they both for trash. Both of them got it.
Extra basura, bro. Straight basura, bro. Both of them, man.
But yeah. To Ray's point, Clay. I think the last person that made him have to really go into his bag was probably Triple G, bro. It was probably Triple G.
Yeah, and I want people to understand that
after the first fight,
with the Triple G fight, that was a slugger, a punch. You know what I mean? Like that was a different kind of fight, but definitely Triple G made him go in his bag. And the first fight, as far as I'm concerned, Triple G beat him. I believe Triple G beat him in the first fight.
I thought Triple G beat him 9-3 personally. I thought Triple G beat him 9-3, Ray.
And that's why he had to go back and revisit that fight and go in his bag because Triple G made it look so easy, to say the least.
Now, let me ask you this first with you, Clay. I want to ask you this first.
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted your opinion on this.
Yes, sir.
Why did he never rematch Bivol?
It was Bivol didn't want to come down. And he didn't want to go.
No. It was the other way around.
I'm sorry.
Bivol wanted to come down. Bivol said there was no use in me fighting him again and giving him a shot at my titles. I want to go down to 168 and fight him for his titles. And Canelo said, nah.
Exactly. Canelo said I would go up and fight him, but I don't want to go down. I don't want him coming down. And he didn't want to fight Canelo. He didn't believe it was worth fighting Canelo.
Yeah,
so he didn't want Bivol
to come and take this.
So he didn't want Bivol to prove that it was no fluke.
Exactly. Bivol was about to show him brother, I'm about to box you in your weight class division, so ain't gonna be no size difference. Ain't gonna be you trying to be great, you daring to be great. No, I'm coming down there to become undisputed in the super middleweight division, and then I'm gonna go fight all them people that you scared to fight.
Yeah.
I told people after the first Bivol fight, they were like, "Oh man, he's gonna." I said, "He will never get in the ring with that guy again, ever." He understands what he was in the ring with. He knows there's nothing I can do against this guy. I can't beat this guy.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Too big, too long, too active. I can't beat this guy. I'm not fighting him again.
Signature.
Because if you remember, Ray, when he went up there, he had 3 choices. Because there was 3 people with the belt. Am I right, Clay?
Where in the light heavyweight division?
Yeah, there was 3 people at the belt when he first went up there. There was Kovalev.
It was
Kovalev.
Bivol. It was Beterbiev.
Yeah.
And Beterbiev. Who'd he pick?
Who'd he pick? The oldest.
He picked the old guy who had just went through a war 10 months ago.
With the alcohol.
He picked that guy.
With the alcoholic. Who was
the drunk? Alcoholic. Yeah, he picked the drunk guy. Yeah, he picked the drunk guy.
Who just,
Sheldon, you are going down a very turbulent road, right? Because what you're basically saying is we can go to multiple moments, and we're talking about a pattern of what people say thinks he goes up to challenge himself. We can show examples of when he's moved away from challenge. Whenever the real challenge has been there, Canelo has found a way around that challenge. Whether it was leaving the division, whether it was not fighting Demetrius Andrade, whether it was leaving the division before Jamal, whether it was picking Kovalev, whether it was jumping into a division at 168 after David Benavidez got his belt stripped for him and he knew he was going to have to fight him. You know what I'm saying? He's found his way around these fights. And, once again, not to go down the lane of calling Canelo Alvarez a cherry picker, right? Because he's accomplished some great things. But I think without a doubt, Canelo Alvarez hit a point in his life when he started to make money. And for him, he says, I have nothing left to really prove. I'm going to go the route strategically that's going to get me the accolades and paint me as a face of boxing. But he wasn't really trying to, when it came time to rematch Dimitri Bivol on that loss, he didn't do that. He didn't take that fight. When it came time to fight David Benavidez, he didn't take that fight. When he went into the light heavyweight division, like my guy Shelton said, and he had an opportunity to fight the best, he didn't fight the best. He fought Kovalev. He took an easy title. Now, he ultimately went in there to fight Dimitri Bivol. He did. He went for it. But in that fight as well, he gave up. You saw him give up. You saw him get frustrated with the problems that Dimitri Bivol was giving. You saw what he did. He shelled up, laid on the ropes, tried to invite him in to get hit. He did not push the pace or push the issue and try to win that fight. He tried to survive that fight very early in that fight. By round 3 or 4, he kind of realized there's nothing.
Keep in mind, though, he came up for 160 to go to 175. It wasn't like he stopped at 168 first.
Mm-hmm.
He jumped up, so to fight the oldest guy. So let's 100%. Be respectful to that.
No, 100% respect.
Okay. No. Okay, ready?
Hold on.
It's your turn. It's your turn.
Shelton, before you think I'm trying to diminish everything Clay said, I'm not. I'm just.
No, you're not saying that you're trying to diminish it.
Oh, okay, I'm just putting perspective. I'm not trying to counter
it. Okay. And that's why I'm asking you. I asked Clay.
Okay.
Now I'm asking you, Ray. Why did he not rematch Bivol?
Why did he rematch Bivol?
Why didn't he?
Listen, because the money would have been right. Because he got, he's the biggest payday. So I don't know. That's a great question.
Right. He's the money guy. So let's take that out. He's the money guy. So let's take that out. Canelo's the money guy.
Let me tell you my thoughts, actually. Right? He had the franchise belt, which allowed him to move in and out the divisions, keep his titles.
Leon McDonald.
And I think that he was able to utilize that since he lost, to just keep pushing his career and catch Bivol sleeping. That's what I thought he was waiting for, because he wanted the rematch. But he was trying to catch him sleeping, because he was going to wait for him to get that title back. Get that he was actually talking about fighting him after when he unified. And I remember I was telling Clay, I was like, "Yo, he gonna get in the way of Benavidez and keep away up there."
A little pop shop.
What's up?
What's good? What's good, my brothers?
What's up? Let Ray Cook finish cooking though, because Ray over here giving excuses for Canelo not fighting Dimitri Bivol. Go ahead, Ray.
No, I ain't giving
break it down for us.
I ain't giving no excuses. No excuses. I didn't say that.
No,
I said that he went up there. He said he was gonna fight him. He just did. So what I thought, and what he did are two different things. What he said is he gonna fight him. What I said is that I don't think he fought him because of the franchise belt, which allowed him to move around. He just chose to duck away at that time. But Canelo. I said that. He was looking for the easier fight. He was waiting for the right time. And the right time
he wanted to rematch Dimitri Bivol immediately. He wanted to. But when he saw Dimitri Bivol was going to come down to his weight class, why didn't he take that fight in a weight class, number one, that, if anything, would have given Canelo Alvarez the advantage? Because he would have had Dimitri Bivol cutting weight to come down. Why did he not take that fight? Why did he not accept the terms and conditions of that fight?
Okay, so now you're loading the question up, right?
No, I'm just saying.
No, it is because this question was different.
What I'm saying is he had an opportunity.
No. That's the original question. Yeah. That's all encompassing of the original question. Okay, why did he not rematch Bivol?
Jumped up in here. Two bald black guys jumping me in the corner, bro. It's all good. That's the
worst place for you to be, brother.
I know, you're right. Listen, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you. I'm going to tell you this. Why he did it is up to Canelo to answer that question, because I'm not even going to attempt to answer that question.
You a damn politician.
Yo, that's a potato with all the toppings.
You a damn politician. You running for president?
Because I know that's going to stink. Nah.
Boy, that boy Ray Davis jumped into
his
politics bag.
It's your turn.
That boy did like
the question is, why did Alvarez not rematch Bivol?
See, different question.
I just think he's afraid of the challenge. I just think he probably thought he was going to lose. He didn't have any answers in the last fight. I figure he just didn't want to, chance tarnishing his legacy.
Yeah, he didn't want to lose those belts, man. He didn't want to lose his leverage. He didn't want to lose his brand that he built around being King Nello.
Well, I tried to say that when I was interrupted. I was telling you that I didn't think he
No, you didn't. No, don't try that. Hey, you guys. Hold on one second. Hey, I got to take this call. I'm going to come right back. Drop the link again.
I was saying, with the franchise belt, he was able to move around. He didn't want to lose that possibility to fight him at 168, because at 168, he had no wiggle room. If he lost everything. If he fought him at 175 and he rematched him and lost, he still would have been able to keep that franchise belt and move where he wanted to go.
I rock with that.
And that's what I was saying before I was.
I feels like you. Yes, to keep it short and simple. Yes, I agree with you. I think it was strategy. It was chess, not checkers. But I think if we simplify it, he knew that man could beat him and take away his belts, bro, and he didn't fight him because of the fear of losing. And the only reason I think Shelton's bringing that up is to speak to the man's actual warrior spirit. And I know because the warrior spirit would have gotten his lick back. It would, if it was because the opportunity was there, and he would have accepted the fact that I lost the first fight. And if this guy's only going to give me a rematch at the risk of my belts and coming down to my weight class, if you really believed you could win that fight, if you really believed you were who you said you were, you would have fought him at 168 and you put your belts on the line. The reality is the politics, which is what you're talking about, Ray Davis, the leverage, the pieces that he held and his ability to move around, which I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. I think you put it in perspective. You was nice about it because in a way you kind of painted Canelo as not ducking, just strategically moving. Being smart, but he's ducking.
But he said he always said he wanted the rematch. So my point is he didn't want it at 168. We knew that. Why? We knew. And when you threw it to 168, that was a different question than what he was basically asking. He could have took it at 168, but he didn't. He was scared. Yeah, he didn't want to.
No, but he didn't load the question. He was being honest. What he was basically saying
what you added on to his question, I'm saying, was loaded because you added more things to it.
What I add to it?
He was talking about because we was talking. He said, "Why didn't he rematch him?" That was just the basic part of the question. Then when you started saying, "Yeah, why didn't he rematch him when it was offered at 168?" You know what I mean?
The rematch was
I was like, I understand that.
Canelo Alvarez
he said no.
Asked for the rematch, right?
Right.
Yes or no?
Who that? Yeah, he did.
Okay, and the response was, "Let's do it, but I want to do it at 168." He said no.
Right.
Why did he say no? Why did he not take the rematch that he asked for?
So then that brings more elements to the question that he initially asked, is what I'm saying. It's cool, but that's why I was trying to answer one at a time, and I was actually going to that when I was talking about the franchise belt when you started doubling up, and I was like, oh, man, out there. And then I was like, all right, I ain't answering that. Let me get out of here.
I got two questions.
Wait, hold on, Pop Shot. Let me just salute to the brother, British African American in the building. What's good with you?
What's up? What's up?
What's good, brother? You there? Nah, he's probably figuring out his mic.
Yeah.
No doubt. He'll be in a second. He's just got to figure it out. We don't hear you, by the way, so you can work on that. He got that Canelo, Terrence Crawford emoji. What's on your mind, Pop Shop? What's good, brother?
Well, two questions. Now, does Alvarez have a 4-fight deal with Turkey?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, and supposedly
his second fight, I believe, right here.
Right. So he's already had one with Skull. This is with Bud. For the last 2 fights, just for instance, if he loses this fight, and Turkey did mention that Benavidez would probably he would be talking to him about making Benavidez one of those 4 fights. Does he go into a rematch with Bud for the 3rd fight, or does he rematch Bivol for the 3rd fight, or does he go a whole different other route?
I think he rematches Bud.
Yep.
He has to rematch Bud. He cannot. He can't leave that. He got to rematch Bud.
The money's bigger with Bud Crawford,
especially on the back end of a loss.
That's why Turkey told Bud,
finish the mission.
Don't retire. You owe me. That's why Turkey told him that. Now, if they have other plans, let's just hypothetically say that Canelo was like, okay, win, lose, or draw, I'm going to move up to go chase Bivol.
Right.
And throwing a rock in the water. This Pacquiao say he wanted to fight in December. Let's just get another star that just came back, put him on the card, or Earl Spence, who we got sparring right now and getting in shape. Let's try to get him in the ring. Let's see if we can do something with him on the card. Let's see if we can move them into a fight. I'm not telling you that for Bud's situation, right?
I think Errol is not coming back to 2026.
No. Regardless, what I'm just saying is let's see what happens. But I think if anything, it'll be the Pacquiao fight, and they'll just dare to be great again with another small fighter moving up. And what better person to fight than Bud, who was supposed to fight Pacquiao and never got that opportunity? So that could be a potential. But I don't see it. That's a rock thrown in the water, Clay. You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't see it. I think Pacquiao is going championship. I think he's going at Rolly.
Right.
That's what I believe.
I agree.
I don't know.
But I'm just throwing it out there. But I don't see that happening. I see the Canelo thing as definitely being something that will be booked as a rematch, unless Canelo decides he doesn't want it, or Bud decides to retire no matter what, and call it a day.
Yeah, I see Pacquiao fighting Rolly. I see Pacquiao fighting Rolly for the bag and for an opportunity to become a champion. I see Errol coming back in 2026. I see Jermell Charlo potentially coming back this year. I'm not going to lie to you. Potentially. Why? Because I think if he wants to get into the conversation of fighting the top guys at 154, he needs to get on the same cycle like females. Like, you know what I mean? He needs to get on the same cycle. He needs to go on that same schedule. So, Ray, shake his head.
Like, because you be saying stuff sometimes. I'm like, man, I wonder if that's bad for TV, bro.
Nah, but you know how females are when they start living in the same house. You give them like a month or two, all of a sudden they all around the same time. They start, you know what I mean?
Did you see my white curler?
Yeah, nah, man. Who used my Advil? But anyway, that being said, right?
Yeah.
I think he needs to get in that rhythm, right? Like you see Duran's fighting in October, Keith Thurman, Sebastian Fundora fighting in October, Virgil Ortiz fighting early November. These guys are clearly about the same schedule. So they can all fight each other 3 months later, 4 months later. They can all there's no timing off. Everybody's on that same timing, and I think Jamel Charlo needs to be concerned about getting inside that time frame. So I think he fights that Abu guy. I can't remember his name, the guy who just beat Tellez. He fights him for that WBA title probably towards the end of the year, November, December. That's what I would think. And then I see all these guys just kind of being ready for a February, March, March, maybe even April. We start seeing some unifications. Let's see what Xander Zayas does as well. Xander's also trying to get that fight with Abu, but it looks like Jamel kind of has the mandatory to kind of take that spot. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see. But I think the 154-pound weight class division, everybody's getting on that same schedule. They're all getting on that same window of time so they can all be matchmake and fight each other, which I think is awesome, man. I think next year is going to be a big year for 154.
I wanted to say, just watching this card, I think I said something to you today, right? About how big this is, and watching some of the things that the entrance for the ring promo for the entrance yesterday, the grand arrivals. I'm like, man, this is actually giving me goosebumps watching this. Like, I'm so excited for this fight. I don't think I've been excited for a fight like this since I was a young guy, man. Like, I mean,
it is
it's crazy, giving me vibes like when I was a kid again, when I was like, yo, listen, leave me alone on this day. I'm not working. I'm going out, it is on TV, bro. It's like crazy. I mean, Roy Jones on Showtime, HBO days, like championship caliber fight. Like, this is crazy.
No, it is, man. It's getting closer and closer, and it's like maybe as a Terrence Crawford supporter, it is getting realer as a fan, if people want to call it, because that this is a real hard fight, man. This is a real challenge. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a fight that I have all faith in Terrence Crawford, and I'm looking forward to see something special. Because I think we are going to see something special that night, but can't help but factor in the reality that Canelo Alvarez is nothing to play with, man. He's a great effing boxer, bro. He's a great puncher. He is, man. And you can't dismiss what he brings to the table. This is the ultimate challenge, bro. Terrence Crawford could not find a more difficult fight or a more challenging fight than Canelo Alvarez. I don't see what other fight he could have put himself in that would give me the feeling I have right now about Saturday coming up. You know what I'm saying? That had me nerve-wracked like I am about it.
Right. He sounds super confident, though.
Man, he does, man. And I'm so excited. Like I said, you couldn't. This is if you're going to pick a guy to do something like what's going to happen on Saturday potentially, Terrence Crawford fits the bill. Outside of David Benavidez, who else is going to check these boxes like what Terrence checks for Saturday's event, man? This is amazing. This is Turki Al-Sheikh's biggest accomplishment in boxing, in my opinion. Bigger than the undisputed with Tyson Fury and Usyk, which I appreciated it. Bigger than Dimitri Bivol and Beterbiev was a good fight, but the magnitude, this fight right here is carrying the weight.
What I mean, right?
A lot more casuals involved.
And on top of that, every fight has been growing that he's put on. Every series of these fights have been growing. So I think that's very important as well. Just want to shout out to Angelo sitting somewhere out there in crowd sending me little clip videos.
Or is he?
If they get the right angle, we might be able to see him out there.
Fight, right?
Yeah, he might be out there. They're panning out now. Maybe just put the lights out on him. Yep, there he is. No, I don't know that thing. But yeah.
No, he just started a live video actually.
Oh yeah?
Oh no, he ended it. He's trying to start the live video. Hold on, let me see. No, there he is. Yeah, he's there.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yep. So he's right behind the scorers table.
Right.
That's it. Well, we got feet on the ground, baby. We got feet on the ground. You heard? We everywhere, baby. We everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
That's the commentator.
This channel will be the most hands-on involved channel in the space when it's all said and done. Remember that. Remember that Pop Shop when it get that big, because you right here on the ground, right? So when it gets
That's what's
crazy,
Yeah,
you're
when we
like,
at
I
the
remember it was a
125th floor,
bro, a couple of stars and a bottle of brandy, bro.
right?
Yeah, this is a new way of covering boxing, man. This is a new way of covering sports, period. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Look, babe. I got somebody at the fight. Babe, I got somebody at the fight. Angelo.
You know what I thought was interesting when they asked Canelo about Charlo in comparison to Bud.
Mm-hmm.
When they asked him, you know, did they think that he was going to get the same reaction from Bud that he got from Charlo? He said he didn't think so, but reason being because he feels like Bud has more pride than Charlo. So I think that kind of speaks a little bit to what he felt about Charlo and kind of give us a little bit more insight about why Charlo reacted the way he did, and you know, Canelo kind of giving his take on
He felt,
you know,
Pop, he felt about Charlo the way we saw Charlo. Charlo went out like a bitch.
sucker. Yeah,
He
there
felt
it is.
Charlo didn't have no heart.
There it
When the
is.
shit got sticky, Charlo quit.
Yep.
Yeah. He realized it, and it just wasn't no secret. So it's not no big secret, right?
Well,
But
you know what
one
I
thing-
say? I don't give him that out. Hold on, Clay. I don't give him that out. What I say is Charlo was not willing to go where he needed to go to finish that fight the way we wanted to finish it. He wasn't willing to do that.
Breaking news.
What happened?
Checked out.
So we just talked about two fighters. One Clay said will probably not come back till when?
Till 2026,
and the other will what?
End of the year,
right? Well,
What'd you say, Ray? Hold on, say that again, Ray. Say it again, Ray.
No, we were just talking about Jamel Charlo and Errol Spence. Boom, Spence Charlo in talks. What I tell you?
That's actually a good fight for them because
shout out to
we know the one thing we know about Errol.
Yeah,
but see, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? The one thing we know about Errol Spence is that he won't quit. We know Errol won't quit.
Mm-hmm.
We know Errol Spence won't quit. We know that. We saw that. You have to make him quit. He won't stop. He'll take his ass whooping like a man. We know that.
Right.
Charlo, on the other hand, I don't know.
Charlo was looking like he was sitting in some satin sheets and some satin pajamas in the back of that Rolls Royce the other day on that Instagram. That boy's eyes was blinging. He was being driven around in the Rolls Royce. He wasn't driving his own. Listen, that man has gotten used to a lifestyle. He's gotten used to it. He's in a state of mind where, listen, brother, what's good, right? We kicking the live.
But you gotta understand something, right?
Wait a second.
The
Go ahead, talk to the people. Wait.
What you gotta understand is.
Hold on. Go ahead, Angelo. Say what's up to the people.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sheldon, talk to the people.
What's up? What's going on?
Sheldon.
What's going on, Angelo? What's happening,
No,
baby?
that's something. My
What's
bad,
up with you?
Angelo, you there? Angelo,
tell him to hit the link. Send him a link.
Yeah, he's doing it live.
Tell me to hit the link.
Angelo.
He got you. You sent me the request too.
Clay and Ray, this fight is crazy.
Tell him we on the ground. We got feet on the ground.
Man, this is the final round right here. Turkey Al-Sheikh came by a little bit earlier. I'm telling you guys, 3 fights have all been bangers so far. All 3 fights. This Leon Salgado is amazing. This kid's only 23 years old. He's amazing. And these fights, man, I mean, unbelievable that it's free to the public. Thank you to Turkey Al-Sheikh. Thank you to Riyadh Season. Thank you to Ring Magazine. Bro, he is bringing boxing to the people. Las Vegas is going nuts right now, bro, with how amazing these fights are.
Yeah.
Yep.
No doubt, Angelo. Angelo, I'm gonna tap out, man. Get back to the show, man. Enjoy the fights. Talk to you soon.
I think that's the underdog. That underdog card.
No, the underdog's tomorrow, bro. Tomorrow's underdog part with Jaleel Hackett and all them. Yo, he's overloading the space. He's overloading the space. He's making it to where, listen, bro. Listen. I don't care. You cannot throw and dismiss this new era of boxing away. You can't throw it away because it ain't your favorite promoter doing it. You can't do it. You can't. This is intent. This is boxing. Don't tell me there ain't no boxing on right now.
Right.
Listen, this weekend, I just want to be clear, right? We've got this event on Saturday. On that same night, we got Patty Donovan, right? And Crocker out in England fighting for that IBF title, a rematch, right? A rematch. We've got Monster in the way on Sunday, brother. We got boxing Friday. Tomorrow we got the underdogs with Jaleel Hackett and all them on that card, brother.
And there's boxing Friday.
100%.
And there's boxing Friday.
Yeah. Come on, man.
You bringing it back, man. You bringing it back.
Don't tell me there's no boxing going on, bro. If you see here talking about a fighter who can't even get the commissioner to okay his next fight, you're wasting your time. You're not talking about boxing. You feel me?
But that's what they want to talk about. And they're gonna find a way. They're gonna find a way to trash this. You what? They'll find a way to trash it. Who's not American? America first.
Right here in Vegas.
Just get there. That's all you gotta do. Get there.
So silly.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they so silly, man. They just But yeah, like I was saying about that fight, the good thing about the fight is that we know that Errol won't quit, but we don't know if Charlo might. Charlo is the type of guy, you know how, Ray, you can relate to this. You know, you got some guys in the league, in the NFL, that they're playing right now. They're making big money. They don't know who Ronnie Lott is. They don't know who Daryl Green is. They don't know any of that because they don't play football because they love it. They play football because they're good at it.
Right.
Right. I think Charlo is the same way. I don't think Charlo boxes because he loves it. I think Jermell Charlo boxes because he's good at it.
Right. Yeah. I can see that.
I like that, man. I agree with you, man. Same thing with Jamal too. He does the same thing. He doesn't box because he loves it. He boxes because this is what I can do. When I need some money, I know I can do this. This is a skill that I got.
Right.
I know how to box. I'm good at it. I'm better than 8 out of 10 people in the room on any given Sunday. And if you're gonna pay me millions of dollars, I'll do it. But I don't love this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think Errol.
That's why I believe when the rubber met the road. Now anybody on the panel can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's why I believe when the rubber met the road against Canelo, he wasn't willing to go to that place. He wasn't willing to do that. I'm just gonna run for this dude. At least I ain't getting knocked out.
Right. And you know it's so funny? If you go back to the times, especially before the Bud situation, I think maybe right the year between Ugas and Bud, they were sparring each other in the gym. It was like going at it. And I remember them talking about, there's this picture. I think it's on Earl's page. If you go to his Instagram page, you can actually see it. And it might even be video leaked, but they said Earl was like putting a hurting on that man. And that's why Earl said in that one interview, when he was like, "Nah, I wouldn't say Earl. It's like my brother." Right? That's the first time we ever heard that. Get what we heard with Hitchens saying that about Shakur. Get what we heard about Shakur and Keyshawn saying that about each other. Let's talk about what we Oh, you funny. I was like, what the heck is going on? Yeah, you live, bro. You live on both. You know that? You know you live?
What do you mean I'm live?
On your phone.
Yeah, what do you mean? Like, am I in the conversation? Yeah.
No, I can see you. on both my phone and the screen. I'm like, what the heck is going
Yeah,
on?
because I'm over here. I'm over here with Angelo at the fight in Vegas.
Okay, yeah, I was just talking to him. I had to get off.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. At the end of the day, man, I just thought it was crazy because I was like, I didn't know if you still knew you was on there. But all right, yeah, no, it's hilarious because Earl's always shown promise, and he's shown that he's able to withstand and things like that, and beat up on these guys because they said he was fighting Big Charlo in the ring and sparring and pounding it out with him. So I mean, that guy's a warrior, man. If I give anybody the warrior name, a la Evander Holyfield, it would be Earl Spence in my book. And I think that guy he's been through a lot, man, and he still goes forward. He doesn't run, even with Bud whipping on him. You know what I mean? He send me another video.
I think that's what I think. But when they asked Earl said if the price was right, he'd fight anybody.
Yeah.
So he didn't have the same sentiments as Charlo.
That's what. Well, he said if the price is right. That's where I was going with it, right? He was like, if the price is right, yeah, we can get it in. And Charlo was on the other end of, I don't want to fight my brother, right?
Ring Magazine, YouTube. I am 444. I am 444. Yeah, on Ring Magazine, family. Ring Magazine, the channel on YouTube.
Yeah. I gained more respect for Errol in the Bud fight than any other fight he had, because Errol showed me that he really is, in his heart, not in his skill level, but in his heart, he really is what they say he is. He's a dog, because he just kept getting up, bro, and he was getting demolished. He just kept getting up. Yeah. You got to respect that, bro. He didn't quit. Yep. And he had every opportunity to do so.
Yep. He had an extra milli on the line.
Nobody would have said. Nobody would have said anything if he did quit. Nobody would have said anything.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think nobody would have said anything either. I think it was kind of understood, but that warrior spirit, he rather kill over in his heart, blow up in his chest, than to sit there and take a knee or look like that man destroyed his will to live, right. Destroyed his belief in himself.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, I ain't even gonna disrespect Holyfield like that. I'm gonna give him the word gladiator spirit. I don't want to give him the warrior spirit. I don't want to disrespect Evander Holyfield like that and give him the warrior name. We'll give Earl the gladiator name. He got gladiator spirit. You know what I mean? He don't mind getting in that arena that they got in Rome and you know what I mean, fighting them all. Lions, tigers, and all. That's funny, right?
But did he
so what you saying?
A trainer yet?
Yeah.
I don't know. The Cuban guy, huh? The Cuban guy.
Ray, is that you on there too?
Yeah, he put me on.
Okay.
I just left you hanging out. I'm trying to turn it down.
Yeah, the Cuban guy. He's fighting. He's
nice. He doubled up.
The dude that works with Derek James, that Cuban fighter, the Cuban trainer.
Derek James?
Okay. He works with Derek James. This Cuban guy. He works with Derek James. That's who's supposedly training Errol now.
Okay. Oh, another uppercut.
Yeah, he's starting to connect with these shots. A
low blow.
He's digging up with them uppercuts and he's hitting them with them body shots. That looking like low blow.
Came in there without that like glue. Oh, he's about to go out. Without that glue daggone toupee on, man. I was like, who did this?
Is this the light heavyweight fight still? Is it still light heavyweights?
Yeah,
I think it's a light heavyweight. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not light heavyweight, super middleweight, but I think it's light heavyweight. Ooh, nice.
No, super middleweight. You're right. 168. Super middleweight. Yeah.
Good fight. He made it. 25 seconds left. They are throwing it, bro. You know what kind of fight this is? Let me tell you what kind of fight this is. This is a Turkey Al-Sheikh is in the audience. My next fight could be my biggest payday. This is called motivated, brother. This is called vested interest.
I'll put on for show, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And I ain't been eating for a while. And I ain't ate for a while.
Yeah.
And I haven't ate for a while, so I need some money. So I need to make sure I get some money.
you gonna have to
Yeah.
kill me in here tonight. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going out like
That's
this.
what I wanted to ask Ray. That's what I wanted to ask Ray. So Ray, you telling me that you believe that Errol got the same shit in him that Holyfield had, that Ali had?
I think he got guts. I'm gonna use the word guts. Yes, old school, straight up from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, Angelo.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Angelo.
I think this should be easy 8-0. Should be an easy 8-0, Clay.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hold on a second. There we go. Let's do that.
This should be an easy 8-0, but the judges were kind of funny on the last fight. So I don't know. I got it 8-0. I have it 8-0 for Rayon Salgado. So we'll see. We'll see what they say.
Okay. I'm trying to keep this away from the mic.
I think Earl has really took that time off to fully recover himself because he probably needed that time off.
I think he's recovering from himself, but I also think I still am a firm believer that the business was getting handled. I feel like business. I think this new deal with Showtime and the PBC. With PBC and Amazon. I think people like Earl were trying to figure out where they got penned in to that deal. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm not regular. You're not gonna treat me like Caleb Plant.
Prospect.
You know what I'm saying? Not even prospect, just one of your fighters. No, I was the face of your organization at one period in time. I lost a fight against Terrence Crawford, which was one of the biggest events of 2023. Yesterday's price is definitely not today's price, and I just made $25 million the last time I got in the ring. So I'm not saying it's got to be $25 million, but the pay got to be different, and the pay got to be guaranteed. We're not playing the pay-per-view points nonsense and what we're getting on the back end nonsense. We need a deal like Canelo got a deal, like Tank was supposed to get a deal. I want my deal, and I think that's what's been kind of holding it up. You know what I mean? I want my deal.
I go with that. And I don't believe Errol could have gotten cleared before he got cleared. That's just me personally.
Yeah, I feel like he had a lot going on. He took a beating. That's mentally and physically.
Yeah. And like Clay was saying, he had to make sure the business was right. Because you come off a $25 million payday. I'm sorry, I'm not fighting nobody for $3 million. I'm sorry. No, I'm not doing it.
No way. It's just not happening.
See, that's where Turkey is the remedy for all that. Turkey's giving these guys to really go in and be your own boss. You go in and make the deal. You getting paid, but you just know when you sign it with them, you're not gonna fight no cherry picks. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, you're gonna fight. You're gonna earn his money.
Yeah, and I think if Earl,
you're gonna do a little something strange for some change. You heard?
Right. And I feel like the Earl before pre-Bud, I think that Earl wouldn't have mind signing with him because Earl was rolling like that. He gave us the sense that he was not turning down no fades because he said, "I don't do."
He's very loyal to the PBC. He is. He's
Oh no, man.
He ain't moving away from the PBC that easily.
I think if Al is the loyalty. Maybe he's loyal to Tom Brown, but the new sheriff in town. I don't think a lot of people like that guy, man. I'm being honest. But if you think about it, they're not paying the fighters to get back in the ring, and that's all these guys fight for is money at the PBC because they've been accustomed to that. So this guy's not paying them. He wants them to perform. And it looks like there's a lot of frustration at some of those big guys that were there. You can even see it with Charlo discussed a little bit where I'm talking about Jamal Charlo with his couple of fights, right? He's been trying to get back in the ring, and they don't want to pay him the paydays. Like they margin to figure out how they're going to pay these guys,
right?
And try to figure out some buttons. They wouldn't even pay Canelo. They had to go get Canelo TV deal in Mexico.
We got
pay him in order to facilitate the payday for him and get a promoter. Most of them fights were co-promoted, so they're not going out of their way. The new guy in town ain't going out of their way to make sure they get money. And that's the problem. That's why these guys not fighting. I think they jumping on the Turkey ship while it's sailing.
Yeah, I think that's what happened to Benavidez.
Port St. Turkey.
You know, it took Benavidez a little minute to jump out there, say, okay, let's do it.
Right.
Nah, Benavidez, oh man, that dude's a boss, bro. I love the way Benavidez handled himself. He gave them an opportunity. He said
loyalty, right? Loyalty.
Well, yeah, what he said to them was, this fight looked like it's gonna be a good fight, by the way. What he said was, okay, I'll fly back. I will fly back to America and leave Saudi Arabia right now, even though this guy right now just offered me a crazy bag to fight Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll do it because you guys say, come on back. You guys can put it together. You'll get Mauricio Suleiman said that he's going to put that pressure on Bivol on that WBC title. So more than likely, Bivol's going to vacate it. I'll become champion. All right. What's my next fight going to be? And remember, yesterday's bag ain't today's bag. They tried to throw an offer at Caleb. Caleb was like, you crazy, bro. I can get that money fighting nobody right here in England. I'm not going all the way to America to go fight in Vegas, bring my belt over there to fight your guy. No, I'm good. I'm good. So when they didn't deliver, he said, nah, you guys are going to play it my way. I'm going to let you guys tag your name on this, and I'm going to give you your respect. I'm going to tell the world that you're a great company, and you still represent me. But we're not doing this. My legacy's on the line. I'm going back to Turkey. That door's still open. I'm going to go make this fight happen in Riyadh, and you guys are going to play nice. You're going to play nice with Turkey. And Lou DeCubi said, you right, champ. You right. And Samson said, I can't even complain.
Yeah, you can't match that turkey bag, man.
No, you can't, bro. He just lost De Los Santos, too. He wasn't about to push back at Dave Benavidez. He was about to push back at him because they would have been like, oh, this is what you want to do? Do you want to carry it this way? Because the next step is going to be buy to everybody. Because I really don't need nobody but my damn daddy. Because my dad a whole manager out here. So I really don't even need to be like messing with y'all like that. Salute RC. That's what happened.
Right.
So do you think Turkey might put Hamza Shiraz out there to get the little cash out with Bivol?
No.
Nah, no.
Gotta kill him.
Yeah, he's at 175. Shiraz is at 168. No, he wants Shiraz to fight Canelo. You don't let Shiraz fight probably like Diego Pacheco.
Shiraz is not gonna. Yeah, Bivol's not gonna go down for Hamza Shiraz.
And Hamza's not going up right now because he has an opportunity. He's not going to get out of the Canelo Alvarez conversation.
Look, do we know where Bivol is now? Remember, he came out of surgery. You know, when you come out of surgery,
he's recovering.
I know, but I'm saying, once you come out of surgery, you lose a lot of weight. Right in there between that time, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. This is reality.
He's a unified light heavyweight champion. He got 3 belts. He's not going to give that up to come down and fight at 168 to fight no damn Hamza Shiraz.
He's undisputed.
He'll be weakened.
But it's about the bag. It ain't about championships. It's about the bag.
But there's no bag.
He's not unified.
Yeah.
He's not unified. He's undisputed. He's undisputed. He's not unified. He's undisputed.
No.
Are you saying you're not regarding the WBC, WBC being taken from him?
Yeah, they took the WBC and gave it to Benavidez.
No, what I'm saying is, no. I understand that. What I'm saying is, we can't unsee what we saw.
Okay, I got you. Man.
It doesn't matter what the sanctioning body says. We know what we saw. He's undisputed.
Is it safe to say he's the lineal champion?
It's safe to say that. It's safe to say that.
So Benavidez would be the mandatory.
He beat the guy
if he wins.
The mandatory.
Yes.
Yes, he's a mandatory to Bivol 100%. And that's the fight they're going to put together. They're going to
Bivol, to the guy.
Yeah. After he beats Anthony Yardes, what everybody's expecting him to do, I bet you that's what they're going to do. They're going to announce David Benavidez versus Bivol for undisputed.
Or if he's not ready, he'll fight Beterbiev while he's getting ready.
Benavidez, right?
Yeah,
right. I agree, 100%.
So if that goes down, which that's going to be a great fucking fight. If that goes down, I can't see Benavidez and Canelo in the picture. No. They don't even make sense at that point.
They're not in the same world. They're not fighting each other, bro.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm gonna be honest with you. Canelo don't want that problem. I believe it deep in my heart. Canelo.
Did you hear David? Pop, did you hear David?
What did he say?
He said, "I don't care about that fight. That fight's past. It's over. I'm not worried about that."
Right.
I'm done with that.
Understanding. It's no longer the payday.
The guy don't want to fight. The guy doesn't want to fight.
Something wrong with
He
these
doesn't
short
wanna fight.
dudes in
So
these
why would I
divisions, man.
Yeah.
Why would I continue to pursue a guy who don't want to fight me?
That Clay got it right. Y'all heard the shot. Y'all ain't hear it.
Yeah.
So that leaves what's in the future for Canelo after a rematch with
Eubank, Hamza Shiraz,
Jake Paul.
Nah,
Jake Paul.
Yeah, hey, that'll probably be back on the table. Easy bag.
Think about this, Clay. Think about it, Clay. Now think about this. Hold on. Think about this. He loses to Bud. Say he loses.
He rematches him.
And Bud, being the guy that Bud is, Bud says, "No, I don't want no rematch. I'm done. I'm retiring."
Okay.
Does Canelo get up for Hamza Shiraz?
Yep. And they put that on that.
Or can a plant rematch? He don't care about none of that stuff. He don't care about any of that. If he loses this fight, his only mission in life is gonna be to fight Bud again. That'll be his only mission in life if he loses.
Yeah, if Bud retires.
If he wins,
if Bud were to retire after beating, let's say, Canelo, that means those belts would go vacant. That means Christian
what
and
else
Billy.
is there for him to do?
That means Christian and Billy would go to be a full champion. That means Diego Pacheco
Canelo's
would
not
go to
doing
be a
that.
champion. That means all these champions, and so that would be what Canelo, I guess, would do is fight a champion, right?
You can move up and fight Bivol.
Or go up to fight Bivol, which
and Canelo's not doing that. Canelo's not fighting them young guys. He's not fighting them young guys.
So what if Bud takes that? Bud takes that year off until the contract, till the contract, goes out. Yeah, till it goes out. Then he comes back and goes down to 154.
You might. Bud got some big fights. Turkey's
very 30, bro. He'll be 39. He's not doing that. He's not doing that.
Richard says Benavidez will come back to 168 for Canelo. I don't think so, bro.
Or either go to 60. He go to 60. That'll make him a 6-time division champion, a 7-time division champion.
No, he'll be a 6.
Bud's not doing that, man. Dude is 38. He's not doing that. I mean, it's wishful thinking. I get it. It's wishful thinking. That dude is 38.
But think about it. He only need to take one fight, because when he takes fight, he's fighting for championships. He's not fighting just no regular fight. So when he comes back, he only wants to fight that one fight just to make that history.
And I can see that.
I'm starting at, you know what I'm saying? I'm starting at 35 and I'm in.
I don't think so.
Let me tell you why I can see that.
Let me ask the panel a question. What's the one thing that Crawford hasn't done in boxing? What's the one thing he hasn't done?
Become a 3-time undisputed champion.
That's it.
He hasn't lost.
Oh, okay.
He hasn't lost.
So
and if you hang around long enough, you will lose.
Right. But
Yo,
also,
I think Eastern European is beating the brakes off this dude, bro.
Point.
I think that's obtainable though.
He's been working out with Adames, right? Adames. He's been working out with Adames in fighting the 160 pound.
Oh my God, bro.
I know he's beating.
Listen, bro. Hold on a second. This Eastern European Nurmagomedov, I already knew when I read his last name that it was going to be an issue. He is letting. As soon as I read his name, I knew what the problem was. I already knew what the issue was in the room already. Right. This dude is setting this dude up with these jabs, and he's coming over the top with these left hooks, bro, and he's lighting this dude up. This dude is out of his league. This is that Eastern European beating up the slick black boxer energy, right? My line, Ray?
Always.
Right?
Always.
You doing all this slick stuff. You're trying to be slick and on your toes. You got your hands. You don't got your hands high up. He's got his hands high up. He's got an educated jab, and he's got a left hand that hits like Janabek or Hamza Shiraz. He got a left hand that's causing mad. Every time he hit that dude with the left hand, that dude go, damn it.
Reaction.
Right.
Every time he get hit by that left hand, he go, damn it.
So you say this dude. So what you saying is this dude, this Eastern European dude, got high boxing IQ.
Super high IQ.
Oh yeah.
Very good defense, high guard, and a very bad hard jab, and he's got a crazy left hand.
Yeah. What's his record? What's his
I don't
record?
even know. It's got to be damn near undefeated. I didn't even see him
I think
coming in.
it was like 10-0 or something like that.
So he's probably got a crazy amateur background.
100%.
Okay. But the thing is, we and Clay discussed this long ago. We
Yeah,
said
more
they
like-
broke the code a long time ago. That's what they are, the Matrix over there, bro. Forget just
I'm
giving it
seeing
to
on Ring Magazine on YouTube. We're watching the prelims. Well, we're watching some fights.
Page 2.
So let me
Turkey
ask you. Okay, so if they're the Matrix, they all can't be the Matrix because I know what's my man's name that Boots just beat up?
Stanionis?
Listen, they listen. Some of them
Yeah, that guy.
Some of them are cyborgs. You know what I mean?
No,
they get hurt.
Some of them have been
Yeah,
westernized a little bit, and they
Right.
want to fight like Mexicans. Like you got those Eastern Europeans that want to fight like Mexican. They want to be flat-footed, come forward
Right.
like Serhii Bahachuk, Stanionis, those guys. But then you got that other breed that's just
Karen
like
John,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Karen John was he had multiple elements. Like whoever knew that he can get out the
Yeah.
way, then stay in the pocket and not get hit at the same time in the next fight. At the
Yeah,
same person.
exactly.
Two different fighters.
Swim without getting wet. Swim without getting wet. Yeah,
Bro,
I got you.
like,
But yeah,
Yeah.
the thing I don't like is I just never understood. I'm gonna ask everybody on the panel while we're here. What did they see in Stanionis, bro?
Stanionis was a good fighter, bro. We can't do that, bro. We can't do that. Stanionis was a good fighter, and he was a champion. What do you mean? He's
No,
WBA
he's a
champion.
good fighter. He's a good fighter, you know, for an undercard. He's a good B-level guy. But
He's a
they made
champion,
Stanionis out like he was this world beater, this undefeated
because
Eastern European world champion. He got
That's what he
given
was.
that
What you
belt.
said literally is what he
The
was.
last time he fought, bro, he fought Butayev, which was a great fight. He beat
Yep.
Butayev. Butayev is training now. He's not even fighting anymore.
Okay,
He
but
beat
what
boxing
you
at him.
He's Guyasev's trainer. He's
Okay,
Guyasev's trainer. Guyasov.
Shelton, literally what you said that we thought he was is exactly what he was. You said you guys make it sound like he was an undefeated world champion.
No, I didn't say you.
what it
I didn't say
was.
you. I didn't say you. I didn't
that's
say
what it
you.
was.
I said
me?
those other people.
Oh,
They
the
made
other
it
guy.
sound like this was Boots' biggest challenge. This is undefeated
Nah.
guy. He's a killer. I'm like, kill what? This dude
I
ain't
don't know
fought
if he's a
nothing.
killer,
What are you
but
talking about?
he was Boots' biggest challenge up to date, though, for a championship belt. That was Boots' biggest challenge up to date. That was. I mean, I think
Yeah,
it was
but
fair.
He was a
you
way
gotta
out.
remember until
He was a way out
even
from
now.
Ortiz.
I mean, let's be honest. Even now, yeah, Boots ain't really fought nothing, man. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Who is he really?
he was a way out from Ortiz.
I could fuck with that. Like, honestly, I won't even fight against that to say that Boots hasn't really fought nobody. I will say I get that.
He
I think
hasn't.
that's fair. I agree. I think it's fair, but I think with certain fighters like Boots Ennis, it's just a matter of time when he gets in the ring with that person, and you know, in my mind, I don't know how you feel. In my mind, I expect him to deliver on that day when he gets the opportunity. He's shown me on the
Yeah. Now that I agree with.
You know what I mean? He just hasn't had the opportunity. He's not
Now
somebody
that
who's
I
a
agree
hype
with.
job. He's somebody who just hasn't had the dance partner
Right.
to show. And I think when he gets that dance partner, he's going to show out. I think he will.
That's something I agree with. I think if you put Boots in there with a Virgil or somebody like that, he's going to show you why people love him. He's going
Right,
to show
right.
you why.
But
he
here's the
needs
thing.
somebody to bring that out of him.
Yeah,
Right.
but I definitely agree that he hasn't, though. And we have to acknowledge that. He just hasn't yet.
Well, I mean, from what we've heard, he put a show on for Canelo. So we
Yeah,
know he got it.
listen, he's nice. I think Boots is like that.
You gotta
Dead
remember,
ass. I think he's like that.
Is probably bigger than Canelo.
Yeah, I think he's
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. I just think he hasn't had the dance partner yet. And it's kind of like with Terrence a little bit, right? Where they talk about Terrence didn't fight Danny, he didn't fight Keith, he didn't fight all these, these other fights out with Dan. It's like, yeah, but Terrence is like that. He would have beat those dudes if he got a chance to fight them. Politics made it to where he couldn't fight them, but y'all know who Terrence is. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. But at the end of the day, that's why this fight is significant for this
Did you hear? Do you remember how far out Keith Thurman went when it came to Crawford? Do you remember what he said?
Yes. That's what
No,
I'm
what he
saying.
say?
He went as far as to say, "Well, we don't even care about that WBO belt.
Yeah.
That WBO belt, that people don't even recognize that. We don't want that."
He said that, and
Yeah.
he also
Keith
said,
Thurman said that.
yeah, I remember that. He was like, "You should have fought a real man. You came over here and went after that belt." Yeah, he said that. He said, "I don't want that."
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, I remember that.
Who's versus
He rolling. He rolling with Bud though. He picked Bud.
Did everything he
'Cause
could to avoid. That's why I told.
Because the fighters know, bro. Everybody around that time in that division, they knew what Crawford was, bro. They knew.
Right.
And they didn't want to fuck with it. They didn't want no parts of it.
And more importantly, the handlers knew it. The PBC handlers, the Al Haymans, they knew it.
Yeah.
Even if the fighters thought they could win, the handlers were like,
Yeah.
And I think Errol figured out the hard way. He figured it out the hard way, like
he wanted to fight.
I don't
wouldn't
think
give
I
it
could
to
beat
him.
dude. He figured it out the hard way, like I don't think I could beat this
Hey,
dude, bro.
hey, Pop. Hey, Pop, do you remember Omaha? Do you remember this when they met in Omaha? No, when they met in Oklahoma. You remember that, Pop?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
When Bob Arum, they asked Bob Arum, they said, "What do you think should happen?" Bob Arum said, "I think his best bet is to stay as far away from Terrence Crawford as he can."
But I think that when those guys
Bob
had that
Arum
phone
told Arum to
call,
his face. Yeah.
I think when they
Bob
had that
Arum
phone call, they
told
probably
Arum
really
to
had
his
some
face,
conversation.
I think you better stay. Yeah. Bob Arum told Errol to his face, "I think you better stay as far away from this guy as you can."
Yeah, his handlers didn't believe. And I think Errol had that moment of clarity when it came time to making that fight. And even in the rematch, I think he was trying to push for the rematch. I'm gonna be honest with you. And I think the PBC was like, "We ain't paying for that. We're not doing that again. We're not doing that again." Errol's like, "What are you talking about?" "Hey, bro, we're just not doing that again, bro. We're not doing that again. All right. So I just need you to heal up. And let's figure out how we're gonna do it. We thinking about Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu's supposed to be fighting Keith Thurman. He should beat Keith Thurman. And you're either gonna get the winner of that, and you're gonna get a WBO, and a WBO title. And then Sebastian came in there.
We're not doing that shit. Yeah.
Elbow. You do that Muay Thai elbow and derailed that whole plan. And Errol was up in there staring at the Towering Inferno like, "Yeah, man, you got the big dog now." And then Errol went back and called Al and said, Hey, bro, we ain't doing that, man.
That ain't it.
That ain't it. Give Tim Tszyu a rematch or get that boy in the ring with somebody. Like, I don't know, let Terrence have it. Let one of them boys get that way. We ain't fighting no Tower.
Think about this, fellas. Hey, think about this, fellas. Samson Linkowitz. Samson. Think about Samson. Samson told Fundura, "No, we're not. Errol, yes. This guy, no.
Right.
You're not
fighting the problem, man.
No.
What is the problem?
Why they did that? They did that to block the fight from Bud. You're right. We knew that. We knew they were blocking that fight. They didn't want Bud to get that belt.
They blocked it.
We're not fucking with that, dude.
Sebastian Fundora, I don't care what nobody tell me, Sebastian Fundora was an unexpected what in the hell? That was not expected for Keith Thurman.
Of course.
If Sebastian to go in there and beat Tim Tszyu, they were like, this is gonna be awkward, bro. Errol walked into that ring off straight obligation because he flew from Texas to Vegas, and that was God.
Yeah.
That was God working because they tried to play Terrence. That was God working. They tried to play Terrence. You know what I'm saying? They tried to play him, and what ended up happening? Errol was like, "I'm flying out there to Vegas." Right after he finished saying he wasn't going to fight Terrence because he had to, everybody thought he was healing up. All of a sudden, he's going in to get the winner between what he thought was going to be Tim Tszyu and Keith Thurman.
Right.
And then Sebastian went up in there, turned that into a bloody war, won that fight, and Tim Tszyu sitting there getting his head held up with the blood, and Errol had to walk in there. I got it right here, matter of fact. Hold on a second. Let me show you the look. You tell me if this looks like you went with the plan.
Hey,
tell me what you think. Ready? Hold on, guys, watch this. Ready?
Errol, come and join us right here.
Hey, what's going on?
You said you would like to fight the winner of this fight. Well, here he is. What do you have to say?
I was trying to get it on. He got the big dog now. Let's go.
Yeah. I remember that night. If you look at Errol Spencer's face, that was not the face of a man who felt like the big dog. He ain't feel like the big dog that night. He was looking at the ground like I think just the word big dog was weird to say. with this towering guy looking down at you like, big dog.
You coming off a loss.
You the big dog in here. You the big dog. You the big dog. Oh, what was it?
Why y'all cooking Earl, man?
You remember Eddie?
Picture win, man. Why y'all cooking Earl?
Remember Eddie Murphy Raw when the guy just came out and seen Rocky? He was like, "Let me get some jujubes, some." And yeah, this movie right here gonna pay for it. He looked around like, "Oh, you must have just seen Rocky."
Yo,
oh, you must have just seen Rocky. He's like, "Well, you need to get up my way. I was about to go see before I stick this pack of jujubes up there." You know what I'm saying?
He wasn't expecting that.
Listen, bro.
She put him on the spot,
I don't
too.
want to play it again, but you saw what she said, right? Hold on. Look what she said. Look how she's all about.
Earl, come and join us right here.
Hey, what's going on?
You said you would like to fight the winner of this fight. Well, here he is. What do you have to say?
I was trying to get it on. He got the beat dog now. Let's go.
Yeah. Did you see her call him? Hey, come here. No.
you ain't going nowhere.
Come here.
Her alone, man.
She said, you said. She said, you said.
Calling out the winner. Calling out the winner.
That was God.
That nigga Earl was like, shit. Earl was like, shit.
Bud said, let him have it.
Bud
said, let him have it. He seen the same thing.
I'm not fucking with that dude, man. Fuck that.
I don't want no elbows.
Listen, bro. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, God works in mysterious ways. Right. What a trick. When talking about something blowing up in your face.
He does.
And then Errol just moved around for that whole. Errol moved around for the rest of that year. Like, yeah, bro. I need a deal. I need a deal that makes sense. And Sebastian sat there like, bro, who am I going to fight? Sebastian sat out the ring over a year before he finally got to fight a Chordell Booker, and now he's about to fight Keith Thurman, right? So it is what it is, man. The game.
He pulling for Keith.
Told not to be told.
I think he'll fight Keith now. He pulling for Keith.
Oh yeah. But Keith ain't gonna pull it off. What's up, Frequent?
Y'all stop jumping Earl, man. What's up, Fly?
Yeah, man, I had to hop up here, man. Y'all having too much fun with this Bud stuff, man. Bud stay at 147 wasn't all good, bro. Particularly the last part of his 147 campaign, man. Y'all remember he inherited that. He inherited the mandatory, which was Boots, Jerron Boots Ennis, and he had the choice to fight Madrimov or fight Boots.
Hold on, Frequent. Hold on.
Come and join us right here.
What's going on?
You said you would like to fight the winner of this fight. Well, here he is. What do you have to say?
I was trying to get it on. He got the beat dog now. Let's go.
There you go. That's why you're mad, right? So, let's be honest. Let's just be honest.
Hey, man, Boots, he had the choice to fight Madrimov or fight Boots, and it would have been undisputed, man. Come on, man. Bud ain't he chose Madrimov over fighting Boots and one fight for undisputed. Come on, bro.
You telling me it's money behind Boots? You telling me it was money behind Boots? That's what you trying to tell me?
Hey, man, what? It didn't have to be money behind him because he was the mandatory. He was the mandatory, so he had that. They literally stripped him because he didn't fight Boots. So the fight was there, bro. You can't act like the fight wasn't there. He didn't fight Boots, so they stripped him.
So what you telling me is this. I just made $30 million fighting Errol. I'm going to fight Boots for $5 million. That's what you're telling me?
Well, what he fought Madrimov for? What he fought Madrimov for?
For the belt. A lot more than $5 million. A lot more than $5 million.
But that's the thing. That's the only thing you can do is talk money. We talking legacy right now. So Boots, you know what I'm saying? Him fighting Boots would not only be money, it would be undisputed. That's what I said. Don't ignore the undisputed part, bro.
He's already
he fought him. Yeah, he
would have been undisputed again. He would have been He would have been. He would have had. If he would have beat Boots and then went up and fought Canelo, he would be facing 4 times undisputed right now, bro. Instead of 3.
Why would he do that when he can be 4-time champion?
Yeah.
It would have been the same thing. He could have. He could have.
No.
It was one. He was one fight away. If he would have fought Boots, it would have been for undisputed. Then he could have did all of the stuff that he's doing now.
Bro,
it's one fight.
Bro, did you
he's
forget
already undisputed.
that they cast the man's hands in Calistoga, New York, before he even got there, bro? Did you forget that?
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
The man's hands have been casted in Calistoga, New York, already. Did you forget that?
What that got to do with him becoming 3 times undisputed?
He's a prize fighter now. What he's saying, he's going for the money. He doesn't need legacy like that no more. Not to fight Boots. He's going for the money. The money.
I don't need any more accolades. I need money.
Yeah, that's now though. That's now. That's now. How many?
Moment he went to the Breakfast Club and he said that. He said, "I've done everything already."
That was after Errol. That was after Errol.
Exactly after Errol, and he said,
"That was after Errol."
Now I'm looking for the money. He said it. He said, "Now it's got to make sense for me. It's got to make sense. I got to make the money." He says, "I've already done everything."
It sounds good, y'all, but y'all forgetting about the fact that Bud was when EJ was trying to push for the rematch. Bud was initially trying to fight him at 147. He was trying to stay at 147 to fight him. He was trying to force Earl to fight him at 147. And then when the Earl fight went away, he said, let me get out of here. Boots right there.
Wait, didn't they make a deal? Wait.
You just made that up.
Wait.
I didn't make that up.
Make a deal that the winner gets to pick the weight, right?
No, that's
the
not
winner
a fact.
gets to pick the weight.
Bud wasn't trying to make the weight. It was Errol who had to make. Bud wasn't trying to make the fight. It was Errol who was supposed to be making the fight. Bud said it over and over again. I'm waiting for Errol to let me know where he wants to make the fight at. He goes,
yeah, but no, Clay. Errol said he wanted the fight to be at 154 because he couldn't make 147. And Terrence Bud was saying he had to put that in writing because Bud was trying to fight him at 147.
Why would you fight him at 154 for nothing? There's no belt, no nothing. 147 was for the
so you in agreements that Bud wanted to fight him at 147, right?
Don't do that because you're entertaining his theory. No,
he said yes. He said yes.
No, he didn't, bro. Terrence didn't say. No, you guys are making that up.
Bomac did. Okay, so Bomac speaks for him though. Bomac said that.
You don't know how to take words in context. Bomac is saying, as far as I know, the fight's happening at 147. Why? We have to answer the question of why was he saying that? Because it was a rematch to give Errol Spence an opportunity to become undisputed again. If Errol didn't want to fight for undisputed again, it would have been up to Errol by the rules to submit in writing to the sanctioning bodies that he wants to make the fight at 154. So Terrence and Bomac were both saying, as far as we know, the rematch would be happening at 147. They're saying because we're assuming Errol wants to become undisputed. If he wanted to be at 154, he can submit it in writing, and we'll do it at 154. That's what.
You forgetting the reason why Bomac even addressed that in the interview, because Terrence tweeted that they was fighting at 147. He tweeted that he wasn't going to 154. He was fighting at 147, and then somebody confronted Bomac in an interview, and Bomac said what you're saying now. But Bud said he's staying at 147.
No, he didn't say he's staying at 147. He's saying his next fight.
So what is your point, Freaker? What you trying to say?
The point that I'm saying is they tried to force him to fight Boots, and he said, "No way, Jose."
That's not true. You're making that up. You just want to do something right now because of Boots.
They made Boots. The IBF made Boots the mandatory.
It don't matter. He had a rematch clause with Errol. He couldn't do nothing. Everybody knew that.
But once they said Errol couldn't fight, then his obligations was with Boots.
No, so what happened? He went to 154 like he said he was going to do.
No, he didn't. He didn't fight. You act like he just fought Madrimov all of a sudden. No, it didn't go like that. He became his mandatory became Boots, and then he chose to fight Madrimov and move to 154 rather than fight Boots
for a championship, for a belt. He fought Madrimov for a belt. No belt. Yes, it was a vacant. It was a vacant title.
Belt of Madrimov. What are you talking about? Madrimov was the WBA champion. WBA.
No, it was a vacant belt, right?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was a vacant
Madrimov
belt.
was champion. It was not vacant. What are we talking about?
Champion.
Madrimov was champion.
No, Madrimov was a champion. Madrimov was the champion.
Yeah.
You trying to say that Bud was scared of
you
Boots? That's what you're trying to say, right?
saying it was better for him to move up and fight Madrimov for a championship instead of fighting Boots. Stay where he at to fight Boots for undisputed.
No, because he already did that. That's
Boots
what he's saying. What he's saying.
No,
yes, because there's no money in Boots.
You caught up.
There's no money in Boots. There's no money in Boots. There's no money in fighting Boots.
No money in Madrimov either.
There
was money in Madrimov because Turkey was guaranteeing the money. Because Turkey guaranteed the money. Turkey wasn't guaranteeing no money for Boots.
Hold on. If Terrence was here right now, you know what he'd say to you, Frequent? I was already undisputed, bro. You keep on making it sound like 2 times. It's a big deal to you. I wish you could get the opportunity to go fight Boots to become undisputed because I see how important it is to you. In reality, in the real world, that's my belt that man has, and he didn't beat me for it. So I don't have nothing to prove. I don't got no fight to make to show nobody nothing. Everybody knows I'm undisputed. What I'm going to do is leverage my belts that I have left right now to move up to 154, understanding that the big fight I'm trying to make is with Canelo Alvarez. So I'm going to go up in weight. I'm not going to hurt myself or struggle or be strict with myself and stay here at 147 just to make you feel like I'm somebody. Because I don't even know who you are, right? I don't care what you think about me, right? That's because that's the only reason I make a fight like that happen, because I don't got to prove nothing to myself because I know who I am already. So I'm moving forward to the fight that's going to get me closer to Canelo Alvarez, which is working with Turkey Al-Sheikh. I'm going to fight for him on this Riyadh season card. I'm going to fight for a 154-pound belt, right? And I'm going to be that much closer to one of two things. A, Canelo Alvarez, worst case scenario, Jermell Charlo. And
we condone and ducking. I understand the whole thing.
Ducking is if you would have fought somebody else at 147 other than Boots.
Right.
Like if you'd have sat there at 147, stayed there, and fought somebody else in that division, that's a duck. Him moving up in weight, and so in other words, then Boots ducked Brian Norman.
He was trying. Wait, Earl was trying to fight. Okay, look. No, listen. Earl was trying to. Bud was trying to fight Earl at 147, but then that fight couldn't happen. So then he didn't want to fight Boots at 147. That's where I said the duck was at.
Making it up. You're making that up. That's not true. What you're saying is not true. You're making that up.
How he did? How he? That's what's not true about what I said.
154. When Earl said he wanted to move up to 154, he said he didn't want it. He said he wanted to fight it at 147.
No,
that's actual fact. I don't understand why he's saying that.
I love this. I'm loving it. That's what's up. So what did he say?
Well, actually, Bomac said it. It wasn't Bud that said it. Bomac said that why can't they make the fight at 147?
He was responding to Bud's tweet because Bud tweeted that the fight was going to be at 147. That's what Bud tweeted, and then it was controversy about it, and Bomac addressed it.
Did Bud say the fight could only happen at 147, or did he say the fight was going to happen at 147? Which one did he say?
He said the fight is going to happen at 147.
Okay, boom, stop. Right there. So he was answering a question, right? Why did he answer the question that way?
No, he tweeted that. Bud tweeted that. Bomac answered the question. Bomac addressed it when somebody asked him about it because of what Bud tweeted.
Thank you, Blue. Thank you. They are completely.
What story I made up? What story? Tell me, please.
Blue. Hold on.
Please tell me, because they call me frequent liar. Please tell me the story I made up, please.
Listen, we're not going to get nowhere talking over each other, right? I want to be clear what happened. I'm very on point about what happened. So I'm going to give it to you for whatever it's worth to you, right? Terrence Crawford beat Errol Spence July 29th, 2023. The rematch clause was there for Errol Spence to activate to fight Terrence Crawford.
Right.
The rematch clause stated that these guys would fight a rematch at 147. Mm-hmm. That's what the clause said. So as far as Terrence Crawford understands, if you ask him where is the fight going to happen, he's going to tell you 147. Why?
Okay.
Terrence answered that. Terrence answered and said, the reason is because I have not received, or the people who need to get it have not received in writing that the fight is happening anywhere else. So from my understanding, we're fighting at 147. That's what happened, right?
Yes.
And then he kept asking questions. So Bomac said, why can't the fight happen at 147? In other words, when he's answering that, what he's saying is, as far as we know, the fight's happening at 147. Somebody throws in his face, yeah, but Errol said it's happening at 154. He says, you don't know that, and why can't the fight happen at 147? As far as we know, it's happening at 147. It was up to Errol Spence to either submit in writing that it wasn't going to be at 147 to be at 154, or at least ask, or if we're going to assume where the fight's going to happen, the fight's happening at 147 naturally. Terrence Crawford went on record to say that he would not mind the fight happening at 154 at all in the post-conference after the fight. He said, why?
Yeah.
Because it was hard for me to make the weight as well. That's what he said. Yes, so when he's answering a question about where he knows the fight's going to happen at, it's up to what he's letting you know, and he said it in plenty of interviews, it's up to Errol, because that's Errol's rematch clause that he's activating. I'm not pushing for the fight because I don't need no rematch. I'm ready to move on my career and do something else. If there's going to be a rematch,
I understand.
Let me talk what he's done.
Go ahead.
Because I'm going to tell you, not you, Clay. I'm going to cut you off. I want to get in on this because, one, I'm not totally agreeing with freaking Flyers. Don't say great brothers making up stories. Or great brother, my bad. Literally, they making up stories. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, Frequent is right on one thing, and Clay, you are wrong. There was no weight in the contract. It was just a rematch clause. And that's what the confusion was with everybody on where was the fight going to take place. And they were saying that Bud had the leverage because he was the champion, that he had the leverage to make the fight at 147. It should be where he wants the fight to be because he won the fight. He was the A side at that point. That's what the whole argument was. But they were saying that Earl wanted it at 54 because he didn't feel he could make 147 anymore. And I remember in the interview with Bomac said, well, if he can't make the weight, why make the fight? That was part of the question. Now we can go back and forth on it. See, now he want to pull a video. Go ahead, no problem.
Hold on, Ray. You forgot the one part you left out is Bud said that far as he know. Bomac said far as he know, Errol had to put it in writing because they wanted to fight at 147. But even if what Clay
you told me to hold on.
Go ahead.
I'll let you rock. What I'm saying is, yes, he did say that, but also at the same time, that doesn't mean that anybody was in the wrong of this. What happened? What I think is we just have too many situations on this looking like Earl was the one in control when Earl wasn't in control at that time. And that's why I said it looked like it was just too many people trying to say that Earl controlled the fight. Earl should have made it. He was the A side.
No, Ray, but I think you going in a different direction. This is what I meant though, Ray. This was my whole point right here. I was saying that even if what Clay's saying is right, it still goes towards my point. It still goes towards my point because we have to assume at that point that Bud can make 147 because that's where his team was pushing for the fight to be at. So you can't say he was at 154 because he wasn't. They was expecting the fight to be at 147, so that's what they was prepared to do. And the fight didn't happen. So at that point, you can't say he was at 154.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
You again with the same conversation. I'm about to, and I hate to do this to you, but if that's the case, then why didn't Devin fight Shakur when he waited for?
This not about Devin and Shakur, bro.
Listen for a second. Why didn't he fight Shakur when he was waiting for Tank at 135? He knew he couldn't make 135, but he was willing to stay there for Tank, but he didn't want to fight Shakur. It's the same thing because Bud knew he could fight Earl. That was a rematch, and they would have that fight there. That had nothing to do with him fighting anybody else there. That was an obligated fight that he thought he was having there. That's a totally different situation. Now, if they decide to do a catch weight for the belt or whatever for 147 or whatever the case may be, that's up to them to agree upon that. But for the fact is, and get the sanctions to approve it. The fact is that Earl wanted at 154 and said it. Bud did confirm that in the press conference, as Clay said. But he also said that he thought the fight was at 147. He did say that. But Earl then reinstated that he wanted to fight at 54. When Bomac was the confusing part of this conversation. That's the only confusing part of it. Other than that, you both have points, but Clay's right on this at the same time. And I'm not trying to move you around. What only thing I wanted to catch Clay on is that Bud did not say what he said about something about the contract. The contract didn't state that it said 447. They didn't know where the fight
Bud was pushing for it to be at 147.
There was no weight in the rematch clause, and that's what Earl was saying. Earl was saying there was no weight.
I know, but my point was Bud was pushing for it at 147. Right. So my point was, if he's pushing for that fight at 147, why say you can't say he at 154 so he can't fight Boots? That was my whole point. That was my only point. I was saying, because y'all was saying he was at 154. Why would he? He was already at 154. No, he wasn't. He was expecting to fight Earl at 147. And when Earl came up with the excuses, Bud said he was fighting.
Right, but then that brings up the question is, then did Boots duck Brian Norman? And it brings up the same question because that's the same point. Right? Like wherever way you're going, it's like the same point that Clay just said it. But go ahead, Clay. You can play if you want.
All right, so this video right here is Terrence Crawford being asked about the rematch with Errol Spence, right? And what he's going to be saying in this video is that it's on Errol Spence, that it's in the contract, and if Errol Spence wants to activate it, he's going to give him his opportunity, right? So what he's basically saying is, it's not on me. I got nothing to do with it. This is a rematch clause that is on Errol Spence. And if he wants to activate it, I'm going to honor him, and he's going to say why right here, right? So let's see.
And we all as one, and it just come together and make it a bigger event.
Have you heard anything about the 30-day rematch clause? Is there something in the works, and is that something to be open to?
Well, I haven't heard anything yet, and like I said before, it's in the contract, so it's not if I'm open to it or not. It's what's in the contract, and Errol gave me an opportunity and a shot at becoming the first male boxer, undisputed, in any division in a 4-belt era. And I honor, that. And if he was to come to me or activate his rematch, then I honor.
There it is, right? So he's letting you know right now, right there, he's letting you know the whole narrative that he's pushing for something, or he's asking for something, or he's setting some sort of criteria for something is made up, because he's letting you know I've heard nothing from over there, and it's in the contract. It's his rematch clause to activate. It's not about whether I have a choice or not. If he activates it, and then shout out to my brother Ray Davis, who let you know right then and there that there was no weight restrictions, right? There's no it has to be here or it has to be there. So what does that mean? The rematch can happen in any weight class. It takes Errol Spence taking the step forward, and he did not activate the rematch clause. So in what world is Terrence Crawford pushing for a weight when there's no rematch clause that's even been activated?
Because he said it, Clay. He said it. He literally said that the fight was going to be at 147.
This is a very interesting world that we live in, right? So
this is what you just played.
I promise you, I'm telling you the truth, and you're having a hard time because the words. I'm not saying you're not saying the truth, Clay. The words you hearing on Twitter, you're snatching those words and you're giving it life like Dr. Frankenstein, right? The man is letting you know, as far as he understands and knows, the rematch would happen at 147. And then that may be confusing, right? Because he's just letting the people know where the rematch, because he's not telling you the rematch is happening, because the rematch ain't even happening because the rematch clause hasn't been activated, right?
Yeah.
So it hasn't even been activated. Where would the rematch happen at? 147. That's what I understand it to be. Why?
That's what I was saying, though.
That's where we had the fight at, and that's where the belts are, and that's undisputed, and he hasn't told me different. But the narrative that is being pushed at Terrence Crawford is pushing for the fight to happen at 147 as if he's dictating where the fight's going to happen at is a false narrative. It's not true, bro. He's not pushing for nothing because it's not on him to activate any rematches. He's not pushing for a fight with Errol Spence. He just needs Errol Spence to barbecue a mildew. Well, we're going to make the fight or we're not going to make the fight because I have a rematch clause with you and I want to move on with my career. So it's on you to let me know what we're doing. And he's letting you know right here in this interview, nobody has hollered at me. Nobody's saying nothing to me. So if you ask him where the fight's happening, he's going to let you know it's happening at 147 because he's letting you know nobody has told me different. I'm not the one putting the fight together. He's not.
Clay.
You got the narrative that this try to force Errol Spence down to 147 and keep him down. You know what I mean? That's why the fight happened. It's not true.
No, Clay, this tells part of the story though, Clay, because after this, he literally said Errol had to put it in writing in order for it to happen at 154.
Right.
So, because the weight would change. Right. The weight would change.
So how you gonna say it could have been either or? It was at 147. He was telling Earl he had to do something extra for it to happen at 154.
That's because it's not in the contract. He would have had to put it in writing that he wanted it at 154. Right. And not activate it.
Right.
So if it's not in the contract,
wait. That's the only way. With it being in writing is the only way Terrence Crawford could tell you officially the fight's happening at 154 is what he's saying to you. He's saying unless he submits that in writing, there's nothing letting me know this fight's happening at 154. I have to assume it's going to be at 147. Why? Because we just fought there and I have 4 belts there. So he won the belt, I'm assuming. But if
it sound all of that sound good and everything, but if Earl didn't say out of his own mouth that he wanted right after the fight, Earl said he wanted it at 154.
Right
after the fight.
Right. But you're missing.
Yeah, so we can't do this, bro. Right after the fight, Earl said he wanted that 154. So why would we think it? So why would he think that Earl wanted to be at 147?
He didn't say he wanted to be at 147. He said
Earl said he couldn't make 147 right after the fight.
Nobody said that. Nobody is saying that.
What I'm saying to you is there is an official way to do things. Errol Spence did not do it officially.
Right.
He stated what he might want to do or what he wanted to do or whatever he did in that interview. He stated that, right? And also, for whatever it's worth to you, in that same post-conference, he was confronted, Terrence Crawford, with it, and he said, I'd have no problem making the fight at 154. So what makes he wants the fight to happen at 147 when he just let you know that I would do the fight at 154, right? But we all know that's just talk, and it's not official. There's a way to do business. It's documentation beats conversation. Terrence Crawford, who's speaking on and answering a question in an official way, says, I cannot officially let you know anything but what I know it is right now until Errol Spence makes it official by submitting it in writing that it's going to be somewhere else. Once again, it's not Terrence pushing for a fight to happen somewhere. It's Terrence letting you know where the fight would happen as far as he understands until Errol Spence makes the correct moves to make it something else. But
so if Errol Spence literally said at the post-fight conference that he could no longer make 147 and that the fight he wanted the next fight to be at 154.
Don't do that.
Why would Bud even play games and say he had to put it in writing? No, the fight still happened at 147. Why would you say that?
Don't do that.
He's not playing games. That's how it works. What are you talking about? What if Errol would have been like?
Let me say something right quick.
What if Errol would have been like? Yeah, I know I said 154, but I want a shot at becoming undisputed, so I want the fight to happen 147. Then what?
Yeah. Exactly.
He said he couldn't. Well, we got to go by his words and him saying he can no longer make 154.
Let me say this.
He was at 154. Why are we not taking Terrence Crawford's words?
Let me say this.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he wouldn't afford him at 154, Clay. You're missing the point. The point is he was saying that he thought the fight was going to happen at 147, and so we have to assume that Terrence was ready to fight at 147. That's what he said, right?
He said
let me say this to you, Frequent. Listen to me, Frequent. Hold on. Listen to me. Let me say this. Your problem is you still assuming that Earl was calling the shots. He wasn't.
That's yeah.
I'm not talking about what
Earl
Earl was
wasn't calling
saying.
no
I'm talking about
shots.
what Bud. I'm talking about Bud said. I'm talking about what Bud.
Bud can say what he want to say because
Yeah,
Bud won the fight.
Bud
won the fight.
but I'm saying we gotta take Bud for what he's saying.
In
though.
the contract, it says the winner. It says the winner gets to choose what weight we fight the rematch at. That was in the contract.
He did.
And Bud said it's going to be at 147, right?
No, he didn't.
And that's where it was going to fucking be at. Wherever he said it was going to be at. Because he won the fight.
Exactly. I got that.
Okay. There was no agreement.
So what? So you up here trying to say that Bud duck boots? That's what you're trying to say?
No, what
I'm trying. This is what I'm trying to say. Let me make it clear what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that Bud was prepared to fight Earl at 147, right? We have to assume that, being that he was saying that he thought the fight was going to be at 147. So we had to.
Okay.
Earl was the one who wanted it to be at 154, not Bud. Bud said, "I will fight him at 154." Okay. But far as I know, the fight is at 147. So we got to assume that he was at 147.
Okay.
When the fight with Earl didn't happen, it didn't even happen. So you can't say he was at 154 already.
So the
By the time that wait, hold on, time out. I understand what he's saying. I just want to be clear, right? So basically, his argument is that Bud was clearly willing to fight at 147 at one point in time. He's bringing it full circle back to saying, why not fight Boots at 147, right? So basically saying that Terrence could fight at 147 if he wanted to. He made a conscious decision not to fight at 147 to move up to 154, which I'm okay with, right? But I'm okay with that because at the end of the day, Terrence was going to honor something with Errol Spence that he had signed before, and he was going to do that. He wasn't going to fight Boots. He didn't have no agreement with Boots. Right. So it was up to him. He was ready to leave the division. The only thing that would have held him back at that division is respecting the agreement that he had with Errol Spence and giving Errol Spence the same opportunity that Errol Spence gave him to become undisputed. So but it's not a duck move or anything like that. It's very simple. It's the same thing with Jaron Ennis. I'm sure Jaron Ennis could have made 147 to fight Brian Norman Jr. if he wanted to and put his body through that. But at the end of the day, for what? I'm going to 154. I've already unified. I'm already a lineal champion at 147. Bye, Brian Norman Jr. See you at 154 when you come up here if we meet again. I'm out. I'm not ducking you. I'm leaving the division. There's no ducking unless, like I said, if I would have seen Jaron Ennis fight somebody else at 147, I would have had a whole different energy about the Brian Norman fight. And the same thing with Terrence Crawford. If he'd have went and fought Stanionis instead of Jaron Ennis, I'd have been like, what the hell? Duck. You know what I'm saying? Without a doubt. But he didn't. He moved on. He moved up to the next weight class division because why look back when I could look in front of me? Boots, you are behind me. I'm already unified. I'm already an undisputed champion in this division. I'd be going backwards to fight you, bro. It would do nothing for me, bro. You guys keep throwing up 2 times undisputed. It means nothing. I'm already 2 times undisputed. I'm going to be 3 times undisputed against the face of boxing, Canelo Alvarez, bro, for the biggest bag of money. And I already got a billionaire Saudi Arabian government behind me, letting me know that they're working diligently to make this fight happen for me. Why would I go back and fight Jaron Ennis for nothing? Who's paying for it? Turkey's not even interested in it. So at the end of the day, the move was strategic and it made sense because this is an accomplished man, 36 years old at the time, heading into his retirement years where he's thinking about either quitting or getting a worthwhile fight. Jaron Boots Ennis is in his rearview mirror, bro. You missed that train the same way Brian Norman Jr. is in the rearview mirror of Jaron Boots Ennis. To say, if you want to holler at me, you can always come up to 154, leverage that WBO title, get you a fight against Xander Zayas or whoever was a title holder at that time, and you can give me something I want, and I can fight you at 154 for a belt that I'm interested in. But at the end of the day, I'm not going backwards.
Yeah, I got y'all. So it wasn't a duck. It was an honorary duck. You know how Turkey Al-Sheikh got inducted, honorary. He was an honorary inductee. It was honorary. So it was an honorary duck. He didn't really duck him, but it was
honorary duck. I'm gonna let you have that. I'm gonna let you have that. You got that. Honorary duck. I'm cool with that. I'm rocking with that. I'm rocking with frequent. I'm rocking with frequent.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I was
I'm
going
not doing
with
this. You got it, bro.
Fights are over, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I thought that the
I know.
workouts were gonna start. What time does the workout start? The media workouts.
Like 9 o'clock, I thought, right?
Oh, is it 9 o'clock? Is that what it is? Okay. Okay.
Let me tell you right now.
I think it already happened.
No, it didn't happen. I've been watching it from the beginning. There was no media workouts.
It's hold on. I think it's right here.
Oh, okay.
Nope, not yet. Nope.
Oh,
Nothing.
thank you, Literary Pharaoh.
So how do you
think and get up under my skin and drive me crazy? Got my, got my skin balling, got my blood balling up in here.
That's why I was trying to chime in, because I was like, I understand what you both saying, and like you actually hit the nail on the head when you explained what he was saying. But that's what I was trying to get to. I was like trying, and I was getting frustrated my damn self. I'm like, damn, I can't even get a word out. As soon as I start with one point, it's like, whoa! It was like World War III in this piece. I was like, damn, bro.
Shout out J Pit City. Says I always said Bud should have became the villain earlier on. He would have gotten more big fights. 100%. I agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Adult Choice. I think he did kind of become the villain. You know what I'm saying? I think
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum salam, Adel. Listen, man, I think he did do the villain thing. You know what I'm saying? I think the moment he left Bob Arum, he became the villain. No, I'm gonna be real with you. The moment Errol threw Al in his face and said, "Talk to Al," he became the villain at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's how they're gonna play with me. I don't think he became the villain. He became the bad guy. When I say that, hold on. When I say that in respect as the bad guy is just somebody that you see, you know, on the streets or whatever in the Gotham City. You know what I mean? The villain is the guy that creates the problem. He has bad guys working for him. Bud didn't become the villain yet. He did not become the villain yet when all that happened. When Bud became the villain is when he beat Earl. When he beat Earl, he became the villain. He was villainized and everybody hated him. Up to that point, everybody was just like, who is this guy?
Yeah, I don't feel that way. I feel like he was.
I'm rocking with Bud for the fight though.
Against Canelo?
Yeah, you know it, man. I just had to jump up here because y'all was riding too high on Bud, man. I couldn't let y'all.
No, you got your
y'all shooting. Earl catching shots and everything. Earl couldn't see, bro. Earl couldn't see. He had a broken rib.
Let me ask you a question.
Hey, what's going on?
You said you would like to fight the winner of this fight. Well, here he is. What do you have to say?
I was trying to get it on. He got the beat dog now. Let's go.
That's why your ass came up here.
Play that again.
That's why your ass came up here.
Who fought us
join us right here.
Hey, what's going on?
You said you would like to fight the winner of this fight. Well, here he is. What do you have to say?
Hell no! He got the beat dog now. Let's go.
That's why you came up here, freaking.
Hey, Clay.
Crazy.
Clay, you saw the pause. Hey, Clay, you saw the pause. She's looking like, well, I don't want to say it, but you said
pointing in his face and everything. If I was Errol, I was like, "Yo, get your finger out my face, Queen." Like, respectfully, I need you to get your finger out my face, Queen.
Right.
Hey, I'd have called the attitude up there. Hey, Queen, I'm gonna need you to get your finger out my face first of all. Before we go any further, I need you.
I don't understand why Spence fans want to blame everything on somebody else. All that shit that happened to Errol was Errol's fault. Errol drove the car. Errol was drinking. All that shit was Errol's fault.
None of that nonsense. I don't talk about nothing that happened outside the ring with these people, man. I really don't like talking about it because
about what?
But they bring the outside the ring into the ring. Oh, well, you know, he had a car accident. You know, he couldn't see. He couldn't do this. But that's his fault. If he couldn't see and he couldn't do all that, back out of the fight. Don't take the fight. You took the fight. So no excuses.
I had this conversation. Damn, that was bad. But I was having this conversation with Clay, right? And back in the day, I was defending Earl on other things. I never blamed the car accident. I never blamed injuries. I told what was talking about. Well, I say he had some mushroom kit that he got from Mike Tyson, Clay. I said he looked like he was high in that ring. Right? That's the only thing. Only thing. No, we just Terrence. It's the only thing I've ever said. And then when I said they was talking about the injury, Clay was like, "Well, he should have never gotten the ring." I said, "You're right. I never made an excuse for him being injured, being in a car accident, can't see with his cataracts, with none of that. And I
Wait, I thought you said he ain't properly decompressed when he ran up the mountain, bro.
What
That
I'm
was
saying
Rachel,
is,
that was Rachel and Victor Conti.
but I'm an Earl fan, right? So me saying that, I didn't go there. Some of these people were just pushing different excuses. The thing was, Earl put it out there, right? And I don't understand why they don't follow the gospel like they follow with Tank. When Tank say something, they kind of go, well, he meant to say this. But when Earl said, I don't make any excuses, he was the better man tonight. We'll get it back. Right? We'll get it back. I was okay with that. Everyone else was like, yeah, I'm okay with it. But then soon as it became that same war we just had, 154, 147, whatever the case may be, he don't need the belt. He had the belt. He had his opportunity. All that went out the window. Then it became Bud was the villain. And they vilified Bud for it. And that's what it came down to. It was crazy.
No, you was right, Ray. I think Earl's mistake was in the beginning. He said if I had an excuse, I wouldn't even tell y'all. And then people was cooking him so bad he had to drop one of them excuses, man. That was the messed up part right there. Once he dropped one of the excuses, then all the different excuses started coming out and everything, and that's where it kind of went wrong for Earl. I think it would have been more respectable if he would have just kept it the way he was, kept the same energy.
Let me ask you guys a question and segue out of this because we got a real fight happening. We talking about a fight that happened already and the results of that fight. What did you think about Canelo Alvarez speaking on Jaron Ennis reaching out to him to spar instead of Canelo? That Canelo actually didn't reach out to Jaron Ennis to get himself ready for Terrence Crawford. That it was actually Jaron Ennis who reached out to him and asked him for to spar him.
Exactly.
He said he reached out to him?
Yeah,
he reached out to Canelo.
He reached out to Canelo.
Good for Jaron.
Because I thought
That's smart for Jaron. Jaron needs to spar with great fighters. So, yeah, great. Good for him.
Wait, but wasn't Canelo already around the camp, though? Because I thought Canelo was sparring his brother already.
No, they already had a relationship. What I'm letting you know is I just wanted to be clear that what's come out from Canelo Alvarez is that he did not reach out to Jaron Ennis to get help for the Terrence Crawford fight. That is not what happened. What happened is Jaron Ennis's team reached out to Canelo to ask him to come over there and join him and spar and train with him. And I guess what I'm saying at the end of the day is Jaron Ennis wasn't asked to come out there. He chose to try to put himself in there. Do you think that was ill-timed? Or do you think that's just, I personally ain't got no issue with it one way or another, but I'm asking the panel, does that change anything as far as the whole entire jacket, the whole industry try to put on Jaron?
I think it was disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? I think he had his reasons to do it because he didn't have to do it. You know what I'm saying? If anything, you could have looked at Canelo as a potential, opponent, even if you wanted to look at, Bud as a potential opponent. You know what I'm saying? Why are you going over there helping that dude out? So he knows the code. He's been around boxing all his life, so he knows what the code is. What's your purpose? Because Canelo wouldn't come over there to help him get ready for Ortiz. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think that Jaron went over there to help Canelo get ready for Terrence, or do you think he just went over there to get? Do you think he wanted to help Canelo to get ready?
I don't think he wanted to help him to the point where he was like, he knows it's a payday one, and I'm pretty sure he had his conversations where he was like, huh?
What payday?
You're gonna get paid for sparring. But I'm saying he probably was like, look, I need to get.
Why would Canelo pay Jaron Ennis for sparring that Jaron Ennis is asking?
Either way, let me just talk. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, I think that he could have went over there and got. And let me clarify this. Let me start from the beginning. I think Jaron probably reached out with the intentions of getting ready and prepped for Virgil Ortiz, to get some looks, and in turn, tell Canelo, I can also give you some looks for Bud, being that he likes to switch positions. He kind of fights off the back foot sometimes. He can be in your face and box at times, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the negotiations caused that to be a great agreement for them to get and share the ring together. Other than that, I don't think it was nothing crazy, and I think it started now. By the way,
I think that's crazy for you to bring that name into your conversation. If you only want to get help for yourself, I think it's crazy to even bring that man into your conversation.
Who's that?
Don't make Bud a leverage for you to be able to go over to sway Canelo. If he's got a relationship with your family already and he sparred with your brothers, why don't you just put that out there? Look, hey, I'm needing some looks on Ortiz. Don't throw Bud name in there, because if you throw Bud name in there, it's looking weird now. It's looking like.
But to your point, right? Maybe he didn't publicly say that, but what I'm saying to you is he's also preparing for Bud. And what other person he's going to get out there that's going to help him prepare for Bud in that type of situation where they can both get the good work in. These are boxers. They're professional boxing. What they do is they help each other get prepared for things. They give each other different looks. And by giving each other them looks, it helps them get better and balanced in the ring. Now, you're right. It is some like weird energy for that, right? To say that. But at the same time, it's also a hand washes the other hand. And as long as the hand washes the other hand, I don't see there's a problem with it. I don't think it even matters. I just think that it was the right thing to do for both of them to just fine tune their tools. That's it. Pause.
You know what it's giving? You know what it's giving to me? What it's giving? You know, being a street guy, I just want to say this little thing. What it's giving to me is like, go ahead, dudes on the corner saying, yo, help the police. You want to help the police? Help the police. That's what it's giving to me. It's like, help the police.
I mean, well, let me ask y'all this. Let me ask the whole panel on this. Let me ask everybody on this panel this question. Everybody that's here.
Hold on, before you ask that question, let me answer.
2 seconds. And some of them will help the police quietly and behind that wall over there. So don't take that shortly.
You know what I want to do, guys? I want to
go ahead, Frequent. Go ahead, Frequent.
Wait, hold on. Before we jump in,
go ahead, Frequent.
Wait. Hold up. What I want to do is I want to try something, right? I wonder how the Ring Magazine feels about this, and there's only one way to find out, right? So I actually want to bring up the Canelo Alvarez interview. I want to play it, stop it, because he's speaking on why he changed his style on the Duran Boots Ennis. He's speaking on a bunch of stuff. He's speaking on fighters moving up in weight, how he feels about it. He speaks on the Jermell Charlo fight. He speaks on the magnitude of this particular fight. He speaks on a potential upset. He even towards the end is going to speak on what challenges does Crawford present. So I want to kind of like react to the interview. You think Ring Magazine would be diabolical and demonetize me for going over there on their videos?
As long as you're using it for
education. I don't see how they could do that, because
if you announce it as an educational purpose, and usage for it,
it's all over YouTube. So
fair use. Yeah, you just reacting to it.
Yeah,
I don't think they would do that.
You guys build for a minute. I'm gonna be right back. We're gonna go over and react to the video. I'll be right back.
All right, bet. Yeah, me being a Philadelphia native and a fan, a Duran Boots Ennis fan, I'm gonna keep it all the way funky and say I think it might be a little bit of hate there, man. If he actually reached out, you know what I'm saying? I feel like he don't want Bud to win, man. Because
my question is this. Here's my question to everybody that's here. What does Boots owe Bud?
He don't owe him nothing, but that's what I'm saying though. I think that he probably don't want Boots to win.
What does Bud owe Boots?
A fight at 154
nothing.
Or 147.
You don't owe him nothing. Neither one of them owe each other anything. If he want to go work with Canelo, that's fine.
I get that.
See, this is the problem I have. I love the way the internet blows it up, but here's the problem I have with it. Bud don't give a shit who you get. Go get who you want.
How you feel about Errol Spence and Keith Thurman? Their situation. How you feel about that? You know their little situation. What? How Earl said he'll never fight him because Keith Thurman ain't give him that shot. Keith Thurman, he felt like he was supposed to fight him, but he would never fight him.
Well, if Keith didn't want to give him the shot, and Earl don't want to fight, they just don't fight. I mean, you can't make the thing is, you can't make people fight you. You can only fight the dude that's willing to get in the ring with you. For some reason, I don't know the reason because I don't know Keith. Keith was not willing to get in the ring with Errol. So if Errol
Now all
decides
of a
he never
sudden
wants to
he
get in the
is
ring
though.
with Keith, that's cool. That's on them. But monetarily, business-wise, you might want to take a look at Keith now.
I mean, but I just want that. I asked you that to say that I think it's kind of similar there, with Boots and Bud Crawford, because Boots was in line to fight Earl or Crawford. He wanted to fight either one of them, and he actually I don't think they paid him no step aside money or nothing like that, but they did. But he did, say he was going to fall back and try to take the winner of those two because he was Errol's mandatory.
He was mandatory too in the WBO, and he left the sanction. He went the Errol route. Don't forget that.
Say that one more time, yo.
Boots was number 2 in the WBO. He dropped out of the WBO. And he was in a position where he could have forced Bud to fight him instead of Avanesyan. But he left the sanctioning body and went to the IBF to chase.
He was number 2. He was Earl mandatory though. He was already there for Earl. So, I think what he did was he made the right move because he wouldn't even been in that position to get the belt from Bud if he went the other way.
I don't doubt the move he made. I'm glad he made the move. I'm glad he made the move. All I'm saying is nobody owes anybody anything. So he wanted to fight. They fought. They couldn't figure out their rematch situation. Bud moved up. Now, if you really, you just moved up to 54. So if you really wanted to fight Bud, that you should move up to 54 when he moved up. That's what my man Morrell did, right? Benavidez moved up. What did he do? He moved right up with him. If you really want to fight him.
Well, this is the long bait. I'm saying that
I think he wanted that undisputed though.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, Bud he's going for the money, but he also is going for legacy. Now, on this route, Boots got all the time in the world. He got at least a year to unify at 154. He can do that because folks want to fight him, and the belts are out there to be gotten. So if Bud wins this fight, and he doesn't want the rematch with Canelo, he could retire, wait for a whole year, get his body right to come down to the 154, and fight Boots for undisputed. Because if he want bait, he'll come for that undisputed. Because that's the weight class he hadn't been undisputed at, and he'll be 4-time undisputed.
All right, guys. I hear you guys talking, but we gotta talk on what
Go ahead, do your thing, Clay. Do your thing.
Which is this fight, man. And I'm very interested in what Canelo had to say, and I'm also going to pull up what Terrence had to say as well, because he had an interview as well, right? Mm-hmm. And we're going to do a little reaction. We're going to see what happens in the morning. We're going to see what happens in the morning. You know what I'm saying? And we'll take it from there. You know what I'm saying? So let's go ahead, man. This is the interview right here with Canelo Alvarez in ringside, inside the ring, and let's react.
Okay, so Canelo, first
All
things
right, I'll be back.
Made about your sparring session with Boots Ennis. How did that happen? What happened?
I cannot say much, but he called us and say if he can go and sparring with me and everything. I say, of course, right? A fighter like me, we always want great sparrings because there is the thing, right? And I have history with the family because 14 years ago, his older brother helped me for Sugar Shane Motley and Alfonso Gomez. So it's Derek Ennis. So he helped me. So he was 14 years old at that time, by the way. And it was good, very good. And I'm very grateful with him because he make that time to go and give me a good work.
Was he there to be your sparring partner to get you ready for Crawford? So he imitating Crawford's style for you, or he was just fighting?
No, he did his thing. He do both guards too. He switch and everything, and helped me really good.
I think about the kind of fighter you've been.
Okay, so that's very interesting, right? Like I said, he gets invited. He invites himself or asks to be invited to be inside of a camp midway, a few weeks out from Terrence Crawford, knowing Terrence Crawford's going to fight Canelo Alvarez. So there's one or two ways to look at it, right? There's obviously the elephant in the room, which is, okay, there's a fight happening between Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. What are you doing right now? Why would you get involved in this camp? But there's also another elephant in the room, which is he has a fight coming up with Lehman at the time when it may have potentially been negotiating with Virgil Ortiz for a fight. But more importantly, had an announcement that Eddie Hearn said that he was looking to get inside the ring in October, right? So we're in August, September, October. It's safe to say that Boots is in the middle of a camp himself, getting ready for a fight, whether it's Lima or Virgil Ortiz. Why would he pass up on an opportunity to spar against Canelo Alvarez? But at the same time, the space is going to look at it the way they're looking at it, because what are you doing there at that time? But I think he has a legitimate argument there to say that he's probably just getting ready for his fight. And he felt like this was a good, convenient time for him to get his fight. You know what I'm saying? To get ready for his fight. And he knew that Canelo was also in a camp as well. And Canelo's not in many camps, right? He's only in camp for his May fights and for his September fights. So this was an opportunity for Boots. So I don't know, man. I don't know if Boots is necessarily doing this to be spiteful to Bud, or if he's just taking an opportunity that just happens to be there and he has to take it now. When else? He's not going to get Canelo Alvarez to give him a sparring fight after he fights Terrence Crawford. Canelo's going to be beat up and not wanting to fight nobody. He's going to go spend time with his family and spend the money that he just made with Turkey, right? No? Yes? What do you guys think?
Well, I think that the chicken was fried, but it was fried in fish grease.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, man. Listen, man. But look, at the end of the day, he's getting that work in. It is what it is. But here's an interesting part of the conversation that I want to tap into. And let's see what he has to speak on this, because I speak on the fact that Canelo Alvarez, the style that Canelo Alvarez has, the slick style that he has, he's not done that at 168. At 168, he's become more of an apex predator, walking down his fighters, maybe even cutting the ring off at times because fighters are trying to get away from him. And the question is, after he finished speaking on this, is this a style that he needs to have the fight against Terrence Crawford? And if he plans on changing it up, going in the ring with Terrence Crawford, you know, how instinctively, how fresh is his legs under him to carry this new style? But let's see what he says about this.
Ben, you're a very well-rounded fighter. But early in your career, I used to think about you like James Toney. Good puncher and all that, but really very slick upper body movement. You used to like to lie against the rope sometimes and let guys try to hit you and counter punch. You loved when a guy came to you and just beat him up. And then when you got to super middleweight, at a certain point, it looked to me like guys just started running. So you had to start chasing them. And the last, 6, 7, 8 fights, I don't see the old Canelo who was slick making guys miss. I see a seek and destroy fighter. Do you, first of all, why? Am I right about that? Why did that happen? You don't need it.
Because I don't need it with that kind of fighters. They are slower than me. So I don't need to start moving or keep moving if I know it.
I want to go on record. And say, I spoke on this word. I said he went up in these divisions and he became the faster fighter. He was no longer fighting with the slick fighters who were faster than him. He did not need to fight that way. This was an advantage for Canelo Alvarez to fight at 168. And why do I speak on that? I speak on that because Canelo Alvarez gets, and shout out to Canelo Alvarez respectfully, right? But this is just me being frank about boxing and to say that as many advantages or disadvantages that people may have felt Canelo Alvarez had for challenging himself to go up in weight, I have another argument on the other side to play devil's advocate to say that it was actually easier for him to fight the big guys because he knew he had an advantage over the big guys, even though people would look at it like he's a smaller guy challenging himself to go and beat up bigger guys and risk himself getting knocked out. He knew in reality, my speed combined with my power, I actually have an advantage over these fighters because I'm actually shorter, which makes him harder to punch down on me. They got to reach for me to hit me, which is going to make it easier for me to counterpunch. And I can focus on being more of a puncher and trying to knock these guys out, which is going to boost up my fan base, boost up my money, and it's going to make me look amazing. How do you feel about that, Pop Shop? Does that make any sense?
Oh yeah, it makes perfect sense. I mean, he saw it, and it is an advantage to him, you know. But unfortunately, it's like that smaller fighter has chased him, and now he's back in that same scenario. So he's going to have to try to be elusive and try to you know, fight the same thing he's been you know, gotten away from all those years.
Okay. So let's continue.
I don't need to do something. Why I'm gonna do it? If I need it, I'm gonna do it. So that's why, because they are slower than me. So that's why I can do my thing.
Are you saying lower or slower?
It's slower.
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 Slower than you.
It's lower. So that's why I think I'm not needed like as avoid punches like that much, right? But when a fighter is fast and throw a lot of punches and everything, so. Well,
Who's Crawford? Where does he fall?
Yeah, I'm gonna need it for sure.
You're gonna need those skills for sure.
Boom! Rock with me, people. Move with me. Rock with me. Try to catch. Stay with me as I'm painting this picture, and I've been speaking on this for weeks now. Please, just rock with me for a second. Canelo Alvarez has not had to be a fast, athletic fighter in years. That's why he went up in weight, because he didn't want to compete in that space anymore, because that space was more competitive than the space he's in at 168 pounds. People don't want to understand that. It is what it is. He moved up to 168 so he didn't have to work as hard. He understood what he was going up there for. And why is this argument an argument that holds weight? It's because the question is, has he completely changed into another fighter? Because he's just admitted right here that he has to be another fighter for Terrence Crawford, that he cannot fight Terrence Crawford the way he fought those guys at 168. Right. I just want to be clear. The triangle theory that people are using, that Canelo Alvarez has knocked out bigger fighters, has been fighting bigger fighters, has been taking punches from bigger fighters, and all of these things are going to be an edge that he has on Terrence Crawford, is not going to play in this fight, because he cannot use none of those things he learned fighting those bigger fighters against a smaller fighter in Terrence Crawford. Yay or nay?
Exactly. Did I just say this yesterday? Did I not say he had earlier today? I said he had to go in his tool bag. Did I not say that?
Well,
he may not have those tools.
Huh? He
may not have those. He may not have those tools.
But then that's what I talked about. Boots coming in there to give him a hand. It was something to exchange for it. Okay, I can help you with Virgil. You can help me with Bud. Either way, however it went, that's part of the program. And it might not have just been the Boot situation. We don't know who else he sparred with, because these guys.
No, I know. Yoanel Hernandez and those guys. He had some good sparring partners for this.
But I'm saying, yeah. So you know what I mean. There you go. So all the people that he gets in there with and that he works with, they're going to be similar fighters. They're going to be guys that have speed. And if you look at the size of Canelo, he ain't looking like he 168 pounder. He looks like
hold on.
154.
Little Ray Farrell says, Claymore Rain, are you saying that Canelo needed to be reactive and fast is a disadvantage and an advantage for Bud? Yes. I'm telling you guys, and I'm not sure, I don't know one way or the other, but what I'm telling everybody is the fighter who beat Caleb Plant, the fighter who beat John Ryder, the fighter who beat Jaime Munguia, who beat Edgar Berlanga, that fighter doesn't work against Terrence Crawford.
Nope.
Because that fighter is way more stationary, is way less athletic, is not as fast, and is not as cerebral as a fighter that needs to be in the ring with Terrence Crawford on Saturday. Canelo Alvarez has to go back to being a fighter he hasn't been in years. Let's play it back again just to make sure make sure that we're all on the same page to understand. I'm not just saying that. Clearly, I've been saying that for weeks now. It's about how I feel. But let's see what Canelo feels about it.
And throw a lot of punches and everything. So, well,
Who's Crawford? Where does he fall?
Yeah, I'm going to need it for sure.
You're going to need those skills for sure in this fight.
And you will see.
So that's
boom. He's letting you know, I can't do that with Terrence. I'm going to have to be a different fighter. This is Canelo Alvarez has been comfortable fighting for years now as an undisputed 168-pound champion. Even when he went up there with Dimitri Bivol, what did we see in the Dimitri Bivol fight? Ladies and gentlemen, what did we see? We saw that he wasn't able to adjust, that when he got in a fight with somebody who was athletic and fast, he couldn't find the old Canelo. He curled up against the ropes. He stayed in the high guard, and he tried his best, but he couldn't get through it because he thought Dimitri Bivol was going to be slower than him. He thought Dimitri Bivol was going to be like those 168-pound fighters he fought against, maybe even slower, but he was in for a rude awakening, and what we saw was he always had those tools in his bag. He says it right here in the interview that when he needs it, he can go get it. He did not go get it against Dimitri Bivol. You know why? Ray, do you know why, Pop Shark? Do you know why he didn't go get it? Because we're creatures of habits. And what we do most of the time is more than likely what we do all of the time. We go back to what we do. That being said, though, he has practiced and dedicated a whole camp to bringing back that old Canelo. So I do expect a more athletic Canelo to be inside this ring. But can Canelo bring all of that back in one camp?
And let me give you a little bit more things to think about, something to ponder. Remember, he just had a fight in May, and in that fight in May, when he was met with resistance and met with having to be fleet of foot and caught off the ring, which he usually does so well, and do it without getting hit like he was with an athletic fighter. Guess what happened? He sat there and blamed it on. He's running, right? I don't like runners, right? The one thing that he said about Floyd, this guy, he moves too much, right? So now, instead of him saying, I don't like fighting people that run or this and that, and they're scared, he's saying, I don't like athletic people. They're trouble for me.
Talk to him, Ray.
So I was so bored of saying that for a while. And this is what he's been saying, and these are the things that the clues that actually was the key to making me even switch to saying Bud had a chance. Is when he said that in May. That right there was the key, because I was still on the fence, and I was like, I want Bud to win this fight because I think he can. I believe he can win this fight because of that. I already thought he had a chance, but now I was like, man, if he can't, he talking about he hates a certain fight. If I tell you I hate something, that means that I don't like it. And if I don't like it,
I'm uncomfortable.
Right. That's what it is. I'm uncomfortable with it. And if I'm uncomfortable with it, that means it's not going to work for me. So I'm going to have to adjust myself and get myself ready for it. Right. So I was all ready for that. Absolutely.
So let's continue it.
That's my question, because you can fall into habits. And then my question in the heat of the moment is, but does Canelo still have the muscle memory? Not just knowing how to do it. Of course, you know how to do it. But does your body still respond the same way that it did when you were the slick Canelo? Is it still there?
We'll see Saturday night. I think I'm still there, and I feel better than ever.
Boom! Ladies and gentlemen, I love boxing. I watch boxing. I analyze boxing. I really do this. And I'm not patting myself on the shoulder. I hope the God Ring magazine does not demonetize me tomorrow, because if they don't, we will be doing these reaction videos a lot more often. Shout out to Turkey. Shout out to Ring Magazine. Hope you guys don't mind the educational purpose usage. But it's great to hear Canelo Alvarez speak from a fighter's point of view to let you know, A, he needs to change it. Max Kellerman, the excellent interviewer that he is, asking the questions that we need to hear the answers to, not playing around and stroking Canelo's ego and celebrating him and celebrating him, but asking the questions, the hard questions. And Canelo Alvarez, kudos to him, kudos to Canelo, is giving honest, transparent answers. And what did he say? We don't know. We'll have to see Saturday night when we get inside that ring, which lets you guys know the Canelo Alvarez who's fighting Terrence Crawford on Saturday night will not be a Canelo Alvarez who you've seen fight in his last 8 fights. No, excuse me. It will be in his last 8 fights. It will be a Canelo Alvarez who you saw fight Danny Jacobs. It'll be a Canelo. Well, he's going to try to replicate something that happened years ago. The question is the muscle memory, the aging. The reality is he probably can look good for 1, 2, 3 rounds, being athletic, moving around, wowing the crowd. But can he maintain it as long as somebody like Terrence Crawford, who's been fighting like this his whole career? That question to get answered on Saturday night, but just letting people know about these intangibles that make this fight competitive. Every time you guys bring up, oh, he knocked down Edgar Berlanga. Oh, he knocked down Hayes again. Oh, he knocked down John Ryder. Did you see what he did to Caleb Plant?
Yep. Those are all good things.
Count. They don't count. They're not part. That triangle theory does not count. That's not what you need to be asking yourself. You need to be asking yourself, can he bring back the Danny Jacobs, the Erislandy Lara,
Triple G?
The Triple G. Can he bring back those guys? He has to bring that back. We'll find out on Saturday night. But just letting you know it's not so black and white. There's a gray area in here. There's an uncharted area that Canelo hasn't been in a long time. And here's the other side of that story and the caveat. Terrence lives there. That's where Terrence lives. He hasn't had the ability to be in a ring with people who are just super slower than him. People who he can just fight one way. No, he's had to be slick. He's had to move. He's had to take chances. He's had to use angles. He's had to use his IQ. His is it the neurons or whatever? They're firing in his brain. They're fresh and firing because he's always had to be that fighter. People say, well, Terrence doesn't need to be brand new. Terrence is brand new. When he gets inside of the ring, he customizes the way he's going to fight you based on the data you give him. By the 3rd round, he's customized his whole entire way and approach of fighting you based on what you present him. Canelo Alvarez hasn't been that fighter in years. He's not adjusting. He's not processing data. He's not becoming a new fighter in the ring. He's pressing and pushing his narrative, and the fighters that are in front of him can't do what? Keep up with him.
Right.
They can't keep up with him. And that's been a benefit and advantage that Canelo Alvarez has had for a long time. And dare I say, it's been by design. It's why he's at 168. It's why he's dominating at 168 and why he's up there. Not because he's trying to challenge himself and fight the hardest fights. No, on the contrary, 168 is an easier division for him because he has the advantage of speed and power over most of the opponents he fights in that division. Let's go back to it.
And that leads me to another question.
What question, Max?
You, in many respects, remind me of the Marvin Hagler of this era. When I was a kid, Marvin Hagler was the middleweight champion. He was pound for pound middleweight champ. And the guys who used to come up and try to beat him, and he would beat them, right? Until Sugar Ray Leonard. But Hagler, like you, was very versatile. He could chase you, he could counterpunch, he could fight every which way. And when he fought Roberto Duran, who was a lightweight like Crawford coming up, I felt like he gave him a little too much respect. And it was a close fight. Hagler won, but it was close. When he fought Tommy Hearns, he just chased him down to hurt him, and he won. Which mentality do you come in with? I ask because when you were slick, to me, that looked like a better fighter. But maybe this is the kind of fight where you just need to impose your strength.
I can do a lot of things in the ring. You know, if I need it, I can do a lot of things, and I need to go and do my thing, right? Obviously, I need to be intelligent, patient, but I need to go and put everything I got.
There's also a long history.
He did not answer that question, ladies and gentlemen. What that man basically said is, I ain't got the answers, Sway. I ain't got the answers, Sway. That's what I heard. I ain't got the answer, Sway. I need to do my thing. And he said, I have a lot of things in my bag. Ladies and gentlemen, when have we seen all these things in Canelo Alvarez's bag? In the last 8 fights, when have you seen him adjust and move around and be the fighter he needs to be? Did he do that against Dimitri Bivol? No, he didn't. He didn't. Did he do that against Edgar Berlanga? No, he didn't. Did he do that against Jaime Munguia? No, he did not. Did he do that against Caleb Plant? No, he did not. Why didn't he do it? Because he didn't have to do it. Therefore, he's a creature of habit, bro. He's going to do what he does most of the time. And what you just saw right there was him being 100 with you, saying he got to do it, which means I got to figure it out one way or another, which means I got to press this. And that's what Max Kellerman's asking him. And he didn't really answer that question confidently. What'd you think, Ray? Did he answer it confidently to you?
I think he doesn't want to give too much information. Let me be honest with you. I think what he's doing is, if he starts giving certain tidbits and stuff away of what he's been working on and what he's trying to do and how he looks doing these things, it can also come off as, okay, I'm exposing what my right hand. So I think he is definitely I think creatures of habits are very important. I think he acknowledged that, but I think he tried to dance around the question, the fact that he would have led into something that he could have exposed. So I think he just took the high road. But to your point, it does make sense also.
You know, it goes back to something you talked about, I think it's a few weeks ago, Clay, when you spoke about Boots coming into the fold, and then people start saying there's similarities between Bud and Boots. And what you pointed out was that even though they may have some of the same skill set, that it's the wisdom part of it that's going to be effective. That's the part that he can't figure out. You can have Boots in your camp doing all these movements, but he don't have the know-how, the when, the where, the timing. That's what Boots don't have in that yet. That fluent education or intelligence about that style. He might do it very well. It might look very good, but you don't know how to use it like the master knows how to use it. That's the difference.
Yeah. Listen, man. I remember Bruce Lee saying he's way more, I think I can't quote it, but it was something like he's way more fearful of the guy who's mastered one style, who's done it over and over and over and over again than somebody, who's spread himself thin, right? And hasn't mastered. Right. So that can play into this fight as well. Canelo Alvarez has a skill set that he's dialed in and focused on and become the best at. But this interview doesn't seem like he plans on going into that fight with what he's worked on. He's planning on going into the fight with things he ain't done in years. And that could be his undoing. You know what I'm saying? That could be his legitimate undoing, but we'll see. We'll see. But right now, it seems like Canelo is coming in with a different game plan. And shout out to my co-host Ray Davis, who identified and pointed out the fact that this man is slimmer, in better shape, and he's looking like he's going to try to put on a different kind of show than what he normally has done.
In boxing of guys moving up, and the bigger guy has choices to make. Does he try to maximize his size advantage, come in bigger and stronger because he's naturally bigger? Or sometimes Joe Louis did this against Billy Conn. I'm going all the way back 85 years. But he thought he's fast. I need to be trained down. And he won the fight, but it was tricky. It was close. Maybe not the best strategy for him to. Did you think about that with Crawford, that I either need to be bigger and stronger and maximize that advantage, or do I need to slim down to increase my speed?
I need both. And I think
you can't do both. You either have to be bigger or smaller, no?
Yeah, in 168, I feel like I can do both. But like I say, with bigger fighters I fought before, I don't need to like too much, right? But now I need both, and I can do both.
You took Jermell Charlo, a proud champion.
Ray, what did you take away from that? How did you feel about it?
I'm going to tell you exactly what I took away from that.
Really speaking on what you've been speaking on, so I'm interested.
I knew it. Look, I was going to say, I've been saying this the whole time. Yes, I told you. He's going to go in there. He's going to try to be the bigger fighter, but yet the smaller fighter. He knows he's already a bigger fighter, but he knows he also has to be able to move and adjust to the speed and power of Terrence Crawford. He knows that. But he also knows that he can probably take his granite chin, as far as we know. So he's going to have to, he's going to put that at risk. He knows how to cut off the ring. But is he going to be slick enough to land the shot when it counts? Those things all play a part, and he has to do both of those things. He has to be a slick fighter as well as a brutal, strong fighter. So his adaptation is going to have to match the energy of Terrence Crawford, which is going to be hard to do because what did I say about Terrence Clay? I said he's unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to do. You can't game plan for something that doesn't have a read on it. The guy is like a mystery box. You know what I mean? You get it in the mail, it's black, you know it's a prize, but what's in it? It's always the one you don't want. So guess what? He's going to have to hit the jackpot on it, figure it out, and get it done. That's it.
What do you feel about what Max Kellerman said, that you can't do both? Max said you can't do both. You either going to be big or you're going to be small. How do you feel about that statement that Max said?
I think what he's in that statement of me talking about him coming in overweight and then bringing it down, and he can't do both, is that the strength is going to have to play the part. Again, I was talking about strength. Does his strength take a sacrifice for not being naturally who he is? Or does it get better because he's trying to be quicker? You know what I mean? Does strength really go anywhere? Is it power versus strength? Like, what is he bringing to the table? Max is actually to the point where, yes, you can, but like I said, it's also the point that it's hard to do both. And is he skilled enough to hold on to both? Canelo is a veteran. He's been in the game for 60. This is his 65th fight. I'm sorry, 70th fight to say the least. And 65th. I'm sorry, 65th. To say the least. And to make sure that I'm hearing this right, he has to acknowledge who Bud is first. And if he does that, he can possibly do both. But I think Max is onto something. Absolutely. Doing both is going to be almost impossible. He's going to have to pick one. He's going to, like I said, the sword or the pen. He's going to have to pick one.
And I think that's a real interesting perspective, bro. And the reason I think it's interesting is because it's one of three things, right? For me. And you let me know if you agree, disagree with me. It's either he went big, he went small, or he went in thinking that he can become big or small during the fight and trying to adjust.
And I have to adjust.
And I feel like if he puts it on himself to adjust, he's risking being too big to be small. Or he risks being too small to be big. In other words, if he's too small and he tries to fight big, he can get clipped, right? If he's gotten too small. But if he's too big and he tries to fight small, his conditioning may get caught up because he's going to be trying to move around. Now he's bigger.
Right.
Is the best bet for him to just choose one and fight that way and be efficient? No. Or do you think him balancing it is the best way for him to approach this and coming in?
I think giving Canelo Crawford what he wants, which Crawford obviously sees that he's not as big as he wants, as he thought, right? He knows he fought these bigger guys, and Crawford Bud's probably sitting there like, man, he fought some big dudes, bro. I could stay up here and do this if he that size, right? Because Bud's also measuring him up right now.
Right.
So if Canelo sees that and is like, okay, now I got him, I'm going to come out big. And when I mean come out big, I'm going to give him the look that I'm big, and I'm gonna try to trick him with speed. I'm gonna do what Madrimov did. I'm gonna come out looking the way that he's expecting me to be. I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna be herky jerky. I'm gonna do certain movements. I'm gonna try to make him think about what I'm doing. And when he adjusts to me being herky jerky and you know what I mean, trying to box me, I'm gonna overpower him. I'm gonna use my size. I'm gonna use my experience. Then it's gonna come into play. Only way I see that coming into play. Other than that, I don't think it's it's just a mind game at this point. And I don't think that really plays a part in Bud because he's unpredictable. That's it. You don't know what he's coming in with and how he's gonna respond.
I don't think Canelo got that in his tank to be herky jerky like that for no more than about 2 or 3 rounds. Madrimov did that the whole fight. Canelo ain't got that kind of gas tank.
Oh no, not the whole fight. No. That's why if you actually heard me, what I said was I think he comes in looking like he's going to be the aggressor, the bigger fighter. Then he goes into the herky jerky mode, like he gets herky jerky with it to get Bud off his game plan. And once Bud starts going into the boxing with him and try to strategize and does the adjustment to the herky jerky, Canelo puts pressure on him. He does what he does. You know what I mean? Be the bigger fighter. Apply pressure. Because Bud is, and what I say, Bud is sitting there hitting the mitts, and he's fighting on the inside, man. He's sitting there fighting bigger guys, and he's punching on the inside. He's expecting this to be an inside fight, in my opinion, from what I see. So,
who is Canelo or Terrence?
I think Bud is. And I'm going to also say that if you don't believe me, I also said because of the way I'm watching them fight and who they're sparring and who they're bringing in, it looks like they're trading places, just like Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. Look like they're trading places. They're going to come in with opposite styles of each other, and they're going to try to fill each other out. And someone's going to take the lead and get comfortable and be like, "Oh, he's not doing what I thought he was. No, he's doing exactly what I thought he was doing, or this is not working." Whatever the case may be, and that's when we're going to see the difference in that fight, and it's going to escalate to whoever the winner is. You'll see.
Let me throw this what Literary Pharaoh said. I think it's a good statement, but let me know what you think about it. If you agree, disagree, how you feel about it. He says it's an equilibrium shock and a disadvantage for Nello to revert back to a style that he hasn't fought in 4 years will be a deterrent to Nello. What do you think about that statement?
Yeah,
I mean, you gotta remember this. Yeah, remember these guys box every day. They're sparring every day. No, he hasn't been on a pro circuit doing it, like where we see him on camera and this and that, because he doesn't have to, as he said. But he's in there he was in there with Ryan. He was in there with Tiafimo. He was in there with smaller fighters, dancing and boxing. Now, being in there, I'm pretty sure he don't want them little guys from 135, 140 punching him in the face. Regardless if it hurts or not, he has to be a little quick. He has to be a little on his toes. And Canelo's always bounced on his toes when he had opportunities to. So I don't think it's far-fetched that he can do it. Sustain it, different situation. As Pop Shop said, I don't think he can sustain it. I definitely think he has enough tools in the shed to definitely get on it. But, man, I'm calling the knockout early, man. So I'm just calling it as it is. So it don't matter at the end of the day. But go for it, Clay.
Yeah, Literary Pharaoh, I agree with what he's saying. I do think it's an equilibrium shock. I think that being in there with Terrence Crawford is different than anybody else he could have sparred against. And I think sparring is sparring at the end. And I think real consequences with 10-ounce gloves coming at you, somebody who can throw his hands, maybe not the hardest punch in the world, but there's consequences there, keeps you honest. And I think it is a equilibrium shock and a disadvantage for Nello if he tries to revert back to a style, because I think he's risking not being the guy he once was and finding out a hard way inside the ring. And it could be his detriment. And I've been saying it for a while. I've been saying that this could be him switching up in the 9th inning and becoming something he hasn't been in a long time. Could be bad news for Canelo.
But can also the experience of 65 fights and opponents help bring that into all one eggshell to make it work? That's the other part of the question. Experience matters.
Experience matters, but he hasn't fought that way in over 8 fights, bro. He only fights twice a year. Do the math.
All right, you're right. But do we forget how to ride a bike? The question is, do we forget how to ride our bikes? That's what it comes down to what he does. Does he forget how to ride his bicycle?
Not only does he forget how to ride it, but does he have the same athletic ability he did 4 years ago when he was doing it?
No, absolutely not.
The
Bum knees and all
knowledge
that.
to be there, but the ability to actually execute it is a whole nother conversation because the man is older.
Agreed.
So I mean, look, if he can, I mean, without a doubt, the question is, can he? That's an easy.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I said. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I agree with. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. Yes, without a doubt, the question is, can he? And that's a big question because it's 4 years ago. And not only can he, but can he do it at the highest level in the game against a pound for pound and one of the best switch hitters that's of this era of boxing? Not just anybody, Terrence Bud Crawford. Shout out to Adel Choice who says, "What's the difference between Canelo and Spencer style?" Appreciate the $5 holler, man. I think Canelo's style and Spencer's style is different because I think Canelo has a lot more movement. I think he keeps his head off the line a lot more. He doesn't put his foot over. He's fundamentally way more sound than Spence. He keeps his head. He doesn't lean over his front foot. He doesn't. He moves his head off the line. He has good defense. He slips shots well. He's a great counter puncher. To me, Errol Spence is more of a bulldog. He really just, steamrolls you. You know what I'm saying? Once he gets going, his body shots and things of that nature. But what do you think?
I think, first of all, I think the defense is better all together, all in one. As far as the offensive fighter, I think the counter, like you just mentioned, is very important in Canelo's book. They both counter, but I think Earl's more like, I'm just going to punch when you punch. Canelo will punch when you punch, but his is more of a counter as opposed to just trying to match you for punches. I also believe that Canelo has more of a opportunity to hurt you with any shot in one punch, as opposed to Earl is an accumulative of punches that puts you down. So Earl can break you as well, and if that's what I think he's saying, because now that I think about it, if he's talking about them breaking them down mentally and beating the opponent, yes, they're very similar. There is no difference into the breakdown part of it, but style-wise, it's definitely a difference. I mean, even the footwork is key in that. Boxer puncher to a brawler, or a boxer, a hard-nosed boxer, nose-down boxer.
I want to touch on the one little thing back when I remember we've talked about Ryan on the Ring Insider, right? Now, if Ryan can pick up on those that subtle movement on how Canelo gets to set up his power punches, man, how do you think Crawford is going to capitalize on that? Because we know that Canelo has he has to commit to those power punches, and Bud is real good at punching in between shots.
Yes.
The workouts are finally on. They've been on for like 5 minutes. It just came on. But no big deal. Continue the conversation.
Yeah, but no, that's a good point. That is a good point. If that is the case, and that does, and I meant to add Ryan into that training session too. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, if that is the case, and we already heard that Boots put hands on him, there is going to be some learning curves. See, I don't want to put stuff out there but since you already did it, yeah, there's going to be some learning curves for Canelo. There's going to be some real time learning. As Clay always says, go home with the come to the party with the one leave the party.
That's Mike Tyson. He says it. He says,
I know. You like to quote it. Your quote. Yeah, Mike Tyson, but you quote it. Yeah, exactly. But absolutely, you want to be able to be where you're comfortable at any times. And if he's not going to be comfortable fighting Bud with his size, then he already lost. That's one thing. But at the same time, this is gamesmanship. He can be saying anything publicly and building the fight perfectly to come in there, and we see him right now, and he's bigger than Max Kellerman sitting in that chair. And then pause, by the way, because somebody's going to do it like last time. And he walks in that ring and walks through Bud's punches and knocks Bud out. Anything can happen. Do we see that happening? We don't know. The fight's not here yet. It's like Clay mentioned the other day. It's the unknown, right? Angelo said it, and Clay repeated it. The unknown. We don't know. Anything can happen. We don't know what's going to take place in this fight. until they take their shirts off, pause, damn, again, and they get in that ring and they put them in the gloves and punch it, throwing at each other. We don't know.
Just listen to how Bud talks. He seems, like real confident in not just in what he's been in camp doing, but I think he's really satisfied with his stature, with how it all turned out. So I wouldn't be surprised if he comes in the bigger guy.
I mean, listen, I wouldn't be surprised if anything from Canelo because he can choose. I think for me, the big thing with this Canelo-Terence Crawford fight is that Canelo has to, I believe Canelo has prepared to beat Terence Crawford a certain way. I don't believe that he's prepared himself to adjust on these multiple levels that Terence Crawford can come. I believe he has a plan. And my question is, if that plan gets derailed by Terence Crawford, if he's able to offer him some issues and some different looks, how much flexibility does Canelo Alvarez have at adjusting to what Terence Crawford is doing to now initiate a B plan that will be just as effective as the plan that they worked in camp? Now, right now, with these interviews and what Max Kellerman's asking right here, he's acknowledging the fact that he cannot fight Terence Crawford the same way he fought his last 8 fights. Right here in this interview, Max Kellerman speaks to him about him changing his style, that when he fought back in the day, he thought he was more of a James Toney, very slick fighter, a fighter who, was moving out away these shots, counter-punching, and had a lot of movement, a lot of athleticism about him, but acknowledge the fact that when he came up to 168, Canelo Alvarez changed that. He hasn't fought like that in over 8 fights. Canelo Alvarez fights twice a year.
Right.
That means for the past 4 years, give or take, he has not fought the kind of fight that he believes Canelo Alvarez, who speaks on in this interview right here, says he cannot fight Terence Crawford the way he fought those guys. He said it right here in this interview. We just played it. So it's not me putting words in his mouth. He's letting you know that's not going to be effective. So that means he's coming in and fighting a different way.
Right.
And the question is, if he's preparing to fight a different way in this fight, and Terence Crawford is a better fighter in this different way, he'll have to adjust. Will he have that ability to do it? And what evidence do we have of him doing that?
And let's put this in place before I hang up. So I had to get off, so I had to take a little nap for work. But let's look at it this way too. Bud's supposed to have some type of shoulder injury or whatever the case may be. That may play a factor. Bud's coming in as a bigger fighter. That may not be the same thing that we're all expecting Bud to be, this small, slick fighter that's going to come in there and be super fast. So there's a lot of elements to this fight. That's why I said we can't just hang our hats all on one side. I'm saying fighters. I'm talking about on one style or things not being adjusted. They're both going to have important adjustments to do. It's just a matter of who adjusts the best, who is capable of filling out the person across from them. Let me correct this. Pause. Because they about to get me. It's about filling out your opponent, making sure that they're the right person in front of them before they go to attack. Because if they don't and they walk into something or they get baited or they say goldfish, then it is what it is, man. You don't want to take those chances. So on that note, Clay, I'm gonna land my plane. I gotta go take a nap because it's that time almost. Sure. I'll catch you later, brother. Later, Pop Shop.
Peace.
If Clay's still on, I'll pop on when I get in the car. So, all right,
man. Go do your thing, later. Man. Shout out to JR Spock says, Claymore Rain, who's this dude? Travis Ford looks like shark food. He's talking about the open workouts here. Travis Ford in the ring right now.
Crawford.
Crawford. Sorry, I said Ford. Travis Crawford in the ring. I don't know. He's an up and coming, little prospect dude, but he's food for Muhammad Alakel. Or Alakel Muhammad. I don't know if I'm saying it right. But we know Alakel's like 4-0 now, 5-0 right now. A fighter that Saudi Arabia represents. So clearly this is a tune-up fight for him, a fight made for him to win. They worked hard to get Alakel a knockout in his last fight, set him up with a fight that was by design for him to get a knockout. This guy he's got some size on him. He doesn't look like he's going to necessarily be there to be knocked out. It's probably going to put up a little bit more of a fight, but yeah, I don't know too much about him. I just know that this is a development fight for Alakel, a fighter they want to see. Saudi Arabia wants to see do great things in the sport. But let's go back to the video. Let's go ahead and continue to play it.
Not undefeated, but he was undisputed champion who moved up, and he showed up to win until about 30 seconds into that fight.
Mm-hmm.
You convinced him very quickly, I can't win.
Mm-hmm.
And he spent the rest of the night trying to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you can do that to Crawford, or do you think Crawford's a different kind of fighter?
I think Crawford have more pride. That's what I feel, and that's what I think. He have more pride, and I think it's not gonna be the same. He's gonna try to do something and try to win, and that made me feel happy, because at the end of the day, we're there to put a great fight and see who's the best, right?
At this rate, it's probably going to be more like 40.
Okay, no, way too long. Let's see how much you're spending. Download an app called Rocket Money.
Oh, wow.
In 1978, Muhammad Ali fought Leon Spinks in the rematch, and they did something like 90 million people, some crazy. But since then, nothing's come close. Even Mayweather-Pacquiao, it's pay-per-view.
Yeah.
So it's different. Netflix, this is going to be easily, by far, the most watched fight since then, almost 50 years.
Yeah.
Right? Do you feel a responsibility to boxing to put on a show when that many people are watching?
I always put it a show. I always go in there and put my best. I don't think in that way, because I always go with the mentality to win, obviously, and I
don't want to fight the good young heavyweights anymore. They're not worth the money to me. It's a hard fight.
The reason I skipped it because they're talking about the magnitude of the fight. We know what the magnitude of the fight is. Him speaking about the Jermell Charlo fight, we know what he's basically saying, right? He's saying that Jermell Charlo showed no heart, that he showed no pride, that he had no problem running around the ring, celebrating the fact that he didn't get knocked out and he didn't give the fans anything. He ran off with the bag and had no remorse about it. And we all know this. We all understand this. That's what Shelton was talking about earlier when he just, saying that he looks at him the way he looks at him. Clearly, Terrence Crawford is not going to fight that way, in my opinion. I'd be very surprised to see Terrence Crawford play that game, get on his bicycle, run away from Canelo Alvarez for rounds to avoid being knocked out. I don't see that happening. That being said, though, he's also going to come in and try to win. He's not going to put himself on the block as a sacrificial lamb. He's not going out on his shield. There's no reason for him to do it because he's too skilled to go out on his shield. He's going to try to win this fight, and he's going to try to land significant shots, and he's going to try to beat Canelo. And Canelo, once again, throughout this whole interview, you see him embracing the fact that he understands, and he's given all the respect in the world to Terrence Crawford. I keep on saying it, and I'm going to keep on saying it. This is going to be about how much respect he gives Terrence Crawford. If he gives Terrence Crawford the respect of a fellow pugilist and just is like, yo, we're going to fight him, but if he over respects him, you know what I'm saying, Pop Shop? If he gives him too much respect, if he's like, I can't play with you, so I won't play with you. Certain things I won't do with you because I know I can't do those things. Those limitations that he might be setting on himself based on how much respect he's giving Terrence Crawford could really cripple him in a big way in this fight. What do you think?
I think this is the first time in a long time that he really had to be serious about his camp. He couldn't come into camp just, doing the same old walkthrough and, going through the motions. That push on the stage, I think it played a lot into how he's feeling right now, because that's what he said. He said, I feel like he's going to try to do something. So, and if you in some combat, some face-to-face combat, you feel the friction. If you walk into a room and you know it's somebody that don't like you and you done had confrontation with, you feel that energy. So he had to feel that energy, but that Crawford's like, look, I'm not gonna be a sucker, So I guess he felt that, and all of those face-to-face and meetings that they had, and especially the talk that they had at the top of the roof, that got a little bit sticky, And if what I found out about Terrence Crawford, if you want to piss him off, you try to downplay his resume, downplay his accomplishments. That's what pisses him off. That's what pisses him off most about when he fought Spence. When Spence kept saying, "Oh, who you fought? Who you fought?" That pisses him off the most.
Yeah, 100%. But I would like to add to that and say, does it piss him off the most or does it motivate him the most? And I think there's a difference, right? Is Terrence Crawford getting pissed and like, I'm tired of this, people messing with me and thinking I'm soft, like Raja Jackson did and a couple weeks ago when he body slammed that wrestler and beat him to sleep? Or is he loving, or is it motivating him? Is it driving him? And also, Terrence Crawford doesn't fight angry; he fights determined. It's a difference. You're just making him focus more in on beating you. And one thing about Terrence Crawford in that camp over there is when it comes to that word beating you, that's what they come to do. They don't come to beat the crap out of you or prove a point any other way. They come to get a victory. They come to get a win because they know that's the best way to shut everybody up is to win. And I think there's a difference in that mindset over an angry or an emotionally, you know what I'm saying? A bothered mindset, a frustrated mindset, or what somebody would say, somebody living free rent in your head. You know what I'm saying? Living free in your mind. Whereas Terrence, I don't think that's the case. I think what Terrence does is he uses all the detractors and all the people who are dismissing his accomplishments and all the people who are thinking he's not who he says he is. He uses that as determination. And I think that carries over into his training camp. It carries over into how focused and dialed in he is and how disciplined and the kind of fighter he is, the kind of athlete he is. And I think that translates into bad news for whoever he gets in the ring with. I do not think that helps anybody to poke at Terrence. I think it hurts people because Terrence has figured out how to use that in the most destructive way to you, in the most constructive way to himself. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the reason why I say it pisses them off because if you remember when they were on the stage and Crawford, Canelo was saying, well, you know, well, I don't know, he's fought nobody. He's fought nobody. And you remember the retort was Crawford said, so when I stomp a mud hole in your ass, you're gonna be nobody. Right. We hardly hear him curse or come out of character. So when he made that statement that way, you know, that's when I felt like it got a little more outside of him. Okay, already having respect for Canelo, because you know in many interviews he's always given his his flowers and respect for Canelo. But at that moment when he said that lets me know like he touched the nerve, and he's like, the only way I'm going to prove it to you that I'm elite or that I've been fighting elite talent is to beat you. You elite, so I'm going to stomp a mud hole in your ass. You're going to be a part of that same group, so are you going to be a nobody? You know what I mean? He feels like he still got something to prove.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, without a doubt, I agree with you. No, I really do agree with you on that. I think there is that. I think all those emotions are there, but I think the thing with Terrence is I don't look at those things as. I don't think none of that could ever get him unfocused. I think it just focuses him more. You know, I think he uses it as fuel. I think it benefits him and it hurts the fighter who he's in the ring with, right? I just believe that. I just believe that he turns that into an issue for the guy who's across the ring from him. He doesn't allow that issue to get in his way of what he came to do. It just dials him in, and it's just bad news. It's just like the Hulk. When the Hulk gets upset and he turns into the Hulk, that's never bad news for the Hulk. It's always bad news for the city, right? Like, it's not bad news for the Hulk. He looks bad. His clothes is ripped. He looks like he's out of control, but he's not. You can't shoot him. He's only becoming more and more dangerous for you guys. You know what I'm saying? You guys are opening up a can of something that you guys don't want to deal with. He don't got no sense. He's emotional, but he's also becoming impenetrable. He's also becoming indestructible. He's also becoming, you know what I'm saying? He's becoming all these other things as well, and that turns into an issue for you. You know what I mean? Let's see here though. Let's continue because there's one more part on this conversation that I want him to get to, but let him talk about the potential.
Let me find a smaller guy. So he looked for Michael Spinks, the light heavyweight champion. He was a big favorite. He was going to tie Rocky Marciano from 49-0. Spinks upset him. He got in, he got out, and he upset him. And that there are other examples like that, where the bigger guy is going to get paid a lot of money to fight in a big event, but against a smaller guy. So he naturally doesn't have the same kind of like adrenaline that he would have for fighting a young guy who's like his size. How do you avoid that trap in this fight?
First of all, I'm I'm not that fighter. So I'm Canelo Alvarez. And I don't think in that way. I'm just going to go there and win the fight. Whatever way, knockout or decision, my mentality is just win the fight, no matter what way. And like I say, thinking about people, if they're going to be happy or not, it's not my problem. For me, the most important thing is win.
But there must be.
I love that. That was very confident, and I love what he said. I thought that that's what it's all about, and that's what makes him the champion that he really is. That's the fighter that fighter right there. The mentality of that guy right there is what Terrence has to deal with. That's the reality. That's what people would call a problem. If you want to say what it is about Canelo Alvarez that brings the biggest problem to Terrence Crawford, for me, it's not his size, it's not his power. That's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is how dialed in he is when it comes to winning by any means necessary, and knowing he has the ability to win and that he is a winner is probably the biggest thing that Canelo Alvarez brings to the ring. What do you think?
Well, you know what's crazy? The ironic part of that is if you was to take Bud and put him in that place and say those same words, they would say, "Oh yeah, he's planning on running."
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I'll do anything I got to, whatever I got to do to win the fight.
I think casuals will take it that way, but I think like hardcore fans know that means that man just ain't losing. Because at the end of the day, when you hear him say that, you have to think about when have you ever seen him run. So if you just automatically think he's going to run, you're just making him do something you've never seen him do before. You can't honestly say, how can you picture somebody doing something that they've never done before? And he's out over 40 plus fights. No, so he's not going to run. But what he's saying, what if you're a real boxing fan, you know what he's saying is, I'm determined to win. I'm not folding. I'm not falling down. I'm not going through none of that. You know what I mean?
And you know what? When they brought up the whole Tom and Jerry thing, which we know it wasn't for Haney or whatever, but the narrative got put out there, you know, and it started to sway more towards black boxers, you know, because they like to move around, and because of the way Skull did it, I mean, he went overboard. You know what I mean? I mean, if he would have stood there just, you know, and traded with him a few more encounters, it wouldn't have looked so bad. But, you know, at times it's like he literally looked like he was just running to get out of the way. And when that guy started, when that narrative came over on Bud's side, because they're like, oh, he's going to fight another guy. Oh, he's going to get in the ring. I mean, you've been hearing it for weeks. Oh, he's going to get in there. I hope he don't do like Charlo. I hope he don't run around like Skull. And no, when have you seen Bud run? Just like you said, when have you seen him run? Why would you even bring that out of your mouth? When would you? And these were people who's on different podcasts every day. They've seen Bud fight, but when he gets to fight Canelo, and he says, well, you know, I'm going to box and I'm going to do what I got. He said it even on the stand. Remember when they had him in the interview and they asked Bud that? He said it on the podium. He said, look, I'm going to fight my fight. Nobody ain't going to tell me how to fight. I'm going to do what I got to do to win. He said it just like that. So people were still taking it like, oh, he's probably going to run. But when Canelo says it, it looks as though, oh, he's gonna stand there. He's gonna be, you know, he's gonna be true to what he's gonna do, and he's gonna stand 10 toes. It's the same thing Crawford said. You know, same thing. Only thing he's gonna do is he's actually gonna. This is the first time in a while, probably since Bivol, that he's gonna do what he has to do to win the fight.
Yeah,
because he didn't have that threat when he fought anybody else. You know, before Bivol, he didn't have that threat. Or like going into a fight, he didn't have that threat. You know, this is probably the first time since then that he's had to rise up, prepare, and get mentally focused to say, I possibly could be in the fight of my career in the last decade. You know, so and a lot on the line for him.
No doubt, no doubt. Shout out. We got Christian and Billy making his way to the ring right now. A fellow Zoe in the building, you know what I'm saying? A Haitian from out of France living in Canada right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm Haitian, by the way, if y'all didn't know. So, shout out to my brother.
Your
You know what I
brethren.
mean? I hope he's able to do it. I don't know what it's going to look like with him and Lester Martinez. I'm probably leaning towards Lester Martinez. I think it's going to be interesting to watch Christian and Billy make these adjustments in this fight because Lester Martinez, I think, is one of the most skilled fighters he's been in the ring with. I mean, I've seen this man in the ring with Derevchenko, but I've seen him be the kind of like the bully a little bit, right? Just kind of letting his hands go and being a stronger fighter and getting in the ring with Lester Martinez. This is a fighter in his prime, a fighter who has a lot of skills, good hands, good shot selection, good defense, and punches really hard. Really, has a knockout ratio just as high, if not higher, than Christian and Billy. This is going to be an interesting fight. This is going to be a big fight on that card, man. This fight could rival Terrence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez as far as just quality, exchanges and just the quality of the fight. This is going to be a really good fight.
And you're saying that Lester Martinez was asked, does he feel like he should have a shot at the winner of Canelo Crawford? What do you think about it?
I don't know what he answered, but
he said he think he deserves to have a chance.
Well, I mean, he could say he does, but I think the reality is that Terrence Crawford is going to do what he wants to do, and if he doesn't want to fight Lester Martinez, he won't, right?
Right.
If he's doing this for one particular reason. He's not campaigning at 168. You know what I'm saying? He's not campaigning. He hasn't committed to doing that. It is what it is. Antonio MMA, I just said that, man. I just talked about him, Billy warming up. You know what I mean? It's going to be interesting with Christian and Billy as well to see. It looks like he's a little slimmer. I don't know if that's by design or if that's just the way he looks by accident. Either way, Christian and Billy's been known to have a lot of muscles and also has had some conditioning questions from time to time, right? Not a lot though, because he actually has pretty good conditioning. But in those later rounds, if you get him active and you get him letting his hands go, he can get tired. And I think Lester Martinez is going to attack that. Don't forget, Lester Martinez is coming in with Bomac. He has that the strategy behind him. There's a game plan behind him. These guys are doing video studies and analyzing the way Billy fights, and they plan on taking Billy to a place where he's weak. They're going to take him into deep waters and have him treading waters. So I would think that Christian and Billy's been working on his conditioning and being ready for a war with Lester Martinez and see what he does with it. I want to go back to this video though real quick and let him kind of get into the meat of this.
Or you tell me if this is true. Tell me if it's true or not. There's some fights that are bigger than other fights. There's some fighters that motivate fighters more than other fighters. This goes for all athletes. I don't care who they are. Very few are the same for every fighter. What kind of challenge does Crawford present in terms of the best version of Canelo?
Big one.
Yeah.
For me, it's a very important fight to win. So I have that combination for this fight, this motivation and my discipline I ever had in my life, my whole career. So discipline with motivation, that two combined is very good.
I got to tell you something. I haven't interviewed you in a long time, right? Because since the HBO days, you're English. Oh my God.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my God. It's like night and day.
No, thank you so much.
Right. I'm not making it up. It's a totally different interview, right? Yeah. Do you feel more comfortable talking to the American press now?
Yeah, I feel more comfortable because sometimes the translators they don't say what I say, and they don't put that feeling and the way I want to say.
So you can kind of give the American public more like authentic Canelo.
Canelo.
Yeah.
And well, I feel I made mistakes, but I think we learn from mistakes, and I feel pretty good.
Yeah, well, you fight pretty good too.
Yeah.
It's always good talking to you, Canelo. Thank you for talking to me.
My pleasure.
Great interview by Canelo Alvarez. I think he really gave some real perspective as to the way he's looking at this fight. I think we've all talked about how seriously Canelo is taking this fight, and obviously he's put some tweaks and some different aspects into his training camp. Through this interview, we know that he's acknowledged the fighter he has in front of him. And shout out to everybody in here, you know what I mean? Because I know people like to bring up what they can only bring up, and they bring up the bigger fighters, they bring up the power, they bring all those things up. But when you listen to this interview, you hear Canelo Alvarez not emphasize on those things. He understands that he's not fighting those guys. He understands that he's fighting a completely different animal in Terrence Crawford. And I say that because I try my best to enlighten the community and give you guys some perspective to say, just for a second, try this on. Those fights don't translate into what you're going to expect to see from Canelo Alvarez when he fights Terrence Crawford. Those triangle theories don't necessarily hold as much weight as you'd like them to hold, because the reality is none of the fights that Canelo's fought since he's been at 168, none of those fighters fight like Terrence Crawford, and he knows that. And he knows it would hurt him to fight Terrence Crawford like those guys, because he would take advantage. Terrence would take advantage of him, bro. Like he said in the beginning of that interview, he hasn't had to be fast. He hasn't had to move around. He's always been the faster guy. Those guys, he said it, those guys can't punch me because I'm quicker than them. I always know that, so I don't have to worry about moving around. But he said, if I have to, I can do that. So we're going to see him do something we haven't seen him do in a long time, safe to say.
It's going to be a great one. It's going to be a great one.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. JR Spock says, Claymore Rain, you and me both agree Crawford is going to win, but in off chance Canelo wins, what will we think of Canelo then? Will we have more respect for his record? I mean, his record is his record, and it holds its weight. If Canelo beats Terrence Crawford, I'm going to give him all the respect in the world, because I think I think Terrence Crawford is a super world-class athlete, and anybody who beats an undefeated fighter who brings to the table what Terrence Crawford brings to the table deserves all the respect in the world. I think people have tried to dismiss, and I think Canelo fans, the worst of all, have dismissing Terrence Crawford and what he brings to the table only hurts Canelo Alvarez in the long run, because it makes the victory insignificant for Canelo. It makes the accomplishment insignificant. You hurt your own fighter when you destroy and dismiss the talent of the fighter that's in front of him. That's the worst thing you can do. So when you sit there and, shout out to some of your favorite fighters, but when that fighter says that guy's not ready for me, that guy he's here too early, he's not, he sucks here, he sucks there, he sucks there. It's cool to say that. I mean, you're speaking your mind, you're speaking how you feel, but don't expect me to celebrate you like that when you get a victory on him.
Right.
Don't expect me, don't expect me to not all of a sudden be like, well, you said it, he's not on your level. He shouldn't have never been in the ring with you. He got in there too early. You got him young. You said those things. So, how much respect do you want me to give you for that victory?
And no matter how much they hated Floyd, that was something that he always did. Floyd gave props to his opponents.
Yeah. Let me see here. The Cardenas says Canelo wasn't faster than Bivol. Not really. Maybe not. Maybe not.
He wasn't prepared for all that slickness either.
Right. And Bivol was bigger than Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And when I see nobody gave Madrimov credit, OG, he was irky jerky. That's crazy. He was irky jerky. I mean, I don't know. I think, listen, man, this journey of me creating boxing content and you guys following me and listening to me and disagreeing with me and all, this is going to be a great journey. But I do think that when it's all said and done, whether it's years from now or days from now or months from now, weeks from now, whatever it is, there'll be a point to where you guys understand the madness. You know what I'm saying? You'll get where I'm going with it, because this interview right here was an interview that I loved, because these are the things I was speaking on for the past weeks, months. I've been speaking on these things, and I really appreciate Max Kellerman's presence in the game, because not many journalists in this game are equipped to speak to a Canelo Alvarez in the right way, if that makes any sense. Right. They don't know what to ask him, because they don't know what's significant and important to the fight, because they're not pundits in the space. They're just sports journalists. So they don't know to be like, hey, bro, 8 fights ago, 4+ years ago, you were a different fighter. You fought a different way. You used to be way more athletic, way more slick. That changed. We all noticed as boxing fans that since you've been at 168, you became more of a walk flat-footed, walk your opponent down type of fighter. What changed? You got to be a real pundit in the space to ask a question like
That's
that.
right.
You feel me? If you're not a pundit, you're not going to see the significance in getting the answer to something like that, right? You're not going to even see this. Well, who cares, bro? He's a winner. He's a champion. He knocked out King Kong. Okay, but he's not fighting King Kong. He's fighting a very athletic, slick fighter. If he fights him like he fights King Kong, that could be his detriment. I want to know what adjustments he's making to fight a fighter who's not King Kong, because you can't fight King Kong the way you fight a smaller
Godzilla.
I mean, it's two different fights. And if you've been fighting King Kong your last 4 years, can you go back in that bag? And shout out to Max Kellerman again for doubling down and say muscle memory. Can you go back to that guy? Are you ready to go back to that guy? And ask him that question. Once again, if you're not a pundit in the space, you won't get it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Says, and Clay, I want. Okay, I wasn't maybe talking about you saying Madrimov was Ricky Jerky. I was talking about people. Okay, yeah, it's cool, Cardenas. Cardenas, you know I ain't got no smoke with you, bro. You know you're my dude, bro. Even though you get under my skin sometime with your foolery when you're talking about my guy Terrence Crawford, but I know you know your boxing, bro. But I was just speaking to it, so it wasn't for me. It is what it is. Even if it was for me, you know, I don't give a shit.
And I do hope that they, kind of place Max in a a good place in this new transition that they're trying to bring up, with Dana White and all them, implement him in there so he can kind of still have his input, his professional, acumen on it, because he's been around boxing for as long as, as I've been looking at boxing, and he's a historian, and some of these boxers do trust him and they respect him. So I think he can have his influence on this era if they can put him back in there. He can have his say here and there. This new wave of covering boxing. I mean, he's like you said, he can ask the tough questions because he's respected.
Yeah, no doubt. It's always a fan, Cardenas. Trust me, it's always a fan. It's the same way I feel about Tank fans. I like Tank, respect Tank. I can't stand his fans. I can't stand his fans, bro, because they can't accept nothing, no accountability, no nothing. They can't agree with you on nothing. If you try to hold Tank accountable for anything, you're a hater. It's horrible dealing with Tank fans. So I completely get where you're coming from, bro.
So what do you?
Hold on. Literary Pharaoh says Claymore Rain, Bud isn't slick to me. Okay. What about Bud's muscle memory of liking to get his get back? Swinging wildly after getting caught. Wow. That's a way to get clipped by the power of Nello. Hey, man, I agree with you. But at the same time, I question is it his get back? I question if we're not looking at a better measured Terrence Crawford than that. If we're not mistakenly metabolizing what he's doing in that ring for recklessness, if we're not mistakenly looking at it that way, and if there's not a little bit more organization to it, we'll see Saturday, right? I mean, I agree with you though, man. I don't want to see him in there getting too wild. I don't want him to see him get into what people would say is getting into his feelings. But like I said earlier to my guy Pop Shop up here, man, Bud doesn't give me the energy of somebody who gets emotional in that ring.
No.
He's more dialed in and focused, and I think people want to give him credit for. And I don't think, and I wouldn't expect, and I hope that he wouldn't get reckless in there, and he would respect Canelo for what it is and not want to just throw it to the wind and play the chances. But we'll see what he does, man. He has to be on point. He has to be on his game. He has to be on his P's and Q's without a doubt in this fight, man. He doesn't want to play games. He can't get caught, clipped, and knocked out. Canelo Alvarez is more than equipped to do that, and I don't think anybody's going to argue that at all. Cardenas says the fighters in the last 10 years, Bud is in my top 3. No doubt, Cardenas. JR Spock says it's respectable that Canelo could change styles like that. Can he really change back to his old style at this point? As Canelo said in this interview, and let's bring it back up what he said. Let's just go back to it and see what he said, man, because it was a great point here.
Interview.
Right here. Let me see.
Is fast and throw a lot of punches and everything. So, well,
Who's Crawford? Where does he fall?
Yeah, I'm gonna need it for sure.
You're gonna need those skills for sure in this fight.
And you will see.
So that's my question, because you can fall into habits.
Mm-hmm.
And then my question in the heat of the moment is, but does Canelo still have the muscle memory?
Mm-hmm.
Not just knowing how to do it. Of course, you know how to do it. But does your body still respond the same way that it did when you were the slick Canelo? Is it still there?
We'll see Saturday night. I think I'm still there, and I feel better than ever.
Boop. There's the answer to your question right there, JR. Right? The question, the answer to the question is, we will see Saturday night. Right? We're going to find out Saturday night. Literary Prayer says, Claymore Rain, you said yesterday that he is an instinctual fighter. His instinctual traits will override his presumed boxing IQ. I wouldn't separate it. I think he's instinctually a high IQ fighter.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has muscle memory that aligns with his IQ. And if he has to, when it comes time to him being instinctual and reacting, he reacts with IQ because that's all he knows how to do, because that's all he works on, and that's all he is.
Mm-hmm.
He does IQ like I smack a mosquito on my arm when it bites me. I don't even think about it. I feel it, pow, slap, kill, dead. That's what I do. I don't got to think about it. I don't got to look for the mosquito on my arm where it bit me. I felt it. It happened. My hand comes right where it needs to be, and that dude is smashed 10 out of 10 times. And he's trained himself to become that instinctually. So I think both instinctual fighter doesn't override his boxing IQ. When he dives into his instincts, he dives into his IQ. You know what I mean? He dives into his IQ. That's where when he gets in trouble, he goes into his IQ to get out of trouble. He doesn't run. He doesn't flail. He doesn't move around recklessly thinking and trying to figure out what to do. He goes into his IQ.
But you know, when has the last time he's been hurt? You know what I mean?
I mean,
will it be like my man say a equilibrium shock for him to say, "Oh shit, Bud has power"? He's not acknowledged that yet.
Oh, you're talking about Canelo?
Yeah. You know, when we speak about his IQ taking over his instinct, you know, if he gets hurt, does he know how to react to being hurt?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Man, listen, man. Antonio MMA says when he fought Victor Posto, who was knocking out everybody at the time, yes, he sure was. He controlled that power Posto very well. Yes, he did. I know Posto and Canelo, but the concept is the same. Yeah, I think Canelo just isn't. I think Terrence Crawford is not intimidated by power. It's safe to say that he's not intimidated by power. He knows how to fight power. He didn't try to outpower Posto. He didn't try to get out his lane. He stayed in his lane, but he still stayed there, and he fought Posto and was able to make Posto pay and hurt Posto, right? So he understands. He understands. He understands what he's dealing with, man. This is an all-around great fighter, bro. Terrence Crawford is a generational talent. Win, lose, or draw in this fight does not take away from who he is, man. It just doesn't for me. In a loss, it would be like, oh man, he tried to be great for me, dare to be great. It would not take away what I think about him. I would just think that much more of Canelo. You feel me? I wouldn't think less of Terrence. I would just think that much more of Canelo, to be like, man, Canelo is that, you know what I mean? That much more of an issue for me now. Like, man, he's that much more of a fighter. A win over Terrence Crawford makes me think Canelo is that much more of a fighter. Where people are saying that it doesn't mean anything. Oh, if he beats him, he's supposed to beat him. I don't see it that way. I see Terrence Crawford as a high-level, world-class, best fighter on the planet fighter. If Canelo beats him, he will have beaten that kind of fighter and will get more respect beating Terrence Crawford than he ever did beating Jaime Munguia, Edgar Berlanga, John Ryder, Caleb Plant, any of those guys. I will give Canelo way more props to beating Terrence Crawford than beating all those guys. That's just me. That's
And
just
you know, these hardcore Canelo fans, I hope that they gotta be listening to these interviews and they gotta be hearing what he's saying. So there's no way that they should come away from this fight, even if Canelo wins in 10, just to say he does, it's a KO, TKO. He still went into this fight taking it seriously, not in the mindset of what they thought or they think. Oh, this is a stupid fight. This don't make sense fight. But that's not how he's taking it, and he's voicing that.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think he's being as honest as he can. And shout out to the Cardenas who says, "Damn, Canelo, you lying about feeling better than ever. Can't feel like that at 35." I mean, listen, that's part of him saying I feel better than ever. We can dissect that in the psychology of that answer, right? We can dive into the psychology of that kind of answer because we know he's not feeling better than he's ever felt. We know the likeliness of Canelo Alvarez at 34 years old feeling better than he did when he was 21 is not very likely. So what does that mean? That means he understands who he needs to beat right. Terrence. Right? Now, that being said, if he needs to be better than he's ever been, which is what a statement like that culminates to, can he be better than he's ever been at 35?
And that's a question he don't know the answer to.
That's a question we all looking for the answer for on Saturday, right? But the reality is, well, he feels like he needs to be better than he's ever been. Can he be better than he's ever been? And Terrence Crawford at the same time, we didn't hear him answer the question, but does Terrence Crawford need to be better than he's ever been, or does he just need to be the best Crawford he can be that night? I don't know. Eddie Reynoso said this is the best Canelo Alvarez we're going to see in 20 years. That's what he said. In 20 years. So my question is, why wasn't he being that great? You telling me for the last 20 years he ain't been being the
shit in the public?
so the question has to be why? And let me tell you something else, man. If he hasn't been great for the past 20 years, that's a long time to not be the best. He got a little habit he need to break, huh?
Right.
20 years of not being the best, all of a sudden you're going to be the best? 20 years later, is that when you're going to be the best? All right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, man, we here for a Saturday. We tapped in. We dialed in on Saturday. You heard? We dialed in. I can't wait to see the best Canelo. What?
I'm telling you.
20 years?
You was lacking in there with Floyd too?
Yeah, man. Yeah, no doubt. The Cardenas 100%. I agree with you, man. It is what it is, right? It is what it is, man. And as G said, Reynoso lied. He said Reynoso a damn liar, bro. We know you ain't feeling better than you was at 21. Are you crazy? Are you deranged? We know better now. We ain't playing that game with you, Eddie Reynoso. We'll see you Saturday night, man. We looking for the best version that you got to offer us, bro. You heard?
Sure.
Whatever you got, bring that guy. Bring the best version of what you got, and let's see if that guy can beat the version of Terrence Crawford that comes Saturday night, right? Let's see.
My man is tricking that jump rope.
Oh, yeah, bro. I'm telling you right now, Lester Martinez is a slick fighter, bro, and he's fighting underneath that Bomac system. He's fighting and training with Terrence Crawford. He's slick, bro. And Billy, if he's just going to come forward and be a strong, like, I'm going to, Lester Martinez is going to pick him up. I think Lester's going to beat him. I ain't going to lie. But we'll see. And Billy's definitely, listen, he's the WBC interim title. He's in line to fight Canelo Alvarez and challenge Canelo Alvarez for that WBC title he has. Mauricio Sulaiman is free to make to order a fight between the winner of this fight and the winner of this fight to fight Canelo Alvarez next. He has that ability to do that. You know what I mean? So
Crawford may retire based on that.
He may retire. He may just vacate the belts and be like, I'm going back to 154. You know what I mean?
Because I think, like you said, Canelo is probably would want to activate a rematch, but the only way he won't be able to is if Crawford go ahead and retire.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Lester Martinez will be right there.
This dude, Lester Martinez, is the truth, man. I've seen him fight, man. He's a great fighter, bro. And he punches hard as shit. He gives me honestly, he's like Canelo in a lot.
Wow.
In a lot of ways. He's like Canelo. Let's see here what we got here. Hope Bud retires after this fight, win, lose, or draw. Yeah, no doubt. Antonio MMA. Cardenas says, literally, I don't miss no fighter. That's why I'm at like 90% hit rate when betting big fights. Okay, all right. The best buddy is from Guatemala. No doubt. The best buddy, my best buddy's from Guatemala. Okay, your best friend is from Guatemala. No doubt. Man, it is what it is, man. It's getting late. I'm trying to catch these workouts, man. And you see,
I gotta pop out and gotta jump in that truck in the morning myself too.
Are you over the road driver or just like local?
Right now I'm local right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I'm trying to be back in the crib every night.
Word. Listen, man. That's a blessing to be able to do that, man. Wait, I was gonna ask you who you work with, but
we do like driving for like stick and steel, scrap steel.
Oh, okay.
Dump trucks.
You pushing dump trucks. That's good money in the dump trucks.
It's decent. It's decent. I have did a over the road, but I just didn't get with the over the road shit. I prefer to be closer to home.
Yeah.
And this is just a new skill set, just a new you get to learn how to operate the the different types of dumps and versus just bumping the docks. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. No doubt. You need a CDLA for that, or is it a CDLA? Or okay.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. I ain't got nothing against bumping docks though. You can believe that.
Yeah, dog. I know, man. I know. I'm in the same spot, man. No doubt. JR Spock says, Claymore Rain, what do we think of Dana White keeping the sanctioning bodies out of the ring this Saturday? There's no secret that Dana White has smoke with the sanctioning bodies, right? And this is not new. Like, this is for years. This is why Dana White didn't like boxing. This is why he wasn't involved with boxing, because he feels like the sanctioning bodies are corrupt and that they're holding boxing back. And they're giving belts to anybody, multiple versions of belts, international belts, silver belt, interim belts, belts in recess, all kinds of belts, right? They're always giving out belts, and it's hard, and you never know who the best is. And it's corruption, because we know that there's belts that favor certain promoters. Like we know with Top Rank, what is it? The WBO? Yeah, the WBO mess with Top Rank heavy. We know the WBA is heavy with the PBC. We know that the WBC loves who does WBC like? Mauricio like who be holding the WBC belt?
You got me.
Like Matchroom? Who's the WBC rock with heavy? I don't know. But we know that these sanctioning bodies have been corrupt for years. We watch how they dealt with Canelo, how they dealt with Jamal Charlo. Let those guys we've seen it. We've seen what they've done to David Benavidez. So at the end of the day, Dana is going to draw that line in the sand, because at the end of the day, this is a TKO promotion, and Dana doesn't plan on working with none of those sanctioning bodies. They're making their own belts up. So how do I feel about Dana White keeping them out the ring? I don't think he should, because I think those sanctioning body belts are on the line, and Mauricio Suleiman has built a tradition of bringing these custom-made belts in for fights like this magnitude. But I think it would make more sense if it's a TKO event. This is somewhat of a TKO event to a degree. It's Dana White's first TKO promotion, but
and they got the ring. The ring belt is up too, though, right? They got that ring belt up.
Yeah, I think that PBC heavy. You're right, JR Spock. Exactly, PBC heavy. I don't got no problem with it, but I don't think he should. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he should do it. I think tradition is good for this for this particular event, because this is for Undisputed. This is the sanctioning bodies are involved in this. They should be in the ring. It's not a TKO event in the traditional sense. It's really still a professional boxing event with the sanctioning bodies. So,
yeah, they should get rid of that interim belt though. It's too many belts is just too many. Because these boxers, they do have to pay the sanctioning fees on on all of the belts, So, I guess the less belts there are, you probably will force more fighters to have to fight to get to the belts.
Yeah.
Because everybody got a belt. Some of them just be glad to have a belt around their waist, you know what I mean? And holding a hostage.
Ooh, I have no idea, JR. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. You think they'll hand out a TKO belt? Nah, bro. It's not a TKO fight. They're not handing out no belt.
Nah. But I don't know if they got another ring belt, but I know they got that one for this unification bout on Saturday.
What they got? Oh yeah, the ring belt is definitely going to be there for sure. This fight, they got an expense like $188,000, like almost $200,000.
Right.
Look at Lester Martinez. He got clipped a little bit right there. I ain't gonna hold you. He got clipped. You see him get clipped? Yeah, you better keep your head that silver. Don't let M. Billy get a piece of that. I'm telling you, bro. Tighten up, bro.
Maybe early
Tighten
night.
up. Listen, bro. I seen you get clipped by the old man. He hit you with the hit mitt. He old, and Billy ain't. Be careful. Be careful.
He fit the old boy right. He ready though. He look ready.
He's gonna be ready, man. He's gonna be ready, bro. He's coming out that camp, man. He's been sparring Terrence Crawford this whole entire camp. Both of them getting ready for fights. He's sharp.
Right.
He's sharp.
And he's probably been taking some pointers from the old champ.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I don't know. They might have to put Bomac up for the trainer of the year. He pop out and Bud knocks out Canelo.
Woo, he definitely deserves it. He would definitely deserve it.
And Lester come out with this W right here too.
Crazy. And he already did the work with Keyshawn, even though Keyshawn lost his belt on the scale, but he made Keyshawn a champion earlier this year. He's been good. He's been a good trainer, man. But I ain't gonna lie, man. Robert Garcia has been running such a program over there, out there in I want to say Riverside, California, or somewhere in that area. But that program he got going on right now, Robert Garcia might have the most fighters in boxing right now.
I think he changed his pick from Canelo to Bud.
Did he? Hey, man.
Yeah.
Listen, man. They understand, man. Listen, the pundits in the space understand. The fans are going which way because they're using the triangle theory, and I just think a lot of fans just aren't watching and paying attention to this fight in the right way. I just don't think they are, bro. I think a lot of boxing fans are using a triangle theory that does not apply in this conversation. I don't think they're being I don't think they're being they're using that aptitude the right way. I don't think none of those fights that he's been in at 168 have prepared him to fight Terrence Crawford. I'm telling you, I don't think so. I think the Dimitri Bivol fight is the closest fight he's had that would prepare him for Canelo out for Terrence Crawford.
Yep.
And he lost that fight. So it is what it is. Damn, I wonder. I know you about to go, man. You got to go lay it down, brother. I understand.
Yeah, my brother, gotta get out. What time you gonna bring it back up tomorrow? If you're gonna bring it up tomorrow,
I know I will bring it up tomorrow as a press conference. I got to look at the schedule at the time here. Let me see here, because I'm trying to cover the events, not just do the lives. Let me see. I cannot believe they killed this dude, Charlie Kirk, today.
Yeah, that's crazy. This world is crazy. Stay inside. Shit. Day is packed. What time is it there? It's like what? They're in Nevada, so shit. What, it's probably like 2 a.m, some shit. No, they behind time. So it's like what, 6? They is packed out up there, boy.
I'm trying to see the schedule.
No sleep. You there for boxing, ain't no sleep going on from there to Saturday.
Come on, man. Let me see the schedule, man. Looks like the Lamont Roach Esau Cruz fight is pretty much announced.
Yeah, it's in December, right?
In December, yep. It's a done deal.
I gotta tell you, man, I'm not gonna be surprised if Pitbull take him to the brink, man.
I hope he doesn't.
Yeah, it's just something that Lamont put a lot of effort and a lot of energy into the rematch. I just don't know if he's gonna have that same smoke for when it's time to come out for Pitbull. You gotta have that same energy because Pitbull gonna be coming. And he gonna bring the crowd. He bringing the fans. Fans love Pitbull. The Mexicans, they love Pitbull, man. Truth be told, I like a little bit way they fight too, because he pressure. He bring it. He don't be faking. And Lamont is look like he's more of a counter puncher. He gonna have to be sharp and he gonna have to be consistent.
Hold on, bro. Where's his damn schedule at?
I think that's a damn good fight. Keith Thurman Fundora is around the corner.
Yeah, I think Fundora gonna do him dirty. I ain't gonna lie to you.
That's why keep selling the hell out the fight, though. He gonna do that. Might be his last payday.
We got Fernando Vargas heading to the ring. That family right there is a superstar family, bro. The Vargas family, they do it in big.
Right.
Let me see if I can find that picture here. Did I save this picture? I think I did. Let me see something here. Yeah, I did. Here we go. Here we go. So tomorrow is Thursday?
Yep.
Press conference is going down at 6 p.m. tomorrow night. So all these things are happening tomorrow night, bro. So I'll probably be on tomorrow about 5 o'clock.
Okay.
No, I'll probably be on. I don't know. I might be doing another 8, 9 o'clock trying to cover the presser.
Champ. So he ready for the big time. That's hometown. That's hometown right there. Right out of Las Vegas.
Ooh, Fernando, yeah. This is gonna be a good fight between him and Caleb.
They're gonna be behind Youngblood too.
They're gonna support Fernando?
For sure.
Yeah. He's a good fighter. I've seen him fight. He's good.
Get that home cooking.
I think we might see Roach turn up the volume as far as power is concerned.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I think we might see him put Pitbull on his ass, man.
I don't think Pitbull's been knocked out before, have he?
Nah.
So he'll be setting a precedence.
I think he can walk him in. I think Lamont Roach is a good fighter, bro. I think him and his father, I think Senior is a great trainer too. I think they got a great dynamic.
Oh yeah. I mean, just from what I saw, yeah. But Pitbull just, he always bringing the same show, pressure, throwing punches, got a little weight on him now, So this will be his second fight at 135. at 140. So he might be got a little more power to that punch now. But I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Roach, dominated him. But I mean, you can't take Pitbull lightly when a dude coming at you like that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, my brother. I agree, man.
Look at him. Look at Young Buck. Young Buck is out there screaming.
Yeah, bro.
Bigger.
Making it happen, bro.
Got all the hombres out there.
Spence and Charlo in talks for early 2026.
Man, these dudes be killing me with all this. They ain't gonna fight, man. It's like you said, man, me rolling in silk sheets and diamond earrings. Spence gonna have to line somebody else up. Jamel was talking. He was talking real spicy in the Bentley though. He was talking real spicy. He said he'll fight anybody. Bring him on. Like shit, he must have had some of that. Blah. Yeah, man, I'll be checking you out tomorrow. I got the notifications when you pop on. I pop in.
No doubt, man.
We'll get it cracking tomorrow. So salute. Peace out to the nation.
No doubt, man. Peace to you, family. We'll talk tomorrow, man.
Let's see. ATP.
All the way, baby. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm hanging out late tonight with the community covering this damn media workout. We got Fernando Vargas in the ring right now working. Listen, man, Fernando Vargas Fernando Vargas Sr. produces exciting fighters. His sons are exciting fighters. He doesn't produce boring fights. So that's one thing. When the Vargas brothers are involved in a fight, you know what you're gonna get, which is action. And I think Caleb Walsh is a great dance partner for somebody like a Fernando Vargas. So it'll be interesting to see what he does with Caleb. Caleb's been looking good as well. So don't be shocked if Caleb, doesn't bring that European fundamentally sound boxing. A lot of power behind his shots, obviously. He's doing the work. But with somebody who's as aggressive as Fernando Vargas' sons are, they bring the fight. They make the fight happen. They're meticulous, but they're aggressive. It could be a bad night for Fernando Vargas, but it can also definitely be a bad night for Caleb. Yeah, I got you, Sheldon. There it is. Christian Billy. What are we looking for? Oh, Sheldon's right here. What's up, Sheldon?
That's the oldest son, right? Fernando Jr.
Yes, Fernando Jr., man. He's a good fighter, man.
He's 17-0, 15 KOs. Yeah, he's a good up and coming fighter. And the good thing I think he has is that his dad is gonna look out for him because he knows how he got done.
Yeah, he's business wise. These guys are sound. They're making the most money they can make. The father's making sure they're in position to do that. Not to mention they're just successful outside of the ring. You know what I mean? With everything they do outside the ring, they're successful.
Right. They got construction businesses and all kind of stuff going on. So,
right.
yeah.
They're rich. They're pushing sports cars and messing with the baddest chicks in the room. You know what I mean?
Well, the one thing about Fernando Sr. was Fernando. He was into a whole lot of shit, but he wasn't bad with his money. You know what I mean?
What?
He was into a whole lot of extracurriculars outside of the ring, but he wasn't bad with his money.
Right.
He saved his money. He made something out of his career, and he was a 2-time world champion in 2 divisions. So, yeah.
Right. He looks good on those mitts. He's looking good on those mitts. You could tell his father been working with his sons.
I really got to see him. I got to see him at least with a. I got to see him at least with a Charles Conwell. So, somebody. Because I haven't seen him push yet. Now, this Callum Walsh guy might push him a little bit.
I would think this fight right here with Callum Walsh is probably going to put him right in the conversation he wants to be in, put him in some big fights. 154 is going to be such a crazy division next year, bro. 2026 is going to be such a 154 year.
I know. Hey, speaking of 54, what do you think about Conor Benn? You think he's going to go to 54?
Every time Eddie Hearn talks about Conor Benn, he talks about 147. I think it should be 154, but he did fight at 154 when he fought Pete Dobson, and he looked regular, man. That power didn't translate like that, but he looked good. For me, his power translated. His power translated against Chris Eubank. So I think he should go to 154, but Eddie keeps talking 147, 147, 147. He's infatuated with that WBC title at 147. I think he would look great at 147 as far as a dance partner to a Brian Norman, or you know what I'm saying? Like those kind of fights.
Yeah.
Those will make exciting fights.
But see, the thing for them is they're not like the guys in our era, right? Whereas, so if you really want to make some big money with Conor Benn, you got to go over there, bro. You got to go over there.
Or go on a turkey card.
Or go to Saudi. Yeah. Or go to Saudi.
I think
but you got to leave here.
I think you take Conor Benn. You take Conor Benn and you fight him in Wembley or any of those arenas. You're looking at 50,000 plus people watching y'all fight, bro. That's a big fight over there. Big money. A lot of eyes on you.
And that's what I loved about like the Alis, the Foremans, the Nortons, the Ray Leonards. Them guys will go anywhere. Wherever the money was, they go. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hearn, Duran, fight all over the world. They were really world champions. These guys today don't want to leave home. They want to stay here. I don't want to go over there, man. They might rob me. So what?
They've been spoiled, man. A lot of these guys are spoiled rotten, man. I'm ready for this generation of boxers to kind of like cash out. You know what I'm saying? And just retire. I'm ready. I'm ready for the new generation to come up, man. I'm not really impressed.
Yeah, me too, bro.
I don't care
me
about
too, bro.
All the way from Devin Haney to Javante Tank Davis to all of them. You know what I mean? Even Shakur.
I want them all out the way. I'm like you. I want them all out the way so we can get some Abdullah Masons up in here, some young dudes that want to fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's Emiliano Vargas, Carmel Moten, Abdullah Mason. I'm ready to see those guys take over the ring. What's good, Blaze? How you feeling, family?
Oh man, I'm just chilling with my 2-year-old daughter. Just chilling right now.
Daddy-daughter time, huh?
Yeah, man. I'm about to be away from her for a few days as I land in Vegas tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, Mom? Look at you.
So I've been catching up too. I've been watching a little bit of the workouts. Like you said, Vargas Jr. looked kind of sharp on the pads.
You look nice, man. You look like you're having a good time, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure
That's his brother right there. Huh?
Yeah, that's Armando.
I'm gonna
That's
make
Armando
sure
Vargas, yeah.
I'm gonna make sure I check that fight out, like live. I'm in the arena, like paying attention, because you know that being the co-main, what's so dope about that card is they got a moment to where they gonna see a big crowd. You know, bigger crowd than anybody could, than a lot of fighters at their particular stage in their careers is gonna be able to see. So, you guys are gonna be
What
under
time you
some
plan
big
on
bright
getting to the
lights.
arena, Blaze? What time you plan on getting into the arena?
That's the thing, brother. I don't really know, because it depends on what's popping on Friday night. You feel me? I gotta figure out what me and my wife gonna be doing. You dig? You feel me? And then depending on how you get up, right? Because my whole thing is this: is
Right.
that once you get up in that arena and get to moving around, I don't want to be burnt out by the time the main event happens. You feel me? So that's what I'm kind of worried about, going there and just being overstimulated, mobbing around, looking
Oh, okay.
around. You feel me?
Oh,
So
yeah, yeah.
I do want to get there for. I think I'm gonna definitely be there for the M Billy fight. Definitely gonna be there for the Caleb Walsh and Vargas, and then I'm gonna go all eyes on Bud and Canelo. So, and I'm
Right.
only a half a mile away from Allegiant Stadium. The hotel that I'm at.
Where you
So
staying at?
the
Where you
Luxor,
staying at?
the
Oh,
Luxor.
you right there at the Luxor. Okay, yeah, you right down the street. Yeah, you good. You good.
Yeah, see, I'm good. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. So I ain't gonna be in no rush or having to stress about being
Yeah, I
there.
usually get there when I go to Vegas. I usually get there. George opens at 4. I'm there like 4:15. I'm there.
Oh yeah, you in there? Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
in there. I want to see all the fights. I want to see everybody.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm definitely gonna see all of the undercard. I'm definitely gonna be there for it. I'm interested to see though, because I'm in the nosebleeds too, so I'm interested to see what else they're gonna be
Of
having
course,
going
but you
on in
got
that arena.
it's a 100-foot TV in there. It's a 100-foot TV
Okay,
right over the
yep,
field, so you good. You don't miss nothing.
yep. So you're gonna see everything, yeah.
Yeah, you ain't gonna miss nothing, bro. You're gonna be fine. It's not a bad seat in the house.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't think so.
So let's get your thoughts, man. How do you see this? How do you see the Lester Martinez and Billy fight going? How do you see that fight?
I'm not really sure. I've seen him, Billy. I haven't seen a lot of Lester Martinez. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really been keeping up. I'm glad you said something. I'm gonna go back on that video. But I know Lester's with Bud's camp. I'm interested to see how they've been training. Because that's the one thing I wanted to do too. I want to be intentional about tracking all of the Bud camp fighters. So I know the prelims. I know Nelson's in the prelims. Uh,
Right,
Martinez is on the main card, right?
right.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to make sure, and I'm interested to see just with that camp, because I'm wondering if how them guys perform and how them guys look can kind of give an idea about how sharp overall their whole team was, and Bud going in there to fight
Right.
Canelo. So that's what I'm interested in seeing, just seeing how sharp they are.
Because I know that Lester Martinez, I saw him fight a guy on Pro Box, and I never heard of the guy he fought, but he looked good against that guy.
Yeah.
And then everybody, starts saying that he's the goods, he's the next big thing, he's this, that, and the third. I'm like, okay, well, we got to see him in there with somebody before we can say that. And then they made the Billy fight. Like, okay, there we go. Because I know what them Billy's gonna do. And Billy coming to fight.
Yeah, we know what him.
He's coming.
We know
to
what
fight.
him Billy gonna do. We know what him
Lester
Billy
too,
gonna do.
man.
Exactly.
Lester coming, man. Lester coming to fight, bro. Don't get Lester coming to listen, man. Lester nice.
Yeah, I
bro.
get it. But you know what we say, Clay. Me and you had this conversation before. Of course, he coming to fight against that guy.
Right. Yeah.
And he gonna come to fight against this guy.
No, I agree. I think I mean, look, eye test, right? He gonna have to show and prove. That's up to him. That's his job to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's his job to deliver on the goods. But I can tell you from what I've seen from him, I like what I see from him, bro. I think he's a good fighter, bro.
Okay, that's all we need to hear, Remy. That's all we need to hear. Is you like it, then he'll see what do tomorrow. I mean Saturday. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he got to deliver on Saturday. That's on him. If he go get his ass laid out, that's on him. I tried to help you, brother, and talk good about you. You ain't got yourself laid out, bro.
Did you notice that? Did you notice that they got John Anik in the ring, bro?
Yes.
You know who John Anik is, right?
Yeah, UFC. That's Dana, man. Listen,
Dana put his stamp all over this thing, ain't he?
He's not playing no games, bro. He doing it the way he know how to do it. Dana's the realest boss in boxing right now in comparison to, well, let me see. Bob is official.
This guy's 14-0. He's 14-0 with 11 knockouts. Okay. This is a good fight, y'all.
Yeah, no, Caleb is a good boxer, bro.
I wanted to speak on that. I went back and watched some Caleb Walsh fights. Listen, he's sharp.
Yes.
He's sharp. My thing is mental wise. I'm not sure his mental fortitude. That's what I kind of get with Caleb. All of that though, he's solid though.
So that's what we're gonna find out. That's what we're gonna find out Saturday. Yeah.
Fernando Vargas got the heart, right? He got that Vargas heart.
Yeah.
He got that he's gonna come in with that. Caleb is pedigree wise, he's a good boxer, bro. Like, and
he got an amateur background, Clay?
I don't know. I gotta look him up, but I've seen him in like 3 fights, and he's very fundamentally sound, bro. Now the thing about
he's very
Caleb,
fundamentally sound.
He hasn't been, in my opinion, really properly tested. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He hasn't been properly tested. So he
now, is he one of Eddie's guys, or is he Turkey's guy?
Yeah, he's Dana White's guy.
He's Dana White's guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
UFC. They've been building him up, but now he looks sharp. Clay, I watched him like his mechanics and how he boxes, and then he has his corner and I seen him make some adjustments in his last fight. You know, I really do. I really do like him. He's if you like the sweet science, he's a boxer.
Exactly.
He uses his height. He uses his length. Yeah.
And he got the power.
And you know that. And you guys both know that Dana's partial to those Irish guys. You know that.
Yeah, he loves that. He
McGregor made him a whole bunch of money, man. Listen, man, of course he's with the lucky Irish, man. Listen.
And, this kid got the Irish behind him like Connor did too. They support him over there. They like him.
They support him. He don't got that grit like Connor though. He young though. He's young. What is he like? 22, 23? So I ain't giving up on
well,
him.
You know where you guys know where Dana's from, right?
Connor was.
You guys know where Dana's from, right?
Where who?
You know where Dana's from, don't you?
Dana's from Massachusetts, the home of the Irish.
Right, in Boston. He's from Boston. So.
yeah, most definitely.
He's partial to Irish people. For the devil.
But Clay, what was you saying?
No, I was saying that Connor was a once like what Connor is not very easy to find. Somebody who talks shit like how he does. Connor was so entertaining. He was like the Rock of the UFC, like Dwayne Johnson of the UFC. Because I think the Rock is one of the illest dudes on the mic to ever.
So Connor was like. So what you saying, Clay, is that Connor was like lightning in the bottle. You only catch it once.
You're not gonna catch. You're not gonna. You know what I mean? You're not gonna. That guy who the fuck is that guy? I mean, you know what I mean? Like he just had his one. Like, is this on here? Let me see.
Yeah, it's on UFC, bro. I'm watching it on UFC. It's on UFC.
You know what I'm saying? Like, who the fuck is that guy? Like, that guy was legitimately just a superstar. He was just a superstar, and when he started winning titles, and he beat the Jose Aldos, and you know what I'm saying? He beat on the I can't remember their names right now, bro. But when he beat on those legends,
did you ever watch his documentary, bro?
Nick Diaz.
Yeah, he beat Nick Diaz.
Did you watch his documentary, Clay?
Who, Connor?
Yeah.
No, I didn't watch the documentary, but I followed.
Oh, you gotta watch it, bro. When you have some time, sit back and watch it. He says for that Aldo fight, he had a broken rib. He had a cracked rib in that Aldo fight.
Oh, so he got caught because he caught him with a left hook.
So he was happy. He was hoping, he was banking on catching him, because if he couldn't have caught him and got him out of there, he doesn't know if he'd have made it to the fight. I never knew that until I saw his documentary. I go, I was hurt, bro. I was sad to get him up out of there.
I'm gonna tell you. What I wanted to say about Caleb is an emotional Fernando Vargas will get knocked out by Caleb Walsh.
Oh, because he's a thinker. He's a thinker.
He will walk that boy into something nasty, boy. I'm telling you, he needs to be a thinker in that ring. He doesn't need to be all attacking him and showing all his heart and wilding out. Caleb will pick him apart, bro.
And Caleb, just when he went 10 rounds in his last fight, he looked good. He looked good. So he can't go the distance and stay sharp. Hey, just check out some of his fights. I was impressed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I
I was impressed.
So Blaze, I haven't heard your pick, Blaze. Give me your pick, Alvarez or Crawford. Who you got and why?
Oh man, everybody, if you know, you don't know me. You must
Yeah.
just beat me, brother. Because I've
Yeah.
been saying for months. Listen, I've been with the Bud train for months. And just, but just to sum it up, because I could say a whole lot, but just to sum it up from a technical analysis, how I think the fight's gonna be, even when I like Clay, how you broke down that interview with Canelo Alvarez. That was
Mm-hmm.
dope, how he really told us what it was about. He slimmed down and said, yeah, he gotta get dust off some tools he ain't used before, ain't used in a while, excuse me. You feel me? So it's like be serious though. That's one thing I love about this fight. Is like these was two professionals, man. So Canelo slimmed down to dance with Bud, and I love it. You know what I'm saying? Now the thing is I'm interested. One of the things I'm interested in the weigh-in. Because what do they look like when they step on that scale and they stand in front of each other? And will that be a narrative walking into the fight? Because it looked like Bud's taller and he might appear bigger, right? He really
Yeah.
might appear bigger, right? But what I'm thinking is he got a 6-inch reach advantage, right? Bivol had a
Mm-hmm.
4-inch reach advantage. You feel me?
Right.
Bud has longer reach than Bivol. So
Mm-hmm.
if I'm interested to see if it's gonna be a real problem for Canelo. Because if Bud's sharp and gets his timing down and is able to box him, then it might be a long night for Canelo if he got a 6-inch reach advantage. But what I'm interested in seeing is the rehydration coming in. How much will both of them weigh entering into the ring? Because I had this theory when we're seeing Bud, is I was thinking before, well, I'm thinking now probably 175. I think he might be walking in now because he really looked chopped on that 20-second video that he showed. But I was
Mm-hmm.
thinking he might come in between 166 and a half and 168 and rehydrate up almost up to 180. And I really think he's really trying to find his power and he's going to put it on the line against Canelo. So that's my thoughts on it, where it's going to be like he'll fight smart, he'll find his spots, he'll catch him, and that'll be his keys to victory. He's going to have to be super defensively smart. The only fight I really seen like on tape that I seen that I think he would have to kind of have that style is when he fought Pascal, really coming off that back foot on them earlier rounds, then ultimately getting his time down and picking them apart. Now, this is me being a Bud fan because I'm telling you, listen, if he gets caught with a clean one by Canelo, he'll fall like everyone else. You know, some of my guys over here, they're saying that they believe Bud get dropped, get up off the canvas, and still pull off a victory. But I'm telling them is like, no, he's not gonna win on the judges' scorecards. Coming up off that canvas. Maybe even if he dropped Canelo, which we never seen him fall, right? We've seen Bud hurt. We've seen the arguable knockdown by Green Machine. Now, I used to say, oh no, that wasn't a knockdown, but if you watch it enough times and you see the punch and then you see how he kind of was holding on to Green Machine and didn't fail, hey
Mm-hmm.
man, it arguably could have been behind that punch. You feel
Yeah.
me? That's a fair assessment. But just like we know with my guy Bud, you hit him hard, he comes back with something harder and he gets you out of there. So, with Bud's kind of killer mentality, I'm hoping as a fan that it plays out how it play out. But again, like I tell everybody when I get up on these panels, none of us knows what a Bud performs at 168 with all his strength and conditioning in a whole year to prepare specifically for Canelo. And we about to find out on September 13th.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. If you look at the tail of the tape, like when Clay had it up, right? Bud has the reach. I think he has the better footwork. I think he's faster. I think he has comparable ring IQ to Canelo, or even better, because Bud adjusts as the fight goes on. Canelo Alvarez has really never had to adjust. I've never really seen him adjust. Have you?
Triple G won. Triple G
But he
won. He had to
adjusted.
adjust
He didn't. But
in
he
real
didn't
time on the
adjust.
fly.
But he didn't adjust mid-fight. He adjusted in the next fight. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
He prepared himself for the next fight and fought differently.
Yeah.
But what I would say is
Bud
that his
adjusts
fighting style on how
mid-fight.
he fought. But
Yeah, but
how
Bud
Canelo
adjusts
was. Oh, go ahead, son.
mid-fight.
Go ahead.
He adjusts mid-fight. You see Bud
Yeah,
make adjustments in the fight.
Yeah, I would say
So
with
I don't
Canelo
know
is
how
this, right?
Canelo is going to deal with that. Because Canelo, to me, I mean, people trip when I say this, but it's just how I feel. Canelo's a one-trick pony, but that's a hell of a trick. That motherfucking trick ain't bad. You know what I mean? He does one thing, but he does that shit extremely well.
Yeah, I
So
mean, I said it earlier, a little bit earlier. I said that watching Canelo walk into this fight, what I think is we're gonna see that he's prepared for a certain Terrence Crawford. And my question is, if it's not the Terrence Crawford that they prepared for, will he be able to adjust? You know what I'm saying? Because I believe they'll dedicate their whole strategy to effectively fight a Terrence Crawford that they predicted is going to be in the ring. You know, they asked Canelo in that interview, they said, big or small? You know what I mean? Are you going to be the bigger, stronger fighter, or are you going to be the slimmer, faster fighter?
He said
He
both.
said both. And Max Kellerman confronted with him and said, hold up, bro. You can't be both. You can either be big or small. He was like, no, both. And I'm like, so it's one of three things. You're either going to be big, small, or you're going to try to be both. My question is being both good? You know what I'm saying? Like how much of both can you be? Can you be fast and strong? Can you be athletically, like can you be big and small? I don't know. Because I think if you're big and you try to play small, you're going to get your conditioning tested. If you're small and you try to play big, you can get your chin checked. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be interesting to see if he's actually going to. I think Canelo Alvarez is going to go in here and try to do too much. That's what I believe. And I think that's what's going to be his downfall. I think he's going to spread himself thin and people are going to at the end of the fight going to be like, why didn't you just fight like you normally fight? That's what you're going to hear people say. Why did you try this new thing? Kind of like how Devin and Ryan Garcia turned out.
Exactly, yeah. But I would say this
right.
though. I don't think Canelo. This is like the first fight Canelo's fought in which he's had to revisit Bivol, the loss to Bivol. So it makes me wonder if he's going back and looking at that fight because he made no adjustment. He made no adjustment, right? He made no adjustment against Bivol. And that was his issue. He showed heart. He was trying to, he kept moving forward. He showed that, Bivol couldn't stop him, but he had no answer for his strategy. So then that makes me wonder, what is he training for to impose his will against Bud? Because my thing is like, he can make the adjustment to Bud, but Canelo's a fighter that's known to, dictate the tempo and control the ring. You feel me? What does it look like when he doesn't necessarily get that, when Bud doesn't give him that look? When Bud keeps his distance, when Bud outlands him, out jabs him early on in the fight, when Bud makes him kind of move around, right? Like what would be his adjustment? Like, would he stay disciplined? Like, so it's like we really don't know. That's the whole point. That's what makes this fight so intriguing, is because usually like Bivol bitter Biaz. That fight was so dope because you knew who both these fighters were. And both of these fighters came into the ring and was them. And we got to see with that stylistic matchup when they used all their gifts to see how it was going to play out. We got the first fight, Bitter Biaz cranked it out. And then the second fight, Bivol cranked it out with their style. But we see Canelo talking about he gonna be both, right? And then we see Bud coming up to 168. So we don't know what we're about to watch because we can't use necessarily prior tape or recent fights to say this is how it's gonna go.
Right, like Blaze. I was saying earlier, Canelo hit all the fights he had at 168. Don't translate into good strategy to fight Terrence Crawford, who's coming up to 168. You know what I'm saying? He said in that interview when Max Kellerman asked him, and I still got it right here, right? Max Kellerman asked him, right? Let me just play what he said. I just want to be clear. You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second here, right?
Very slick upper body movement. Used to like to lie against the rope sometimes and let guys try to hit you and counter punch. You loved when a guy came to you and just beat him up.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you got to super middleweight, at a certain point, it looked to me like guys just started running. So you had to start chasing them. And the last, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 fights, I don't see the old Canelo who was slick, making guys miss. I see a seek and destroy fighter. Do you, first of all, why? Am I right about that? Why did that happen? You don't need it.
Because I don't need it with that kind of fighters. They are slower than me. So I don't need to start moving or keep moving if I know I don't need to do something, why I'm gonna do it. If I need it, I'm gonna do it. So
now I just feel like right there, that statement within itself is a crazy statement, right? Because we didn't see him do that with Dimitri Bivol. Right? He didn't adjust to what Dimitri Bivol was doing.
That's what I was saying. See, that's why I'm trying to tell you that what he's saying right there, that's what makes me believe, Clay. It's like, look, he had to go back to this Bivol fight because that's his only reference point, right? So it's kind of like he got to redeem himself with a fighter who is with a style that's not Bud's, but it's a boxer. And it's the activity, though. That's the key point that I'm drilling in on. It's the activity. You feel me? With the footwork, with the movement that Bivol gave to him, that he said in there, oh, he usually don't have to do that. And you know what that shows me, Clay? Is that shows me that he thought that because he was at 168, moving up to 175, he probably thought Bivol was slower than he was going to appear when he got into the ring with him.
100%.
Because now he's saying that he needs that, right? And I don't knock him for that. That's some OG shit. He's got 66 fights. And that's a lot of fights, bro. So when he's coming with the IQ, like, hey man, I'm gonna use what I need to use to win. You feel me? And you seen that he ain't never really got hurt in his longevity, and he's standing here today. And we can't none of us say he's punch drunk. Can't none of us say he done had some type of crazy injury, boxing injury that done set him back. We don't got nothing but age and just 66 fights to say that he's slowing down. That's a testament to his professionalism and how good he is. And I say that all the time. People get it confused. I am a Canelo fan. Like, even when he was fighting with Berlanga, I was trolling because Berlanga was just so much of a damn spectacle, right? That I would be like, yeah, I'm going for Berlanga. I hope he do this. But it's like, nah, man, listen, man, Canelo is one of the best fighters in my generation. He's one of the best fighters. He lost to Mayweather, and then really, didn't really look back as far as continuing to just fight at a high elite level. And even with his draw, even with the draws he had, even with the controversial decision with Laura, and I even became a bigger fan when he fought Bivol.
Right.
Because my thing was, he's a fucking dog. That's why it's like with me, I can't tell you that Bud's gonna stop Canelo because of how he held his own with Bivol. Like now I believe Bud can, because if Bud hits him clean, if Bud hit him with the 2-1 behind the ear like he did Spence, he'd go down 2, or he'd be a step behind 2. Because Bud's shot selection and when he hit you was clean. Just like with Kill Brooks, when he ran him into that jab, it's clean. You feel me? When he starts getting to throw his combinations on you and get the 3-4 shots clean to your head, listen, anybody can go down. Even Canelo. We ain't seen nobody loop Canelo like that. You see what I'm saying? But well, who's to say he can't? Because we just think. Let's think. We go back to all the great fighters. We thought they were all couldn't get knocked down until they got knocked down. We thought they all wouldn't get knocked out until they got knocked out. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, you got a Bud, and I'm telling you, if he Bud do it, they're gonna blame it on Snack. Because if his physique is not just aesthetics, or and I say, and what I mean by that is like it's functional. Because being a Bud's, it'd be one thing if Bud's an athlete. Like, he got the wrestling background. We see him play football. We see him play basketball. It's like, hey man, 168 ain't that big if you're talking about an athlete. You can get faster putting on that type of muscle in strength and conditioning, moving up to 168. Bud might be faster and might be stronger at 168, definitely than he was at 154, when he had a very little amount of time to go from 147 to 154 to fight Madrimov. I tell people all the time, I got to go back and do my research and get the time frame down, because he beat Spence, right? And then he was in that rematch hold for hella. It was like more than 6 months, remember? Because he didn't get up out of the rematch until we got the story that Spence was having surgery, and then it was like all the plugs pulled on the rematch. He was stuck in limbo. And he was stuck in limbo holding Spence's feet to the fire at fighting at 147. So he wasn't putting on weight to get to 154 while he was waiting on Spence. So then when that falls through, he moves to 154. That's relatively fast to move from 147 to 154, no tune-up, and fight Madrimov. The casuals say, oh, Madrimov only had 10 fights, 11 fights. But Madrimov got over 300 amateur fights. And with that Eastern European, it's like, hey, man, them guys is nice. Shout out to Loma, shout out to Usyk, shout out to them, shout out to Bivol, shout out to all them guys in Eastern European with their amateur pedigree. It's
Yeah,
like, no,
the
this dude's
amateurs over there in Eastern Europe, it's like their professional space. They stay inside of that.
Some stay.
Yeah, they
Exactly.
stay because of the money, because that they get paid to
Exactly.
be like that outside of that. So it's actually just a name. In reality, it's like pro boxing. So
Exactly. Some of them stay amateur their entire career, like you said, and fight at a high level. That's why Loma was so good. That's why when you look at Loma, and Loma had almost 400 fights, and you see Loma go for a title shot in his second fight, and then he's got what 21 fights, and he's gonna be in the Hall of Fame. And that's the amateur pedigree. So Madrimov showed in that fight he didn't have that on tape, because I was like, look, I didn't know who Madrimov was until Bud wanted to fight him. So when I went and watched his tape, he got a whole bunch of exotic shit he was doing. He got that shit where he was, did you watch some of his tape? I got to go back and watch and see specifically who was fighting. But he'll be in orthodox. He'll throw the overhand right, and then he'll lean in the southpaw. He'll switch stances mid-exchange. You can call him trash. Hey, bro, I'm not hyping him up, because the whole point that I even got to Madrimov.
Because sorry about that. I'm going to cut you off. Go ahead, Cook.
No, real quick, because I'm gonna land my plane. The only reason why I bring Madrimov up again is because of the short notice that Bud went from 147 to 154 and preparing for a fighter Madrimov who didn't show him nothing on tape that he showed in the ring that day, and then him having a whole year to get to 168 and fight Canelo. It's a different type of strength and conditioning and preparation physically for him to be sharp and maybe faster and maybe more powerful at 168. And I'm gonna land it right there because I know my brother will talk.
Yeah, first off, salute everybody in the panel, salute, you know what I mean, Claymore. The reason why I say this guy's trash, my brother Troy King, aka Hamza, he does real good breakdowns. He pointed out something to me I was watching. Madrimov panics when people put pressure on him. He doesn't know how to stay away from guys when they cut the ring off. He just jumps around herky jerky. He doesn't use the check hook. He's not really that good. You know what I'm saying? He's not nothing like the other European guys we were talking about. Now, as far as this fight right here, the winner of this fight cracks the top 10 in my book all time from the top 50 years. For me, all due respect, a potential win for Bud Crawford has already been diminished by his own fan base and by the critics and by the so-called experts. This is not Marvin Hagler versus Sugar Ray Leonard. This is not Roberto Duran versus Sugar Ray Leonard. This is not even Roberto Duran versus Iran Barkley, because those guys, people were praying for them going into this fight. People are already expecting Bud Crawford to win. So I want the same energy. If Canelo wins the fight, I don't want to hear people say, oh, Canelo was supposed to win. No, this is damn near 50-50, 60-40 at the end of the day. Canelo Alvarez, I've never seen a fighter of his stature be disrespected the way that he's being disrespected. They're talking about him like he's a Mexican heavy bag with 2 arms and 2 legs that can hardly move. When the guy's highly skilled, highly accomplished, moved up from 140 all the way to 175. Sure, he had a couple of controversial fights here and there, but he dominated in divisions that no other Mexican ever did. That's why, for me, he has already surpassed Chavez as the greatest Mexican of all time. And mind you, I'm not a Canelo fan. I don't hate Canelo, but he's not my fighter. And with that being said, because of that, Bud Crawford, for me, and Canelo Alvarez is a 50-50 / 60-40 because the fan base and the experts made it this way. So this fight is a legacy fight for both of them. If Canelo Alvarez wins, this is bigger than beating Triple G, because Terrence Crawford, legacy-wise, has a better legacy to stand on than Triple G. And he's a better overall fighter despite the size difference. And if Terrence Crawford wins, it's a no-brainer. This is definitely his best win. And that's how I see this fight. I look forward to it. I can't wait to see how it turns out, man.
Yeah. Hey, beautiful analysis. Beautiful analysis, brother. And that's my thing, man. You got to give respect to Canelo and how great he is. You got to like that's the one thing about casual fans is you get your fans. This is one thing when we talking, I might say, hey man, but knock him out. But we're not. That's just in jest. We're gonna talk about the skill set. We're gonna talk about these guys being the most dominant fighters in their divisions, respectfully, right? Clearly above anybody else. Like when Bud massacred Spence, it was solidified. He was the best, 147. Period. Right? And we've had Canelo dominate at 168. So this is a high level, highly competitive fight. And like you said, man, there's a lot of diminishment, from different areas and different segments of like the media and social media and all of that. But at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, the history books is not going to have all the chatter surrounded around it. The history books is going to have their resumes, and the history books is going to have who emerged victorious, right? And like you said, this is big for Bud because, like I said, there's so many great fighters. Bud's my favorite fighter right now. I don't know if I could put Bud in the top 5, even top 10 if we're just going historically for just so many great boxers and in this era that we're in right now, right? But what I can say is this: no other boxer, man or woman, will be able to say that they're undefeated, undisputed in 3 divisions, five weight classes, but undisputed in 3 divisions over 5 weight classes. So when we talk about pound for pound, ain't that what the argument is? Pound for pound, if you move a person in one division or another division, they'll be able to dominate. He would have literally done that from 140 to 168. He dominated as pound for pound. No other man's going to be able to say that. So at the end of the day, he's going to have his own accolade to stand alone by himself, right? To say, just put himself in that conversation of how great he is amongst these other great, phenomenal boxers. And he would definitely be the best of his generation.
Absolutely, definitely. And the thing with Canelo is, when people say that he doesn't deserve credit, if Marvin Hagler would have been Sugar Ray Leonard, who was in 3-year retirement, damn near lost his eye, if Marvin Hagler would have won that fight, he would have gotten credit for it. And mind you, people were fearing for Ray Leonard's life, so Canelo deserves the credit if he beats Bud Crawford.
He's going to get all the credit for me.
Without a doubt, for me personally, I'm going to give him all the credit in the world. I feel like this will be one of the best wins, if not the best win on his resume. I don't care. Because at the end of the day, I think that Terrence Crawford is a world-class, era-defining fighter, bro. I just think whoever beats a fighter like Terrence Crawford, an undefeated fighter, deserves all the respect. There's no games that should be played. There's no dismissing. Listen, the way I look at Terrence Crawford in real life as a boxer, there's no way I wouldn't give Canelo Alvarez all the credit in the world for beating him, because I really think Terrence is going to beat this dude Saturday. And if Terrence loses to Canelo Alvarez, I'm going to tell you right now, Canelo Alvarez will have something on his resume that nobody else in boxing has.
Yes, sir.
Victory over the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world, Terrence Crawford. I mean, listen, people can say whoever they want to put at the number 1 spot, but your favorite boxer puts Terrence Crawford over them, right?
Yeah.
So you want to say Alexander Usyk is the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world? Well, he thinks Terrence Crawford is.
Yep.
You feel me?
Bivol too.
You want to put Bivol on that list? He thinks Terrence Crawford is. In a way, he hasn't said it, right? But at the end of the day, there's an argument there. There's an argument there to say he's a pound-for-pound best fighter in the world. And if Canelo Alvarez beats Terrence Crawford, that's what he's beating. The best pound-for-pound fighter in the world.
And if he beats Bud, he's clearly the best fighter of his generation. He's the best fighter since Floyd. Both of them win. But if Canelo does it, it's solidified.
And the dominated. Go ahead. A loss doesn't hurt their legacy neither, because I was on another panel. They was talking about if Canelo loses, does it hurt his legacy? I said no. It just goes to show that Bud Crawford he's a him. He's one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you can't take away what Canelo's already done. Once again, Sugar Ray beat Marvin Hagler, even though it was controversial in many people's eyes. Do we talk down on Marvin Hagler's legacy? Absolutely not. Marvin Hagler is on my top 15, top 20.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I don't get. That's why as a boxing fan and then just of the sport, I don't get caught up in the chatter. I don't get caught up in the commentary. I got my opinion. Everybody else got their opinion, right? Because, like I said, when the history is being said, all these different thumbnails and different videos that go viral and different narratives about this fight, none of that's gonna stand the history of time.
Nope.
What's gonna stand is the win and loss column. Right? And what's gonna stand when you look at that box record, you'll be like, hey, this fighter was 62, 2-2. This fighter was 41-0. This fighter was undisputed at a run and clearly dominated 168. This fighter was two division undisputed. It's like that's what's going that right there is the facts is gonna go above any type of narrative, bro. And so that's what's so dope about this fight because
It's a huge win for Bud because it's not just Bud moving up to beat a guy that's a champion at a bigger weight class like we've seen so many other guys do. He's moving up to fight a guy that's bigger than him, that's also on the top 10 pound for pound list, that's
Yes.
also damn near as accomplished in terms of accolades in weight classes. So this is not all due respect. This is not Roy Jones moving up to beat John Ruiz. You feel me?
No,
It's
because
not the
look,
same.
God, no, it's not. Canelo is actively the best at 168, reigning two-time undisputed.
He's
So
been
that's the
defending
thing.
that
It's
undefeated
it's
belt too.
not just a name. We're not just watching names fight. You see, that's when we get caught up because the boxing's so devoid right now. We get caught up with just seeing names fight each other. You feel me? These just ain't two names. These are active, dominant fighters, active that are the best at where they're at. That's what makes this fight so dope. That's why this fight's different than any other fight that we done seen in a long time. It's hard to compare. What fight compares to this? What fights compared to this is most recently is Beterbiev and Bivol. And it's different because, at least there was in the same weight division, with Bud moving up. But it's like, hey, you got two.
They're not as known as these guys though either.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm talking about skill wise. But like you said, so it's both. You got names and then you got resumes. And they're active and they're both the best right now. It ain't like, oh, one of them fell off, one of them's a big name, and then one of them's it's their time, and then he's the favorite, and it might be an upset. It's like, nah, man, these are the guys right now. This
If
is,
Bud wins, he's
this once
definitely
in a
number
lifetime.
one pound for pound. But I mean, for me, I've always been saying Bud's number one pound for pound. But I had a conversation with somebody, and everything he told me made sense about Usyk. And once again, I'm not an Usyk fan, but I respect his game. I can't take none away from what Usyk's done. Do I feel like the heavyweight division is weak? I think we spoke about that on this platform as well. You know how I feel about this division. However, you can't take away the fact that Usyk beat up a guy that's damn near 100 pounds bigger than him, that happened to be the best skilled heavyweight, a guy that a lot of people were overhyping and calling him the greatest heavyweight of all time, up till he got knocked down by an MMA fighter. Usyk beat him, and he also beat the other guy, Anthony Joshua. So as of right now, I got Usyk as number one pound for pound. However, if Bud Crawford I got Bud at number two, and I got Inouye at three. If Bud Crawford beats Canelo, I will have to place Bud Crawford back at number one. If Canelo beats Bud Crawford, I still can't put him over Usyk because even though Canelo gets credit, he's not going to get as much credit as Bud because he is a bigger guy. But
He's a bigger guy, yeah.
I would definitely leapfrog over Inouye, and I would put Canelo at number two if he beats Bud Crawford.
Yep, and I got Usyk as number one.
guys, it's 6 hours, man. I gotta wrap it up. I can't do it.
Hey man, we appreciate you holding it down, Clay. Real talk.
No doubt, family. But we're going back up tomorrow. Tomorrow's a presser. I think tomorrow's a press conference tomorrow evening, and we'll be politicking. There's so much to talk about anyway. With like Lamont Roach and Pitbull Cruz got finally. It's like everything has stopped, but nothing has stopped. Boxing is continuing to move, but all we're focused on is Terence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez, as we should be, by the way, as we should be. But there is a lot going on. Even Errol Spence and Jamel Charlo supposedly in negotiations for an early 2026 fight. We're gonna talk about it all tomorrow. I appreciate
what time you going live tomorrow?
I'm probably going in about like 5, 6. No, but probably about like 8 o'clock tomorrow evening.
All right, bet. Because where you at?
I'm in Pennsylvania, so I'm gonna be following the press.
All right, so it'll be 5 over at my time. So look, I'm gonna be looking for you, man, looking for my other guys, that day, because I'm gonna drop in live, man. I'll be a live correspondent on the ground for you. So
Oh
if I
man, I
catch you live,
appreciate
man, I'm
that,
gonna
man.
jump in, man.
That's why I love the ATP communities everywhere.
Yeah, we
Earlier,
everywhere.
Angelo was up in the amateur fights on the
Yeah,
Instagram with the live.
yeah,
I was lit. That's what's up, man.
yeah. But yeah, so yep, you continue to be great, Clay. We're gonna see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Salute, peace. You know how it
Clay,
is until the next one. Low, show up tomorrow, man. I appreciate you popping up, man.
definitely, man. Yo, Clay, I'm gonna send you something via DM. I made myself a list, a top 50 list since 1970, because I don't want to go too far and talk about the guys from the 20s and the 40s, because I don't really know too much about them. So I made a list based on from 1970 until now. I'm gonna DM it to you, right?
DM it to me. I want to look at it.
You
Where you
got it.
got Prince Nassim? Where you got Prince Nassim on that list?
Yo, you know what's funny, bro? You mentioned that. Well, I don't even got him on the list, bro.
What?
I'm gonna let you guys
Wow.
figure that out. I'm out, bro. Yo,
All
L,
right, peace, y'all. Yeah, we
everybody,
out of here. We out of here. We gonna
hit
get
the
him
like
stuck for another
button.
hour.
Subscribe if you ain't
Yo,
subscribed.
I
See you
might,
tomorrow.
I might have to make an adjustment with that. Thanks for reminding me about that name.
Yeah,
Real
man.
talk.
Yeah, peace.